morning, everybody. We're here for the third. Oh, actually, it's not good morning. It's good afternoon. We're here for the third ODI between England and South Africa. Hopefully, South Africa can pull one win through. Haven't won yet in this series, but there's always a chance. South Africa have won the toss and they have chosen to bowl first. Interesting choice. I'm joined by Liam Grimbeek. Liam, how are you?
Fine, thanks, man. Can't complain.
No, that's good. Yeah, not really. I'm not really on the same page. School's starting tomorrow, so I've got a lot to complain about. But you got to do what you got to do. It is school, so you can't really do anything about it. But yeah, I'm just going to hopefully try to enjoy this as much as possible, and let's see where it leads us.
Let's hope we can win this one.
Oh, yes. Hopefully we can at least win one game this series in ODIs. So, what are your thoughts on the Proteas so far in this ODI series?
No, they didn't play that. They played great in the first ODI. I thought they were after losing 2 games.
Louis, breaking up just a tad. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, awesome. Can you just repeat what you just said?
I said the first game they looked quite good, but after losing the 2 games in a row, I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge today to keep their hopes up, winning maybe just one or the next 2 games at least.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if we haven't been too bad with the ball in the first 2 games, just not good enough with the bat. Restricting England or not giving a big enough total for our bowlers to defend. So I reckon if we can get a good total on the board today, I'll just restrict England to around 250 and get this opening
maximum
pair
250.
of, if we can get Tammy Beaumont and I'm not quite sure, I think it's Emma Lamb that's opening with her. If we can get them and Sophie Dunkley in a good spot, and we just have to restrict England to around 250, and then our batsmen just have to pull through, So, Liam, I hope you don't mind, but do you think, can I take ball by ball, or do you want ball by ball?
There we go.
Liam, do you want ball by ball, or can I take it?
You can take it, it's fine.
Okay, awesome. So, you'll just keep us updated on any messages on YouTube. Please do comment on our YouTube channel as well as Twitter, although I'm not very smart with the Twitter. Hopefully Liam is, and he can read your comments. I'm a bit I don't really know Twitter. I know Instagram and YouTube, but Twitter, don't ask me anything about that. But do tweet us at Gorilla SA or at YouTube. We will be bringing you the full match here as we see South Africa just taking a knee for the well-renowned Black Lives Matter movement. Very, very important, and it's become almost a constant thing. It's become a ritual. Let's put it that way. In all international cricket, and it's a very, very good movement to support, and hopefully this does help. As we see, Travis Ishmael's ODI career stats: 127 matches, 190 wickets, and an average of 19.77 and an economy of 3.68. That is very, very good. Top of the world, top class. Hopefully she can break through for South Africa very, very early. It is important for South Africa to take early wickets. As we see, Travis Ishmael, first ball of the game, coming into MLM. It's just outside off stump, and it's just carved past backward point for a single to third man. Good start for South Africa and a good start for England. We are underway.
Let's hope we can do something today.
Yeah, no, let's do. What do you think, Liam, of that first ball? It looked like it kind of held up a bit of the pitch. It didn't come
Yeah,
off. Was a back of a length delivery, and it just came up to about stump height. Oh, and it was a no
yeah,
ball first
no
up.
ball.
Not the way South Africa would have wanted to start this game. Travis
Oh,
Ismail overstepping, not what South Africa needed. Already 2-0
but
down in this series, and already on the back foot in this first game. Tammy Beaumont in great form at the moment. Her first ball is going to be a free hit. So Sune Loose now just trying to change the field a bit, taking square leg and fine leg back, bringing in third man and the cover. You see Travis Ismail coming into Tammy Beaumont. It's short, and it has beaten the bat of Tammy Beaumont. She tries to work it over the top of third man, misses it, and that is a warning for one short delivery in the over. But very, very good ball from Travis Ismail. Not Travis,
good choice.
Shabin Ismail, under such pressure.
Good choice of ball sort of quite nice.
Yeah, very, very good delivery. Very good choice. I think Tammy Beaumont was maybe thinking it's going to be a double bluff since they took two fielders out on the square boundary. But going for the short ball. Third, the ball the over. Oh, and this one has cut back outside off and has cut back into the hips of Tammy Beaumont. She just manages to keep it out. A great delivery, a great follow-up delivery from Travis Ismail after that good bounce.
Looks like there's a bit of movement in this pitch.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of movement, and it doesn't look very quick. It looks quite slowish. I mean, Travis Ismail, Shabin Ismail's always a quick bowler, but she looks like she's not rushing the bowlers at the moment. As she goes for a Yorker delivery, and there is some swing in the air, gone for a foolish delivery on leg stump, and it's just angled away to get the outside edge to go to cover for no run. So South Africa won't mind seeing that there's some movement, but neither will England, since they've got to bowl on this as well, and they've got some very, very good swing bowlers in their squad today.
Yeah. But I must say the field looks quite dry actually.
No, it's very, very dry. It's, you got the green pitches and then the brown field. Oh, as this one cuts back, Tammy Beaumont covers the stumps and manages to close the gap between bat and pad. No run again. So after the initial first ball flop from Ismail, she has brought it back very, very nicely. Hopefully she can just get out of this over and not concede too many runs.
Yeah. I must say England is playing quite well this series actually so far.
Yeah, no, they've been playing very, very well all over South Africa as Ismail goes short again. And this time, Beaumont pulls in front of square. Nowhere the final leg fielder's going to get there. A great shot from Tammy Beaumont. It's a attempted short delivery from Travis Ismail, but it just sits up. There wasn't, it's just on that chest height, outside off, and Tammy Beaumont says, "Thank you very much. You don't have your square leg. You put her back at short. Took your third man back, so I'll just put that in front of square for 4 runs, and that is the first boundary for England in this third ODI.
It was also a quite sweet spot there on the bat.
Yeah, no, very, very good shot indeed. As we see the final ball of the first over, Shabin Ismail coming in. It's a slower delivery, it looks like, and it's just kind of turned in the pitch. Beaumont works it to short mid-wicket for no run. End of the first over, 6 without loss. What do you think of that first over, Liam?
It's going to be a quite interesting match with the pitch playing all sorts of ways. I think maybe swinging the ball, maybe some of them keeping low, some of them bouncing a bit higher. I think it's going to be a challenge for the batsmen.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I definitely agree with you. South Africa have already lost this ODI series, of course, but they just want to, try to limit the damage, do some damage control, end up on a high in the ODI series so that they can go into the 3-match T20 series on a high with the momentum and try to win that. You see Marizon Cup coming in. Her record is just as stellar as Ismail's. 129 matches, 147 wickets at an average of 24.6 and an economy of 3.8. Very, very good figures indeed. What can she do here today? Can she break this early partnership? Can she I forgot the word. That just, you see Marizon Cup coming in, and it's just outside off. It's very, very slow, and it's a missed field by the point fielder, Laura Wolfart, and they will get through for 1-2, the third man boundary. So very, very sloppy from Laura Wolfart. She's normally a very, very good fielder. This one just kind of bounced off the grass, and maybe hit a spot, and it's just jumped over her arm. There was nothing she could really do about that. So unlucky, but it is still very, very poor fielding from the South African opener.
Hopefully and the current temperature is 35 degrees. Yo.
And a humidity of 20%. So that is very, very dry conditions. So it's very hot conditions. So we will see maybe 2 or 3 overs spells maximum from the pace bowlers, maybe 4 at most, as this one from Cup on the stump from Beaumont, and she just blocks it for no run.
I mean, we use it as weather in a way, but still it's going to chow you a bit.
Yeah, no, definitely, especially since it's not even a moist atmosphere. It's very dry.
Yeah,
so dry, yeah. You bowl four deliveries, and you're already hoping that this over can just end so you can get a water or something, because it's so dry. There's this one again just on that good length outside off, and Beaumont fends for it forward, and it's just works it to the point region for no run. So the score at the moment, 7 without loss, 3 balls left to take it over. So in a way, South Africa, containing England, but England won't mind this at all since they've got such a big batting lineup. As this one is down the leg side, it looked like it hit the pad, but it's given wide. So it's just nipped quite a lot, because this is pitched on middle stump, back of a length, and it's missed everything down the leg side. From here, it looked like it hit the thigh pad, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Keeper makes a good stop, and it's a wide delivery. So there is a lot of nip on this pitch, which will help Marizon Cup and Ismail, as this one is outside off, and it just keeps low. It's once again sloppy fielding from the cover fielder. It's gone through for the second boundary of the game. This one from Marizon Cup, wide outside off, and it just keeps low. Beaumont just threads this through the cover region, and very, very poor fielding from the cover point fielder. Should have gotten to that, and it is 4 more runs.
I would just say there was a bit too much width on that ball, and she just smashed it through the cover region.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's got to be a lot tighter with this power players. Cup, again, very tight, very good follow-up delivery on the pads of Beaumont, and she can't do anything except to block it for no run. Very, very good follow-up delivery from Marizon Cup.
Much better. $12 runs for no loss after almost 2 overs, so it's about 6 runs and over at the moment. I mean, that's not that bad.
As we see Marizon Cup coming in, and just beating the outside edge of Beaumont. On a good length outside off, and Beaumont tries to fend at it, but in the end just leaves it alone, and it's gone past the outside edge for no run. End of 2 overs, 12 without loss.
This pitch is offering a bit of swing.
Yeah, a lot of swing and some speed movement as well.
Let's see if they bring a spin on. Maybe if there's a bit of spin movement as well on the pitch.
Yeah, I reckon with this amount of seam movement and the swing they've gotten so far, I reckon try to use this new ball as much as you can. Set an attacking field and let the English players play at you. Don't play towards their game plan, let them play towards yours. Play attacking and see where it gets you. As Ismail into Lamb, it's a full delivery, and Lamb almost goes back to it. Very, very gutsy. Don't think she read the line right, and she just blocks it to cover, but not exactly the right foot movement. Maybe just a bit of nerves, or it's still not quite in, but maybe she just lost the ball. But going back to a foolish delivery, it's always dangerous.
Yeah, that's why I say maybe bring a spinner on, because the pitch is also quite dry, so there would be maybe a bit of spin as well in the surface.
As this one's just worked to point. No, I definitely agree with you, but I reckon if you bring in a spinner now with the field up, it just takes a half time.
Not now,
I think spinner's going to play a very, very important role in this game. Sinead Lewis is going to be a very, very crucial role for South Africa. If she can bowl well and contain the England players and get some wickets, it's going to help them a lot. As you see, Ishmael coming in for the third delivery of the over, 2 dot balls so far into Lamb. It's back of a length, and Lamb again just rocks back and tries to punch it to the covers for no run. So Africa won't mind this at all, since they still got Chloe Tryon and they've got Chloe Tryon, Malaba, and Sune Luz, who can still ball spin. And this check does look like it's another no ball. No, Travis Ishmael, Shabmin Ishmael, what are you doing? Come on. Another no ball. That's his second one so far. Another front.
Let's see what she's going to do this time. Is what she's going to do this time? Is she going to go with a shorter ball or with the foolish delivery?
Well, she can't change her field, so I don't know what. Lamb steps back, and she does get a top edge. It's a short delivery. Lamb steps back. Oh, it's not a top edge. So Lamb stepped back towards the leg side to give herself some room. Ishmael followed her with the short delivery, missed everything, and then Chetty behind the stumps couldn't get to it, and it's just gone past Chetty for 4 byes. It's not what South Africa would have wanted. A bit lazy from Chetty, just kind of putting out a hand and not really putting in the dive. So South Africa will not like that at all.
Let's hope she can pull back from that one now.
As you see Ishmael again coming into Lamb. It's a goodish delivery, and it's just chopped towards a short fine leg position for no run. This one, an inside edge between bat and pad, no run. Very, very good follow-up delivery from Ishmael. She will not mind that at all.
In a way, we're restricting them to runs, but with the 2 no balls already, I think we must just be careful for all the extras that we're going to give off in the match. We must be careful for that kind of mistakes.
Well, if you look, the Cup and Ishmael normally give away at most 4 runs and over. They're already conceding over 6 and over, and this is only the 3rd over. So it's not great from South Africa. As this one wide outside off, it's just carved away to the wide 3rd man position. A very, very good shot from Lamb. Not a great delivery from Ishmael, giving Lamb a lot of width. Luckily, she got away with it.
Yeah. I'll just say, put it maybe not too full, but just in a good length. I think it will. The English batsmen will be a bit confused what to do.
Yeah, no, there's way too much width given at the moment. As Ishmael goes, it's a much better delivery on off stump, full. Nothing Beaumont can do about it. She just blocks it. That is an end of another good over for England. The score 18 without loss after 3. I remind you that we are available on Twitter as well as YouTube, so please do drop your comments there. We would love to read them and get into a bit of a discussion. Any questions you've got or any opinions or wanting to make us think. School is tomorrow, but we can still think. Put us into a hot spot, make us think a bit. We will happily answer any questions, although we're not very experienced in cricket. But we'll give our opinions. As Cubs balls to Lamb, short, outside off, and it's a misfield at the 3rd man boundary, but they only scamper through for 1, score 19 without loss. Liam, what do you think? Do you think England are on top at the moment? Do you think it's still pretty even, as we see Cup coming into Beaumont and just missing the outside edge? Very good delivery. This one pitching just outside off stump, and it just nipped away at the last moment, beating the bat of Beaumont. And it is going to be a dot ball. Very, very good delivery from Cup. That is what we want to see from her, getting the batsman to fend at it, try to play at it. As we see Cup coming in again to Beaumont. This one, she leaves. Very, very good leave. Again, it's outside off. This one nips back, and it just misses off stump. So great leave from Beaumont.
I would say it's even Steven at the moment. Maybe, yeah, At the moment, it's even Stevens. But let's see what happens in the rest of the match.
Yeah, no, hopefully South Africa can just try to get some control back to this game, as this one from Cup wide outside off, and it's again horrible fielding from the point fielder. It's 4 runs. Don't get me wrong, it was a terrible delivery from Cup, wide outside off, easy pickings. But once again, South Africa not good in the field. We've already seen 3 or 4 misfields. South Africa, if they want to win this game, they're going to have to be a lot better in the field. They can't let easy balls like that just get through them to the boundary. It does not help them at all, and that is why they're chasing 300 instead of 250. As Cup, this one again, great delivery. It is back of a length, and it just comes off the edge of Beaumont's bat towards a short third man, and they get through for 1. Score 24 without loss, with 1 ball left in the 4th.
I mean, we must stop giving them such balls with that much width. I mean, that's why we're conceding so much runs at the moment.
No, it is indeed. Like, as this one, the final ball from the over from Cup, full on off stump, and Lamb just blocks it. End of the 4th, 24 without loss.
I mean, we are much shorter than in the first 10 overs on the rest of the game, actually.
Oh, no. In the first in the first 10 overs, we're bowling length. And then after that, we're bowling, in the slot full deliveries, where I think we go fuller in the start. It's going to help us a lot more. Getting that ball to swing, nip around. But at the moment, we're not doing that. As Ishmael comes in for her 3rd, bowling to Beaumont. It's wide outside off, and it's just cut away. Again, not great fielding, but it's gone to the 3rd man boundary for only 1. Not great bowling from South Africa, giving giving England so much width to free their arms. It's just too easy for the English batsmen at the moment.
I would say maybe in the first power play, maybe bowl more to the full length delivery kind of balls, and then after that you play around with the deliveries and see where their weakness is about.
As this one from Ishmael on middle stump, and it's just fended off towards a short mid-wicket for no run. Now, I definitely agree with you. If you can go full in the first 10, get the ball to swing, get England to drive it at the whole time, even if you go for a few more runs but get the wickets, it's worth it. And then in the middle overs, just restrict them. Put your boundary riders out and let England play towards the boundary riders. And at the end, just go for that Yorker length. As we see Ishmael coming into Lamb, 3rd ball of the over, who scored 25 without loss. As this one, again, a foolish delivery, and Lamb goes back to it. Hits it on the toe of the bat to cover, but again, she goes back to a foolish delivery. Don't quite know what she's seeing at the moment, but not very good from Lamb at the moment. Doesn't have any foot movement. She's just waiting for the ball and then almost jumping back. So I don't know if that is her style of batting, but she does not look comfortable at all at the moment. As we see Ishmael coming back for the 4th delivery of the 5th over. Full on the legs of Lamb. Misses Lamb's legs, and it is a wide. So not great from South Africa. Another extra, but you can see that Lamb is under pressure, and it's a good idea from Ishmael going outside off the whole over and then trying to fire in a quick full one. Just going a bit too straight, but South Africa have to seize this opportunity to get Lamb on the back foot and try to get her wicket as early as possible so they can get into that England middle order with a newish ball.
You just need Ishmael. One ball just to sit low and full, and then she'll be gone.
Yeah, this one is a good length outside off, and it's just worked to 3rd man once again. England really making use of working the ball down to 3rd man for that single, just to rotate the strike and not get up down. But this over so far, very, very good over. Only 3 runs from it, 2 balls to go. Hopefully Shabmin Ishmael can just finish it off and not concede too many runs. As there's one second last delivery of the over from Ishmael to Beaumont, full and straight, and she just works it to a wide third man. It doesn't look, they do scamper through for one, so they score 28 without loss with one ball left in the fifth.
And it's a no ball.
It's another no ball. Shabin Ishmael, why can't you just keep your foot behind the line? Why do you have to be bowling no balls? It is not helping us. It's not helping you. No, Ishmael, you've already bowled, I think, 4 overs instead of your normal 3 with all the extras you've bowled, and there's a big no ball. Come on, Ishmael, we expect more from you. You're an experienced campaigner, and you're making unforced errors. So it's the third free hit of the innings. And
I would say just go full, and open stays low, and Lamb just maybe playing on the back foot, maybe.
As you see, Ishmael it's a slow delivery. Lamb steps back to give herself some room, and she does not pick the slow ball. And it's just white into the leg side for a run. Very, very good follow-up delivery from Ishmael. There's one ball left in the fifth, and a good over. It would have been a good over. Is now already given 6 again. So the score 30 without loss with one ball left in the fifth. Not what South Africa wanted or needed. 6 runs and over at this stage is not good enough from South Africa. As Ishmael into Beaumont, full and straight. This one is straight to mid-wicket. Mid-on, so no run. End of the fifth. Score is 30 without loss.
Yeah, let's hope we can maybe get like one good maiden over just to restrict England with runs a bit. So
I think South Africa really just have to put Lamb under some pressure. Her score at the moment is 6 or 14, where Beaumont is 15 of 19. So Lamb definitely the more uncomfortable batsman at the time. If they can put some pressure onto Lamb, then it will make Beaumont feel it as well that she needs to go quicker. And when a batsman feels under pressure, they normally tend to make mistakes. As Marizanne Cup into Lamb again, who just again a back of a length delivery goes back to it and tries to punch it. There's no real power, and it gone straight to the cover for no run. So Lamb trying to get into the covers, but not really getting any power or getting the power that she wants. So she needs to somehow. Yeah, she somehow needs to get some power out behind this ball, get some runs. As this one wide outside off, Lamb chases it but misses it, and it is a wide delivery. So Lamb somehow needs to get either the strike rotating or has to kick on and get a boundary or two just to relieve that pressure from Beaumont, because Lamb is going at less than 50% strike rate, which is not great in 50 over. As this one's just beaten the outside edge. It's a great delivery from Marizanne Cup. Foolish delivery, just nipping away past the outside edge. Lamb trying to drive it straight on the ground, missing it completely. Great delivery from Marizanne Cup. And that is exactly what we were asking for. Go fuller, get them playing at it. Especially Lamb, who is not...
For the first time she's playing on the front foot.
Looking comfortable. She's not looking comfortable, Lamb. You've got to put her under pressure. As Cup again. Again, same delivery. This one's just punched to cover for no run. Great stuff from Marizanne Cup. That is exactly what we and South Africa wanted.
So for 3 dot balls in the over, not bad.
No, very good from Marizanne Cup, putting Lamb under some pressure. And in the next over, Beaumont and Lamb will definitely start feeling this if it does keep on going. So they need to somehow get this run rate up. Lamb needs to get a strike rate up, as this one outside off, and it's too full, but great fielding in the covers. That is what we wanted to see from you, South Africa. Great fielding from the cover fielder. It is absolutely creamed by Lamb. It's good fielding by the cover fielder. So that's the first one. Lamb is it out of the middle, and yet again, it's straight to a fielder. That is the worst feeling as a batsman. You finally hit a ball and it's gone straight to a fielder. as Lamb goes back into a crease. This is back of a length, and it's found the outside edge, gone to where a third slip would have been. It's gone, run down to the boundary. Third man not being able to get it to it, but Lamb goes back into a crease. Cup goes back of a length, and this is just edge nipped away, and Lamb almost feeling for it, not really being convincing, just pushing her, throwing her hands out there. It's gone straight to where third slip would have been. It's run away to the boundary for 4. And England won't mind that, but South Africa know they've got Lamb. They've got Lamb's number. If they keep going like this, this one's just punched to cover for no run. End of the 6th. Score is 35 without loss.
Must have we brought the run rate down by 0.2, so
yeah, well, that's somehow a bit better than what it was.
Yeah.
I do remind you that you can comment on our YouTube and our Twitter channels. Please do. We love talking to you. You always have such interesting theories and such interesting things to say, and we just love talking to you. Just lightens up our day. As we said, changing the bowling. Kaka coming in place of Ismail. She is well known by now. She's been in prolific form over the last few years. 87 matches at 100 with 111 wickets at an economy of 4.11. So very, very good. Ayabonga Kaka has been one of the pillars for South Africa of late, and South Africa will be hoping that she can break this partnership that's been going very, very well for England, hoping that she can maybe get Beaumont or Lab just to kind of put a spanner in the works of England. As this one, a great delivery. It's pitched outside off, wideish delivery, and it's just nipped back some swing just past the outside edge. Great stuff from Ayabonga Kaka. That has come in a mile. Very, very good delivery, and Beaumont almost edging it. Very, very good from Ayabonga Kaka. What can she do? Second ball, she's running in to Beaumont. She steps on the track, and this one stays low, and Beaumont just blocks it to third man for no run. To mid-off for no run.
Master, that ball kept quite low for a while.
Yeah, it very, very low. So South Africa will be enjoying this, seeing that, okay, there is some variation in the pitch, spinners will be able to do something with this. It's Kaka again, a good in-swinging delivery, and it's again blocked by Beaumont.
There's a lot of swing in this pitch. There's a lot of swing in this pitch.
Very, very good stuff.
There's a lot of movement in the air, that's the thing.
Very, very good. And there is a lot of movement in the air at the moment. This one again just blocked by Beaumont. The score 35 without loss, 6.4 overs gone. Kaka not giving away a run so far. So very, very good stuff from her. As we see Beaumont actually trying to go down the track to
work it on luck. Just to work it kind of
to work against the swing, as this one is wide outside off, and Beaumont just punches this, or actually creams this through the cover region for 4 runs. Great shot. Kaka too full and wide, and Beaumont says, thank you very much. You haven't given me anything this over, but I will take that, and I will take 4. Thank you very much.
And you spoke too soon about she's not giving a run off in this over so far.
As this one swinging in, it's just worked towards the short wicket region for a run. So in the end, still a good over as far from that one delivery. Score 40 without loss after 7. And Beaumont not looking very comfortable against a swing at the start, except if it's very wide and there's a lot of width on it. Otherwise, Kaka having the upper hand of Beaumont in that over. As we see, they are quickly taking a drinks break. But England, I think so far, the happier party of the two. What did you say there?
Yeah, I think we're just making like unnecessary like fielding, like missing the ball in the field, or maybe bowling one or two no balls too much or something like that, and that maybe worked in England's favour. But I think now if we can maybe just bring new bowlers in, I think we can maybe restrict them again, and yeah, maybe restrict the runs. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think if South Africa hadn't bowled so many loose deliveries every time they had the pressure on England, or that no ball that just releases all the pressure, if that restricted those deliveries, we wouldn't be at 40 for none. We would have been at 20 for maybe one or two. So it's things like that, just releasing the pressure unnecessarily with a wide delivery, and then England saying, okay, we don't have to go for it anymore. But if you can just get that pressure on them, then they've got to start making their own play, and they can't, uh, bank on you giving them a bad delivery and then just block out the rest of the over. Then they've got to make the play. And that is what you want as a South African bowling unit.
Yeah.
As we see, it is a very, very hot day in Leicester. I think that's how you pronounce it. Don't crucify me. It's everybody sweating. It's 35 degrees at a 20% humidity. That is not chilly. That is very hot. And I think South Africa will be happy that I think England will be happy that they're batting first, seeing that they've only got a bowl. They've got to be they're bowling when it is a lot cooler in the night. So it won't be like South Africa, who's got a bowl in 30-degree weather. They've got to be bowling maybe in 20-25. So I think they'll be a lot happier about that.
Oh yeah, I would say so.
As we're getting to the end of a drinks break. And we do see another change in bowling. Nadine de Klerk coming in for her first over. We also see Chetty standing up. We know de Klerk is a medium-pace bowler, very, very economical, and doesn't really give you any loose delivery. She has only taken 22 wickets in 21 matches, but that economy of 4.3 is very, very good. She just keeps you on that spot the whole day. So hopefully she can get the breakthrough of South Africa, just build some pressure. Chetty is standing up to her. I mean, she's not very quick, but it also restricts Beaumont from coming out to her. Oh, as this the first ball, very, very full. It looked to be trouble. It troubled Beaumont. She tries to work it across a pass, almost missing it. It's gone to them in wicket region for no run. So obviously South Africa was saying, okay, we're going to make sure that Beaumont can't get out of a crease and negate the swing from both Tucker and de Klerk. As de Klerk again, this one wide down the leg side. Great take from Chetty down the leg side. Going for the fuller one, Nadine de Klerk. And just spraying down the leg side for a wide delivery. Not what you would have wanted. But once again, that is what I was talking about. Just releasing the pressure that they've been building. It's unnecessary for Africa to actually release that pressure, but they still do it just because they're too eager.
I mean, in the 7 overs, we already bowled 11 extras.
Yeah, it is. It is very, very crazy.
4 bars, 3 no balls, and 4 wides.
At international level, that is just not acceptable. As de Klerk coming in again, this one wide out. No, sorry, back of a length on the leg stump. Beaumont goes back, tries to pull it, but misses it and hits the pad for no run.
This is a much better over actually so far.
Well, let's not jinx it, but at the moment, only 1 run given away, and that was the wide. So Beaumont's yet to get a run off the bat in this over. As de Klerk coming in again, this one outside off, and Beaumont just steps forward and just blocks it to cover. And Beaumont actually taking a lot of the strike in the last 2 or 3 overs. Lamb not really being able to face any delivery. She's been stuck on 10 for a good two overs. So yeah. I don't know if maybe Beaumont's feeling a lot more comfortable and saying, okay, Lamb, you're in a bit of a rough spot, not feeling comfortable, so we'll just make sure to keep you on the non-strikers and for now, as this one's full on the stumps for no run. 2 balls left in the 8th. The score 14-1 without loss.
I would just say maybe just try and get Lamb on strike, and maybe with her uncomfortability, I think just bowl some good deliveries and maybe we can get a wicket.
As the Clark in again, this one a slower delivery and it's gone to the cover region. Good fielding from Chloe Tryon, and she restricts them to getting a run. This one in between cover and cover point, she's dove and kind of hurt herself. I think she fell on a rock, but very good fielding from Chloe Tryon, leading by example, and very, very good stuff from her. Yeah, she just fell on her back, and they're having a good laugh about it, which is very, very good to see. As the Clark final ball of the over. It's again full on middle. Oh, and it's again a misfield. This one was full on the stumps, and it was punched to mid on. And again, there was that bounce, and it just hit Sune loose on the leg, and it's gone to the boundary. So once again, South Africa putting pressure on, and then a misfield, just releasing all that pressure. This was real regulation, gone through the hands of Sune loose. It's just gone to the boundary. Not good from South Africa. They've got to really up their game in the fielding if they are to win this game.
And just bring the pressure back on themselves if they keep on misfielding and that kind of stuff.
No, definitely. I totally agree with you. As we see Lamb getting facing again, this time to Kaka, we saw her getting a lot of swing in her first over. So she'll be looking to put Lamb under a lot of pressure, getting that ball to swing back, getting that gap between bat and pad. So here she is, first ball, wide, down the leg side. She goes for the foolish delivery, just too much swing on it, but she will not mind seeing that amount of swing. A lot of swing on offer for her. So the first ball is a wide, but I don't think she'll mind that at all.
Yeah, I think, let's see with this, maybe with a bit of swing, I think we shall be getting a wicket quite soon.
As Kaka again, this one, great delivery, much better. This one pitching just on like a 4th, 5th stump length, and it's just swung back to middle stump. And Lamb, good enough to keep it out, just works it to mid-wicket. This is going to be a real test for Lamb with all the swing Kaka is getting. It is going to be very, very tough to be scoring against Kaka. She's getting a lot of swing back in. Again, she's coming in. This one short. And that again just releases all the pressure South Africa for building. Great fielding by Marizon Cup at the fine leg boundary. This one short with no real conviction, bowled with no real conviction. It's just sat up in the pitch, and Lamb just pulls this for 2. But great fielding by Cup, fine leg boundary. That's exactly what you want to see from the South Africans in the field.
Yes, but this field is flippin' dry. Flip it.
Yeah, it's very, very dry, which is unusual for a English field in midsummer.
Yeah.
As this one, again, just a great delivery from Kaka on that off-stump line, and it's just fended off towards mid-off for no run. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a bit of a dry season in Leicester, or hasn't been a bit of rain, but it is unusual to see such dry decks in England. So this one from Lamb, great shot. She just steps down the trap a bit. Kaka swinging it into her arc, and she just goes over the top of mid-on for 4. And that is also the 50-run partnership for England, 52 without loss now after 8.4 overs. Lamb just stepping across the stumps and down the pitch a bit, and this one just into a slot, and she just goes over the top of mid-on to 1 bounce 4. Great shot from Lamb. And that is exactly what I think she needed to kickstart her innings.
I think great shot. It was a good shot from her. I think maybe that will just boost the confidence for innings now.
Yeah, no, definitely. As Kaka again into Lamb, she does step back to a foolish delivery again, but does manage to just punch it to mid-off on a run. So I've seen in this innings from Lamb, he does tend to go back to foolish delivery. She doesn't like playing off the front foot. She likes playing off the back foot, which I think South Africa need to exploit in this innings. As Kaka in again to Lamb, Oh, and this one, it's a slower delivery. Lamb coming down the track, and it's just a full toss outside off. They've worked it somehow into the square leg boundary for 2 runs, and that is end of 9 overs, 54 without loss.
And still, we are back at a six run run at the moment.
Yeah, so England, after a few, how can I put it? A few quiet overs, they've managed to get score back to 6 runs an over, and I think they'll be very happy at where they're standing at the moment. Score 54 without loss after 9. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that, especially not losing a wicket and going at a run rate of 6 and over. If they can, these 2 openers can bat until over number 20 for England, then
I think
women like Natalie Shiver and all those big hitters can just come in and absolutely dominate this game. As a Clark, first ball off the 10th over, wide out and off, and this one's just top pitch over the top of point, and it's again misfielded by the third man boundary, but only 1 run. So this one wide out and off, and Beaumont throws her hands at it. It looks like it was a slow delivery from the back. Just got on the edge and went over the top of point for 1 run. As you see the Clark coming back in, second delivery of the over, and she just goes back of a length, and de Klerk just works this to third man for another single. So 2 runs off this over, 4 deliveries to go, and England at the moment in the pound seat. South Africa need to take a wicket, and they need to take a wicket now.
Yeah, they must take a wicket as soon as possible.
As we see the Klerk coming into Beaumont again, this one short, and it's just pulled between mid-wicket and mid-on. A great shot. It's not even that short. It just sat up, and Beaumont just rocks back and pulls this between mid-wicket and mid-on. You don't see that often, people pulling between mid-wicket and mid-on, but a great shot, timed to perfection, and that is exactly what England would have wanted, not what South Africa would have wanted. They need to somehow find a response to this England onslaught. They need to get a wicket or restrict the runs, because at the moment England are all over them. As this one from the Clark falls on the stumps, and it's just work towards a sort of a silly mid-on kind of a region, and they scamper through for 1 as the keeper tries to get them, almost throws for overthrows, but in the end just the 1. So 2 deliveries left in this, the 10. The Clark already giving off 7 in this over. He's into Lamb now, full again, and this one's just blocked. Good ball from the Clark.
Not bad for the follow-up delivery.
No, very, very good. As we see, the Clark has 1 delivery left in this second over. This is also the final delivery of the power play. So I think South Africa would just want the Clark to just get a dot ball in. It's already been a costly power play for them. As we see the Clark, and this one's wide out and off, and it's a wide delivery, beating the keeper, but luckily the slip does the cleanup work, and it's been given as a wide. 1 delivery left still in this, the 10th over.
This extras is going to cost us at the end of the game.
Oh, no, it's not what South Africa need or want. They need to somehow...
It's a free hit.
Oh, it's a free hit. No, so originally it was given as a wide, and then the third umpire said, no, she overstepped. So you have to revoke your signal of wide and give it as a no ball. So this is the 3rd or the 4th no ball of the innings already. Not what South Africa need. And it's a big no ball for a medium pace bowler. Not what South Africa wants. As the Clark into Lamb, who gives herself room and goes over the top of long on for 4 more. Great over for England. It has conceded 12 runs. So great stuff for them. South Africa not where they would have wanted to end the power play. England are 66 without loss after 10.
And I must say, Lamb started accelerating quite quick now in this past 2-3 overs.
Yeah, no, she really has. She's just kicked on.
I think Yeah, I think she found her feet now at the moment.
As we see, Atif Ali says he reckons England are in for a 340 plus. Now, I don't know. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But it is a possibility. It is a possibility with the way England are batting at the moment and South Africa are bowling. As the umpire does signal, that is the end of the first power play. So now South Africa are allowed 4 out. Sune Loose and Kaka just having a bit of a talk, changing a bit of the feel. I think Kaka is going to have a feel on the leg side. Yeah, she does have a fine leg. She's got a square leg inside the ring, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, point, and then she's got third man. So she only has 2 outside, even though she's allowed to have 4. As Kaka, as Beaumont goes down the track, and this one just holds in the pitch, and it's almost caught and bowled. So Beaumont going down the track to negate the swing, and it's just kind of sat in the deck, and she's almost clipped that straight to the bowler. Luckily, it's gone wide of the bowler, and it's escaping through for the single.
Maybe if they take risks like this, maybe we can get a wicket or 2, maybe in this next few overs.
At this moment, if England continue the way they are, they're going to get to 330. At 10 over, they'll get to 460. At 8 and over, they'll get to 380. And at 6 and over, they'll be getting to 306. So South Africa will be hoping for the latter of those 4 options. As Kaka again goes for the full delivery on the stumps, but she's just getting too much swing, and it's just gone down the leg side for another wide. Not what South Africa need. They need to get consistent. They need to get. They need to get the bowlers to bowl less extras, get the batsmen playing at deliveries outside off, and get those cover fielders in the game. As this one's wide outside off, and Lamb just a beautiful shot, wide outside off, all the width in the world. And Lamb says, "Thank you very much, Kaka. I'll just go over the top of mid-off for another boundary." So England really accelerating now. Great shot from Lamb. Not a great delivery from Kaka. But England will take them any way they do come.
I mean, you can see now Lamb is much more confident playing on the front foot at the moment.
No, definitely. She's feeling very, very confident as Kaka in again to Lamb. This one, off the deck, it was a full delivery. Just jagged back. Lamb on the back foot, almost missing it. And that is what South Africa needs to exploit. Lamb going back to foolish deliveries, because it is going to get her into trouble. South Africa just needs to exploit that and get the wicket now.
Trying to bring her a bit more forward and playing the ball. Maybe I think maybe we can. Yeah.
As Beaumont, Kaka into Beaumont, this one straight to cover, a bit of a misfield, and they do scamper through for 1. So again, sloppy from South Africa in the field. A great stuff from Beaumont, great shot, good delivery from Kaka, but going to try on after that initial good stop a few overs ago. This one very, very sloppy from her. She's normally a great fielder, but you do not expect that from her. Kaka in for her 5th delivery of her 3rd over. Again, it's full, and this one from Lamb just blocked. Score 74 without loss after 10.5 overs.
Let's see what's going to happen now. Last ball of the 11th over. It's almost a run of 7.
As we see Kaka coming into Lamb again, she steps down the track and just works this into the leg side to a deep square leg. They've put in the deep square leg now. That is a good over for England. So they've got a 9 of that over. So great stuff from them. 75 without loss after 11. And this is Liam and myself's last over before we are giving way to Otto and Ravi. But it's been very, very fun here. England absolutely dominating at the moment. South Africa somehow need to get back into this game. Otherwise, England are going to score 340, and with our batting at the moment, we can't even score 250, 260. So I do not see how we are going to be able to chase 340.
It's going to be a tough one, actually.
It is. So South Africa need to make their batting life as easy as possible by restricting England. If you do see the first sign of spin, Malaba coming into the attack. The score 75 without loss, and this is going to be the real tester for England and for South Africa to see, okay, is there actually some turn on this deck? Can the spinners actually get South Africa out of this hole they've dug for them? South Africa will be really hoping that Malaba can break this partnership as quickly as possible. As Lamb's facing the first ball from Malaba, 29 of 34 is Lamb's score. Malaba full on the stumps, and this one's just punched down the ground, too long on for 1 run. So with that delivery, we couldn't really see if there was any turn on offer. Very, very full, and Lamb almost using her feet to just negate spin if there was any. And the score 76 without loss, and the overs are 11 for 0.1, which is the Nelson. I see Nelsons everywhere, but hopefully South Africa will be hoping that they can take a wicket here. As Malaba, not a great delivery, full on the pads of Beaumont. Just lucky that it got some pad on that, because that was very, very wide down the leg side. As this one short from Malaba down the leg side, and Beaumont misses out on a very, very juicy short delivery. It is a wide. So at the moment, it doesn't look like there's really a lot of spin on offer, but like it's just keeping straight. As this one from Malaba, a lot of flight on the offside, and Beaumont just works it into the sweeper region for 1.
I think maybe give her like an oval to just to get the feeling of the pitch and how it plays, and I think she'll maybe get some movement or spin off the pitch.
Hopefully, as Malaba into Lamb, this one outside off, and it's come off the outside edge, past point for 4 runs. So Malaba very unlucky, but giving the width to Lamb, gets the edge past point for 4 runs. And England move along to 82 with 2 balls left in the 12th.
A bit too much width on that ball, and she just smashed that for 4.
Yeah, very, very bad bowling from Malaba, giving England way too much width. As this one's a much better delivery. Lamb just uses her feet, works it too long on. This one on middle stump, foolish delivery, and worked for 1 again. So the score 83 without loss, with 1 ball left in the 12th. This over already going for 8. And England at the moment just scoring a boundary over and then rotating the strike. As this one just worked into the leg side, should just be 1. Hopefully, it is only 1. So good stuff from England. Score 84 without loss after 12, and that is the end of Lemon Eye's stint.
Yes, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a horrible start here for South Africa after the first 12 overs, and they're going to need to really stick to their basic disciplines to restrict England here. Otherwise, they will be chasing Atif Ali's prediction on Facebook of 340 plus. That doesn't look beyond the realms of possibility right now. So, the start of the 13th over, and Tryon will replace the previous bowler in the attack here. 97 matches for Chloe Tryon, 43 wickets, 39.56 average, economy of 4.2, a best of 2 for 10, 84 without loss. Beaumont facing now 34 of 39, and Lamb 35 of 37 deliveries. The run rate now exactly 7 for England. This opening partnership once again causing huge problems for South Africa. This delivery is pitching on leg, just carries on with the line, but not wide enough to be signaled a wide, and it's a dot ball. Thank goodness. There has been a horrible amount of extras here, 15 extras so far, and we're only into the 13th over now, full. on middle and off by Tryon to Beaumont. Squeezes this one out to extra cover, no run.
There was also 2 comments on YouTube. Clarion, please don't crucify me for the pronunciation, but he says, hard to watch another crap show from SA, bowling both sides of wickets, wides, no balls, whole buffet for England. Is the coach here for tourism, not even doing the basics right?
Yeah, that previous ball went straight back to the bowler for a dot. This time, another full delivery, whacked off her pads by Beaumont, but straight to mid-wicket for no run. And Tryon bowling a good over so far. This one is chopped down into the ground, fielded at extra cover, no run. Stringing the dot balls together here is Chloe Tryon, coming left arm around the wicket to Tammy Beaumont, who's still there, stuck on 34, and she abandons her run-up, does Tryon, as Emma Lamb drops her bat at the non-striker's end, having a bit of a laugh. Everybody on the field there. As Tryon comes in again, Beaumont steps down the wicket, clips it straight once again to Shabnim Ismail, who's standing at a wide-ish mid-on, kind of a mid-wicket area. 13 overs gone now, 84 without loss. Thank you so much for all the comments and tweets and likes and subscribes coming in. Thank you for your support. We do appreciate it. An excellent maiden over there by Chloe Tryon. I think that's probably the first maiden over of the innings, if my memory is correct.
Yeah.
And that means that England remain on 84 without loss. Tammy Beaumont stays on 34. Deliveries faced for her goes to 45. Nonkululeko Mlaba will continue to Emma Lamb, left arm also around the wicket. Full driven by Emma Lamb. And did she get anything on that? It seems to have gone through to the keeper. Something deflected that ball, I think. Otherwise, she was beaten all ends up. But Trisha Chetty managing to gather the ball for another dot. This time, Mlaba goes to the middle and leg stump of Lamb. She flicks it to backward square leg, and they go through for a single. A bit too short there by Mlaba. And Clarion saying exactly right there that it's been a buffet for England. They've just been fed 4 boundary deliveries. Mlaba with a better delivery this time, attacking the stumps. It comes in to the middle stump. There was a nick off that previous delivery, so that will go down as a drop chance as we see the ball deflected off the gloves of Trisha Chetty. Short and wide outside, off stump, slapped to the cover sweeper for a single. And Liam, I do appreciate you hanging around with me. Ravi Nair saying that he's not feeling well, so we wish him all the best. Very faint edge there from Emma Lamb, and just flicks the thumb of Trisha Chetty, so that was a missed chance there. Lamb sends this one flying through the air, straight over the bowler's head, and mid-on runs around to field as they take another single. So 87 now without loss, 1 ball to go in the 14th over. Beaumont facing Mlaba now. She comes down the wicket to get to the pitch of the ball, just defends this out to mid-on, no run. 14 overs gone, 87 without loss. Lamb on 37 or 40, Beaumont on 35 or 48. And the players will take another drinks break. What a horrible start. Thanks for the comments here. Akanta Hassan on Facebook says, this ODI game is looking more like a T20. And that is 100% on the mark. And Clarion says that maiden over by Chloe Tryon might be the first maiden that South Africa's bowled on this entire tour. And I think you might be spot on there. Thanks for that. And then Akanta Hassan says the team batting second will win the game. So we hope you are correct in saying that. Thank you so much for listening. Do tweet us in at Gorilla SA, GUERILLA SA. As Woimo Pom Pom before the game started says, it'll be hot. Comment coming in on Twitter. Thank you very much for that. And you can support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel. Click that notification button so that you know when we go live. And while the players take the drinks break, we will just remind you that the men's series will be carried on what we like to call our mothership, the Guerrilla Cricket Originals, the OGs, the guys from the UK. We'll be bringing you all of the men's games against England. The South African men also touring England at the moment. They're starting their tour tomorrow. They've already played a warm-up game, which they lost against the British Lions. And so hopefully the men can put on a better show, because the ladies have really let themselves down. They had some glimmers of light in the test match, the one-off test match, here and there with Marizanne Kapp's 150, some good bowling performances here and there, but nothing close to that in this ODI so far. So the next match between the ladies from South Africa and England will be a T20, which we will carry here on Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. And let me just check for you when that will be as the drinks break continues. So we have the first T20 between the England women and South African women from Chelmsford on the 21st of July. That match will start at 8 o'clock South African time, GMT +2, so that's 6 o'clock GMT time. Can't help but think, Liam, that Lizelle Lee's retirement and all of the talk off the field must have bugged the ladies a bit, because they really look off the boil here. They don't look anything like what we know they can play like.
Yeah, I just think maybe it caught them off guard. She retiring now. I think they needed it for this series, but they must, just keep their heads up high and just carry on with the series.
Yeah, and just play to their potential that we know is there. And it's always frustrating when you watch your team underperform and you know that the players are better than what they're showing at the moment. But for England, they are absolutely loving this. They're edging towards another 100-run partnership, 100-run opening stand in that second, was it the first or the second ODI? But this is looking like the second 100 stand for England on this in this 3-match ODI series. So if the South African ladies, the Momentum Proteas, can pull themselves toward themselves and get some good momentum going to the T20 series, they might do something there as we head to the Commonwealth Games after this tour of England. Chloe Tryon continues to Emma Lamb. Good length delivery on off stump, forward defensive shot, no run. Start of the 15th over. England 87 without loss. Lamb facing the left arm round the wicket of Chloe Tryon now. This time Tryon strays onto the pads full on middle and leg, and those will be the first runs scored off Chloe Tryon's bowling. They take a single down to deep mid wicket, 88 without loss. Beaumont now facing Tryon on 35 or 48.
I just think maybe get Lamb just to play on the front foot, because she like playing on the back foot. So if we get her maybe to play on the front foot, I think there's a big chance that we can maybe get a way to get her out. Maybe.
Beaumont defends this one into the onside for no run. Tryon continues. Beaumont steps down the wicket to get to the pitch of the ball, evades the fielder at a mid-wicket region there, wideish mid-on, down to long on for a single, 89 without loss, 2 balls to go in the 15th. Yeah, Lamb has been stepping away from her wickets, giving herself room. It looks like there's not much pace in this wicket as Lamb strokes this one down to the cover boundary sweeper for a single. 90 up for England, 1 ball to go in the 15th.
But I must say, there's a lot of swing and movement in this surface.
Yes, and the South African ladies not able to exploit that. It's a reverse sweep played by Tammy Beaumont, fielded by the keeper, and there's no run. I don't think Beaumont actually made a connection there. It might have been dropped by Trisha Chetty behind the stumps. 15 overs gone, 90 without loss.
And
Now they've been all over the show. The run rate at East back down to 6. Sorry, Liam, yeah.
Yeah, it's just same because Lamb, she didn't in the start of the inning. She was like the slowest scorer, but now she's accelerating quite a lot.
Yes, indeed. So hopefully South Africa can stop that. 16th over about to start. Mlaba, let's see if she's allowed to continue by Sunaylis. She does, yes, aborts her run up. We just get our background noise back on and see if I can sort that out here quickly between deliveries. Mlaba ready to bowl the first ball of the 16th over. She comes around the wicket left-handed to the right-handed Lamb, who dabs this into the covers. They take a quick single. Good running there by England. And score moves on to 91 without loss. I see our crowd noise is supposed to be playing, but I can't hear it. So hopefully the listeners out there can hear it, as this one is sent down to the extra cover boundary for 4 off the bowling of Nonkululeko Mlaba. 95 without loss now. Beaumont onto 40 with that shot. See a replay here as Tammy Beaumont just slaps this past a diving extra cover diving to her right, but beaten, and 95 without loss. Both batters for England now on 40 runs. Beaumont goes back onto her stumps to this fuller ball by Mlaba and bunts this back to the bowler for no run. 3 balls to go in the 16th. Beaumont facing Mlaba. Onto her stumps she goes and slaps this one off her leg stump. It goes to mid-wicket. Picked up by Ayabonga Kaka, and they go through for a single. 96 without loss. 2 balls to go in the 16th. Beaumont on 41 or 54. She's off strike. Lamb now facing Mlaba on 40 or 44. Mlaba into her now. Short and slapped through mid-wicket. There is a sweeper on that mid-wicket boundary, and they'll take a single. 97 without loss. Thanks to Liam for sticking around for a few overs. I think Liam needs a break because he's been on since the start. Mlaba into Beaumont, who goes back onto her stumps and back foot drive out to the cover sweeper for an easy single. And they just walk through. 98 without loss after 16 overs. Mlaba has now bowled, let me see here, 3 overs for 20. So she's brought her economy back down. As Clarion comments on YouTube, always said the main weakness of South Africa is lack of quality spinner. Cost them at the World Cup as well. Yeah, you have to agree with that, unfortunately. And already looking forward to the Commonwealth Games. As I mentioned, those matches will also be here on Gorilla South Africa. Try-on goes to Beaumont outside the leg stump, but Beaumont plays the reverse lap sweep down to the third man boundary. Third man inside the ring has to run back, and they take 2. 100 up for England in 16.1 overs at a run rate of 6.19 without losing a wicket. So yet another wonderful opening partnership between these two ladies for England. Tabby Beaumont perhaps sending a message to the selectors. She was left out of the squad, and 41 for Lamb, 44 for Beaumont. Only 85 of those 100 runs coming off the bat. This one slides down the leg side. It took a deflection off the bat of Beaumont, I think, as they go through for a single. No, it signaled wide. So it missed everything. Went down the leg side, and Tryon concedes her first extra of the match, 102 without loss, as she goes now to Lamb, full and driven straight to extra cover. Good stop there in the extra cover position as another valuable dot ball for South Africa. Try on into Lamb, reverse sweep, and this one beats the fielder inside the ring at third man, goes down to the boundary for 4. Clever shot there by Emma Lamb. She moves on to 45 or 47, 106 without loss. 3 balls to go in the 17th. Yo, that is so good. She turned that into a full toss. It was too full by Chloe Tryon. And after a good first few overs, Tryon now traveling to the boundary for 4. Fielding change here. I think that Shabnim Ismail might be going down to the third man boundary, but we'll confirm for you in a moment as Tryon continues to Emma Lamb, who defends this one off her leg stump, plays an on drive and almost bisects the fielders from deep wicket and long on, deep mid wicket and long on, and they take a single. And now both the openers edging towards their half centuries. 2 balls to go in the 17th, 107 without loss. Beaumont facing Chloe Tryon now. We've got a third man in the ring, almost a backward point as Beaumont comes forward to the pitch of the ball, flicks it out to deep mid wicket where Laura Wolfhard picks it up, and they take another single, 108 without loss. And Tryon coming to the end of her third over, conceding 13 runs so far. Beaumont now on 45. Emma Lamb facing on 46. Tryon comes into her wide outside off stump and short and slapped. And it will almost beat Nadine de Klerk sweeping on the cover boundary. But they do come back for 2. 110 without loss. 17 overs gone. South Africa in deep, deep trouble. The run rate now 6.47. And with that shot, Emma Lamb moves on to 48 or 49. What an innings she's played again for her country. And Beaumont there to support her, 45 or 57. Slightly slower scoring rate, but we've seen that Beaumont was able to catch up with her strike rate. And then, of course, getting many gifts here. Only 93 runs off the bat with the score on 110. So 17 extras so far by South Africa in this innings. That is absolutely horrid for the ladies from the southern tip of Africa. Let us know where you're listening from. Comment on our Facebook or our YouTube feeds. Send us a tweet at Gorilla SA as Mlaba continues. Who do you think is going to win? It certainly looks like England are firmly in control here. Mlaba short and wide outside off stump, back foot drive to the cover sweeper for a single by Lamb. Brings Beaumont back on strike, and it's Nelson without loss, 111. Mlaba now bowling her 4th over, conceding 21 runs so far. She goes round the wicket to Emma Lamb, who steps back and just defends this to backward point for no run. Valuable dot ball there for South Africa. Mlaba continues now past the umpire onto the stumps of Emma Lamb. Quietly, calmly dabs this to the onside to mid-wicket for a single, 112 without loss. Mlaba bowling at 81 k's an hour, 50 miles an hour, not any kind of pace on the ball. Doesn't seem to bother the English ladies. There doesn't seem to be any turn either, as Beaumont plays almost exactly the same shot as Emma Lamb did off the previous ball. This one goes to mid-wicket for another single. 113 without loss. 2 balls to go in the 18th over. Lamb on strike. Short, wide, outside off stump, slapped straight to backward point. And Lamb will be quite irritated with that one. Missed out there. She's on 49 now, or 52. Can she get to her 50? Or can South Africa get the breakthrough? Not with that delivery. Wide, outside off stump. And it's a very nice cut shot. Spanked to the sweeper on the cover boundary. She gets to her 50. Her second 50 in 5 ODI matches. and she also has the 100 in the series as well. That's the end of the 18th over, 114 without loss. So well done, Emma Lamb. Strike rate of 94.3, 53 balls, 6 fours, and 75 minutes it took her to get to her half century. Well done, Emma Lamb. And again, cricket lessons being dished out here by the ladies, just looking a world apart from the South African ladies. Chloe Tryon will continue. This field looks so dried out, and it's very hot there in Leicester at the moment. Everybody's been commenting about the weather. Looks like a field that belongs in the Northern Cape or the Free State here in South Africa in summer, but it's in winter, but it's a very hard field, a very hard outfield as Lamb just rocks onto the back foot, guides this short wide delivery down to third man. It's fielded by the fielder running back, and it's 116 for no loss as they took a 2. Try on into Lamb again, outside leg stump, and this one bounces off the leading edge high up into the air, but mid-wicket running back cannot get a hold of it, and they do take a single there for Emma Lamb to go on to 53 and the score to 117 without loss. 18.2 overs gone. Try on round the wicket to the right hand, reverse lap sweep played, and this time the fielder running around from third man gets a hand to it, doesn't quite control it, so they only get a single, and it's should be 119 without losses. No, it's 118 without loss, excuse me. 3 balls to go in the 19th. Lamb now on 53 facing Chloe Tryon. She flicks this one off her pads through the air over mid-wicket, and the sweeper coming around from long on will pick that up, and it's 119 without loss now. 54 for Lamb and 48 now for Tammy Beaumont. Can she match Lamb and get to her 50 as well? She's facing her 61st delivery, bowled by Chloe Tryon round the wicket, looping through the air, inside edge through the legs of Tammy Beaumont, out to square leg for no run. Valuable dot ball there for South Africa. 1 ball to go in the 19th. Beaumont off her leg stump, flicks this one down to deep mid-wicket. Fielders there, they take a single. 120 without loss after 19 overs. The run rate 6.32. Beaumont is on 49 and Lamb on 54. And it was a very easy innings for both these ladies. They really haven't faced any threatening bowling in this ODI series so far, apart from a few deliveries here and there by Ayabonga Kaka, Marizon Cup, but the South African ladies missing their lines and lengths so much that it really didn't look like any delivery would be taking an English wicket. And Clarion says commentators are hyping Lamb even after the free gifts served by SA this series. Yeah, that's 102 in the first match of 97, 67 of 65 in Bristol in the second ODI on Friday, and now she's on 54. So the numbers look good. Beaumont will get to her 50 with its back foot drive out to the cover sweeper, and they take a single, 121 without loss. Tammy Beaumont raises her bat. That's her 18th 50 in 97 ODI matches with 800s to her name so far. And yeah, it's not really fair to say that Emma Lamb played particularly well, given the quality of the bowling that she's faced. This next delivery by Mlaba is it's an attempted reverse sweep, I think, through to the keeper for no run. Mlaba in again, and this time it's smacked over the bowler's head, and will that be caught at long on? No. Was that a drop chance? It certainly looked that way, as they take a single. The score is 122 without loss. We see a replay here. Mlaba orthodox left arm spinner, and the ball sailing through the air. This time the ball is smacked straight back at the bowler, and Tammy Beaumont stays on 50, 122 without loss. But that was definitely a chance of a catch there at long on. Long on running forward and to her right. Couldn't get to that. Mlaba continues on off stump, just outside off stump, driven very nicely into the covers by Tammy Beaumont for an easy single. And it's 1-2-3-4-0. As that was Steyn dropping the catch there at long on off Emma Lamb's bat. As Mlaba continues, and Emma Lamb plays this one to backward point. They take, there's a bit of a mix-up. There was a chance of a run out there. Laura Wolfhard couldn't get control of the ball and get it back to Trisha Chetty, the wicket-keeper, quickly enough. It's 123 without loss, 20 overs gone, and 2 chances there for South Africa to take Emma Lamb's wicket, and they couldn't take one. Emma Lamb is there still on 55 or 59. See a replay here as Emma Lamb played that on drive, and that was Andri Steyn running in from the long on boundary, sliding underneath the ball. The ball just bobbled out of her hands. 3 chances, in fact, because Emma Lamb, the next delivery was smacked straight back to Mlaba, and then the run out. Emma Lamb played the cut shot, trying to beat the backward point fielder, and then Laura Wolfhard throwing into Trisha Chetty, who couldn't collect the ball. Oh, everything is just turning up England. Everything is just going wrong. It was a neat throw. It just bounced in front of Trisha Chetty, didn't get up into her gloves, off the fingertips, through her legs, and allowing Emma Lamb to get back to her crease. Oh, those chances, those will be haunting the South African ladies if they can't get back into this game, because England are just batting themselves into a very dominant position at the moment. Tammy Beaumont facing Chloe Tryon round the wicket. The left-hander comes to Tammy Beaumont. She tries the cut shot, but it gets a thick inside edge or a bottom edge into the pitch, back to the bowler for no run. So both these English ladies attacking as Beaumont goes down the wicket and smokes this one over long off, straight back over the bowler. What a beautiful shot by Tammy Beaumont, lifting it up through the air, high and handsome. 6 runs, the first maximum of the innings. She gets to the pitch and she swings through the line, and it goes sailing into the side screen over the bowler's head, and that would have been a 6 on most grounds. Cleared the boundary with some room to spare. Tryon onto the leg stump of Tammy Beaumont, who works this around the corner to backward square leg for a single. It was a leg by, in fact, 130 without loss now. Yeah, Clarion says, haha, dropping 2 catches in 2 balls and then a botched run out. It's a team hat-trick. It's the wrong kind. It's the wrong side of a team hat-trick, as Emma Lamb now, after they took a single there, playing a cut shot through backward point for 4. And this is a terrible over so far for Chloe Tryon. She was looking good in the game so far up to this point, but already 10 runs off this over. So, Tryon to Lamb, and once again the cut shot past backward point. This time it is collected by the fielders. The ball just doesn't seem to want to get into the hands of any of the South African ladies. Lamb moves on to 60, 135 without loss. Beaumont will now face. She's on 57. Wow. The English ladies obviously attacking now. This is full on off stump. Better delivery by Chloe Tryon, and an inside edge goes through the legs of Tammy Beaumont to square leg for no run. 135 without loss, 21 overs gone. 6.4 run rate. Lamb on 60 of 61 and Beaumont on 57 of 69. Thank you for all your comments coming in. Thank you for everybody listening. We do appreciate it. And after the dinner break, we will have some more people on commentary. I've got 3 overs to go in this stint, and then we'll have Ruud and Liam back. So let's check. Josie Oak, Woi Pom Pom on Twitter says, I'm in York. When I checked the thermometer in the garden, it was 35 degrees Celsius. Down south, it may be even hotter. Thank you for the weather update there, Josie Oak. As Mlaba will continue. Temperature now at the ground, 36.9 and humidity of 19%. Emma Lamb absolutely dismissively swats this over extra cover for 4. What a shot. Getting to the pitch of the ball. Wide outside off stump. A gift. Another gift by Mlaba. Missing her line and length. And just smoked it over the head of extra cover in the ring. Bounces a few times. Smacks into the boundary rope. 139 without loss. Mlaba in again to Emma Lamb. Down the leg side she goes. A wide signaled by the umpires. Lamb tried to smack this pull shot to backward square leg. Couldn't connect. I haven't been doing commentary on the ladies for a long time, but this is by far the worst bowling and fielding performance that I've seen from South Africa's ladies, as Mlaba bowls another pie to Emma Lamb, who plays a very nice pull shot down to deep extra cover for a single. Tammy Beaumont goes onto the back foot and smokes this through extra cover for 4. What a shot by Tammy Beaumont there. Expression of intent by England. They are in full-on attack mode, and they will be kicking South Africa while they are down as much as they can. And as Winston Churchill famously said, when asked, why do you kick a man when he's down? Churchill replied, of course, is there a better time to kick him? 145 without loss. Beaumont on strike on 61. Mlaba around the wicket. And Beaumont comes forward, switches to a defensive shot, gets a thick outside edge. The ball is running down to the third man boundary, and I think that's going to hit the boundary ropes for another 4. As Tammy Beaumont moves on to 65. Yes, indeed, 4 more runs. And England just piling on the agony onto the South African ladies as an outside edge goes to the boundary for 4. Those are the worst. 149 without loss, 21.4 overs done. Beaumont facing Mlaba on middle stump. Defends this to the onside. A rare dot ball for South Africa. 1 ball to go in the 22nd. Beaumont on 65 of 72. Lamb there with her on 65 of 63 at the non-strikers end. 1 ball to go in the 22nd. The Mlaba bowls it now onto leg stump. This time Beaumont saves her. The blushes of a wide with a sweep shot to backward square leg. End of the 22nd, 149 without loss. Clarion on YouTube says, used to praise Chetty, but she's been shocking this series, as have all the ladies for South Africa, frankly. As we see a bowling change, Chloe Tryon will be replaced by Shabnim Ismail to try and get a wicket for her captain, Sunaylis. Trisha Chetty, of course, the wicketkeeper, very experienced player, but nowhere near her best in the series. And Clarion says, every ball is like a free hit. Think England should declare. Yes, that'll be the sporting thing to do. But, of course, this England side, remorseless, absolutely clinical and cold-hearted, just keep exploiting the errors of the South African ladies, making them look like a very much amateur side, making them look like a provincial side here playing against the pros of England. So there's some discussion here, some field changes. Emma Lamb looks around to see where she can hit the next boundary. 149 without loss, start of the 23rd over. So Shabnim Ismail has bowled 3 overs for 14 so far. The least expensive of the South African bowlers today. She comes in right arm over the wicket to Emma Lamb, outside off stump, good length, defended down into the ground. Emma Lamb playing almost a half-hearted drive there. Some pace off the ball, it looked like to me there, by Shabnim Ismail. She's at the top of the mark. Is Ismail once again, and comes running in now to Lamb on Midland leg, defended to the onside, no run. 22.2 overs gone, 149 without loss. Run rate now 6.67, so 6.66 repeating. Good start to the over so far for South Africa. Dot balls have been there, not enough of them, but then the release shots, the boundary deliveries coming thick and fast as well. Ismail onto the off stump of Emma Lamb, who tries the ramp shot outside her off stump and sacrifices her wicket. She gets the wicket, does Shabnim Ismail. Off stump is tilted back. Emma Lamb goes for 65 off 65 deliveries and a strike rate of exactly 100. So well done, Emma Lamb, and thank goodness Shabnim Ismail. She will be bowling to a new bowler. It's 149 for 1. Beaumont there also on 65. So easy to work out the 19 extras that England have been gifted so far. No smile on the face of Shabnim Ismail. She knows her team is in trouble. And there she cracks one as she gets a hug from Chloe Tryon to congratulate her. And congratulations to Emma Lamb. 66 balls she faced, for her 65, dipping her strike rate to 98.48. Clarion says, what's the prediction? Will Beaumont or Lamb get hundreds or both, or will they run themselves out? Yeah, they've been very attacking since they both got to their 50s. And again, Emma Lamb trying an attacking shot, trying to make hay, as they say, and sacrificing her wicket for the team's cause there, you would have to say. And Clarion says, okay, spoke too soon. Maybe I should predict centuries. Yes. Let's jinx these English ladies as hard as we can. Of course, we are South African fans here on Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. And if you are not, we are unapologetically looking at these matches with green-colored glasses. 149 for 1. 149 run opening stand for England. That is awesome. Hopefully South Africa can match that. Andri Steyn and Laura Wolfhard opening the batting. We'll look at this and say it's a good batting wicket. But you should obviously also take into account the horrible bowling by the South African ladies so far. Bad performance in the field. Very uncharacteristic and very frustrating as a South African fan, because we know the quality that these ladies do have, and it's always infuriating when you support a team, you know their potential, and they just know when. So that brings to the wicket the Centurion from the previous match, Sophia Dunkley. If my memory is correct, she scored a bunch of runs. Yes, indeed, 107. Was her best score in the previous match. And I do recall that there was some optimism after the opening partnership was broken there in Bristol, and then Sophia Dunkley just said, hang on, not so fast. She still had something to say about that. Shabnim Ismail goes into Dunkley, who leaves this one outside off stump. There's a second slip in for the new batter, right-handed Sophia Dunkley. And she is playing in her 22nd match. Sophia Dunkley, 583 runs with the highest score, as I mentioned, of 107 and an average of 34.29. So Shabnim Ismail with the 5th delivery of the 23rd over comes over the wicket to the right-handed Dunkley. Full outside off stump, defended to point, no run. Dunkley just hanging her bat full and wide outside off stump. So once again, not the ideal delivery to be bowling to a new batter with your slip in. You want to be getting it into that fourth stump line, into that channel of uncertainty to make the batter play, force the shot, and then looking for that outside edge. I think that South Africa will be very worried because the conditions didn't look too bad for bowling. We saw some movement off the pitch. We saw some movement through the air. Shabnim Ismail into Dunkley, who drives at this one, and it's inside half of the bat to extra cover for no run. The score is still 149 for 1 after 23 overs. And I've got 6 more deliveries to go in my stint here, and then we will be hearing from Ruud and Liam once again. Our young men who will be returning to school tomorrow, taking the time out of their valuable vacation school holiday to give us some commentary, so we really appreciate that. And Marizon Cup also back into the attack, so Sunay Lees thinking, if one of my strike bowlers can come back and do something, maybe the other one can as well. Marizon Cup will be bowling her 4th over. She's conceded 17 runs. She opened the bowling with Shabnim Ismail, who has now bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14. Not sure if that is correct. She's bowled, Ismail has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 14, excuse me. Marizon Cup at the top of her mark, shining the ball. She comes in now to Tammy Beaumont, right arm over the wicket, full on middle, and driven very nicely by Tammy Beaumont past mid-on for 4. That was a beautifully timed shot by Tammy Beaumont, just leant on that delivery onto her middle and leg stump and goes racing along the boundary, beating the fielder at mid-on. Good seam position, full delivery on middle and leg, looking for the Yorker, looking for the mistake from the batter, but that was absolutely faultless from Tammy Beaumont. What a shot. 4 runs, 153 for 1, so 50 up for England in 23.1 overs as Cup continues and beats the outside edge of Tammy Beaumont. Good length delivery, outside off, and just scraping past, well, it didn't scrape past the outside edge because otherwise it would have been a wicket for Marizon Cup, but half in between indecision from Tammy Beaumont, neither forward nor back, and an excellent delivery by Marizon Cup. And the South Africans think there was an edge. They've reviewed this. They think they got an edge there. The umpire said not out. 153 for 1, 23.2 overs gone. The run rate 6.56 for England. They lost the toss. South Africa chose to bowl first. And we see a replay now. And the ball is very close to the edge. So maybe I was correct that it just scraped past the outside edge. It's very close to the bat there. And let's see, there's no spike from ultra edge. So that will be a review lost for South Africa. And the umpire doing a great job there. Umpires for today, by the way. So South Africa have 1 review remaining. Umpires for today are Anna Harris and Sue Redfern. So if I'm not mistaken, that was Anna Harris. Got that spot on. 153 for 1. And now Sunay Lees looking a bit more upbeat, a little bit more energetic there as she stands at mid-off next to Marizon Cup, who runs in with no slip. This one is just flicked off her pads once again by Tammy Beaumont. Not quite so nicely timed. And it bounces halfway in between herself and the fielder at mid-wicket catching. No run. Dunkley on 0 of 3 at the non-strikers end. Beaumont on 69 of 76. 6.51 is the run rate. Cup into Beaumont. Thick outside edge off the forward defensive shot. The ball runs down to the third man boundary, and the fielder running around won't be able to cut it off. It was too fine there. That would have gone straight to a second slip. And that's 4 more runs to Tammy Beaumont. She goes on to 73, 157 for 1. 2 balls to go in the 24th over. Oh, Marizon Cup will be furious, will be fuming. Okay, well, that might have dropped short of slip. Might have dropped short of gully, in fact. Just everything going England's way. Cup in again, full on that 4th stump line. Beaumont tries to drive that to the onside, but there's no run. Inside off the bat, onto the pads, out to the offside. 23.5 overs gone, 157 for 1. What can South Africa do here? Beaumont's gone back into a shell after the loss of that wicket, not looking nearly as attacking as she did earlier. She defends this one down to third man for a single, and she retains the strike. 24 overs gone, 158 for 1. So let me just double check. Yes, indeed. I will be replaced by Ruud. How are you, Mr. Erasmus?
Oh, in already. Yeah, thank God we got at least 1 wicket. We got 1 wicket.
Yes. So I did a little bit better than you guys did. So hopefully you can carry on with the momentum here and take some wickets for South Africa.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much, as I mentioned earlier, for sacrificing the last few hours of your vacation time, of your school holiday. Ishmael will continue, and I will take a break. I'll jump back in with you if Liam doesn't join you soon. Or well, let me stick around for the first few deliveries here.
Awesome. As Travis Ishmael, first ball of this over, very wide outside off, giving Beaumont a lot of width again. There's good fielding from Bosch on the cover fence for only 2. So I've seen that as I was watching, South Africa still can't stick to one side of the wicket. They're still all over the place and giving away free runs and there was a run-out chance they missed and 2 drop catches. So our fielding is not very, very good at the moment.
No, not at all. It's been dismal.
It is. It's you don't want to see it, especially at international level. You do not want to see South African fielders making such stupid mistakes.
Hey, we're in for a treat. It's Coach Dave 93 on Twitter, Mr. David.
How's everybody doing?
Thank you so much. Yes, we were told to expect you when we see you, so here you are, and we're very happy to see you. And I will take a break, and you guys take wickets.
Please do.
This one's just absolutely clipped so beautifully by Beaumont. On the pads from Ishmael, and Beaumont says, thank you very much. Clips it between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 more. And England move on to 164 for 1. How are you, Dave?
Yeah, good in yourself, Ruud. All well. Well, better than the South Africans at the moment. Tammy Beaumont bossing this game.
Yeah, no. I'm just about to say, not great. South Africa not doing very well. Hopefully, we can somehow just get a few wickets, just try to stem the run rate just a bit, because at the moment, England are just rocketing along.
Yeah, you would think that the South Africans would be loving the conditions in the UK at the moment with the heat wave that they're currently experiencing. But let's see how they're able to fight back in this game, if any.
Yeah, no, I think this deck also has been playing. It's not, a true deck all the way. There has been some invariable bounce, and it has been swinging a bit, slipping around. But I just don't think the South Africans have taken their chances or bowled the way they should have on this deck.
Do you think it's a matter of kind of mentally preparing to go home? Do you think they've just had enough and they're ready to head back to South African shores?
Oh, as this one's just absolutely driven beautifully by Beaumont between an extra cover and mid-off, the smallest of gaps, and it's gone and run away for another boundary. Well,
yeah, Otto instructed us to take wickets. We can't do that when we're bowling half volleys now, can we?
No, definitely not. But Beaumont's still good enough to put it through that tiny gap. But yeah, I think what I really don't hope is about, we just want to go home because we still got 3 T20s to play. So that's our attitude, then I can't see us winning those. As this one's pulled by Beaumont, another boundary. This one from Ishmael short. It just sits up for Beaumont, and she's on 84. She's not going to miss that. She moves on to 88, score 172 for 1.
Yeah, follow up the long, the half volley with the long hop. So
yeah,
great
and,
plan there.
But this deck has been, it looked kind of slow, and it looks like every time you go short, it just kind of holds up in the pitch, and it just sits up like a tennis ball, there to be whacked wherever you want it. So I think the England players will be looking at this and saying, okay, can't go short, and maybe use those variations which South Africa haven't actually done so far.
Yeah, there's been a couple of cutters here, but you've got to let the ball do something from a decent length. You can't pitch it up there and expect magic from those lengths.
And I also think, South Africa with that new ball, very, very wide, and, not really getting the English players on that front foot just outside off, giving all the width they wanted or going short. You can't expect to take wickets in the power play bowling like that.
No, certainly not. Just for those of you who have joined us, very good afternoon to you. 25 overs gone. South Africa are in the field, and England are 172 for 1. Dunkley is yet to get off the mark on 3, but Tammy Beaumont at the other end is absolutely bossing this game. 88 from 85 deliveries. Marizanne Cup, 4 overs, 0 for 26. She's been okay, but it's not been fantastic from the South African bowlers. She goes to Dunkley.
Oh, what a cricket shot. Marizanne Cup, half volley on middle stump, and Dunkley says, thank you very much. I'll just straight drive you past mid on for 4. What a cricket shot from Sophia Dunkley.
Yeah, again, Marizanne Cup over pitching. It's essentially just a throwdown for Dunkley. You wouldn't say no to a delivery like that up front.
No, definitely not.
In terms of your first scoring shot, and Marizanne Cup just puts her hands on her knees and hides her face in disappointment, because that was juicy.
Oh, this is a much better delivery from Marizanne Cup. Good follow-up delivery. This one back of a length, just squaring up Dunkley. And that is what South Africa needs to do a lot more of. Get these England players in, get them in discomfort. Don't get them settled. They've got to make sure that these English players are as uncomfortable as possible. As Cup again into Dunkley, who comes down the track a bit and just works it straight to mid-off on a run. As we see the score at the moment, 176 for 1 with 3 balls left in the 26th over. Dunkley on 4 of 6 and Beaumont on 88 of 85. She just rocketed along. She got her 50 in about 62 deliveries, so 38 deliveries, the other 38 coming in no time. As this one again from Marizanne Cup, absolutely squaring up Dunkley, seaming in and then just nipping away at the last moment. Dunkley trying to work this into the leg side, but with no result. As we see, Sinelu just trying to encourage her bowlers, try to keep the spirits up. In a time like this where wickets are hard to come by, runs are just flowing, and everything just missing the edge if it's not going to boundary, it's hard to be a fielder. As this one from Dunkley, back of a length, and it's just blotted down towards the middle of the pitch. They scamper through for another single.
Yeah, I mean, Rut, you'd know as well as anybody that when coaches have a look at a game plan ahead of an encounter, particularly when you've been struggling, they'll be a little bit more concise in their planning. And when the response is, the execution's not there, what do you expect from your players?
Well, I've always believed that, it's good to have a game plan and everything, but as soon as you get on the field, you actually kind of just throw the game plan away because you can't predict what's going to happen. You might just have an off day, or the pitch might be playing in a different way than you expected. But if you go out by saying, okay, we're going to bowl all back of a length, outside off, and you go full on their legs, what can you really do as a coach? You can just and as a captain, it's very hard to actually be able to captain a team like that because you've had this game plan and everything, and it just, the players don't, what's the word? They don't go according to the game plan and try to, they can't execute the game plan, and they almost look for the miracle ball. Try to get a wicket every ball.
But if you can't execute the game plan, then are you playing at the correct level? Because I'm going to be very critical here of both Sine Lewis's as captain and the bowlers here, because at 178 for one halfway through, you've only picked up the wicket of Emma Lamb for 65 from 66. So, what's gone wrong here, and who needs to answer the questions? Well, Ayabonga Kaka makes her return. She's gone for 7.5 in 3 overs, 0 for 23. It's those kind of numbers. Nadine de Klerk, 8.5. Nonkululeko Mlabo, 6.8. Chloe Tryon, 6.4. You've got to say, okay, cool. We haven't executed in terms of what the game plan was, and it's not because they can't do it in terms of skill, but they certainly have the game plan and they've not executed. They've been boshed here, and now you've got to answer, well, how do you come back in the back end of an innings like this?
As this one from Kaka, just on middle stump to Beaumont. I also think, South Africa would, especially in the first 20 overs, they bowl, in the first 16 overs, they bowl 5 great deliveries and then 1 tad to full, and it's a misfield and it goes for 4, and all the pressure just gets released. It's that they can't bowl 6 consistent balls at the same spot as this one from Kaka, just on the legs of Beaumont, who comes down the track and works it to mid-wicket. If you can't keep that pressure that you're building, you're never going to be able to get the wickets, because you've got to put the batsmen under pressure. And if your fielders aren't working with you, or you're stepping over and getting them free hits or bowling a wide, it doesn't help your cause to try and get the wicket and build the pressure.
No, absolutely not. And it's small mistakes like that teams like England will capitalize on. Dunkley facing Kaka.
Kaka wide outside off, and Dunkley just smashes this through cover and mid off. Another half volley from Kaka wide outside off, giving Dunkley all the width she would want in this early stage of an innings. And once again, we talk about South Africa just giving that one loose delivery to a batsman that's not in, and just giving them free range and saying, okay, you want to get off the mark and get stage ODI, here's a perfect ball for you to do it.
Also diving over the ball. I'm grumpy about this.
No, definitely. If we want to do anything in the World Cup, we're going to have to get our fielding up to standards and be able to build pressure. That's a much better delivery from Kaka, just outside off, and it kind of keeps low. And Dunkley, she tries to, just throw the bat at it, misses it, and Chetty does the work behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a good take there by Trisha Chetty, the seasoned campaigner that she is, experienced. She's got Sonella Jafta breathing down her neck in terms of the gloving position. This one's better, as it just nips in off the seam, and all that Dunkley can do is push quite hard at it. I want to know, okay, cool. South Africa are now going to pull this back. The key is building pressure here. It's something that is spoken a lot about in the longer format of the game, and how do they answer the questions? And you mentioned it. If you're going to go to a World Cup, you're going to be under pressure.
As Dunkley comes down the track and just smashes this over the top of mid-on. Full delivery from Kaka. Dunkley comes down the track, and it's another boundary for England. And a good over that it was only conceding 5 runs goes for 9, just with one bad delivery and a good shot from Dunkley.
Yeah, absolutely. Great use of the feet there by Dunkley. Just upsetting Kaka's length, and summarily dispatched. And all that Shabnim Ismail could do was turn and go collect from the boundary. And Josie Oak on Twitter saying, "You're doomed."
You're saying Chetty is a seasoned campaigner with all the experience. I was so surprised, actually, and disappointed with the fact that she missed that run-out chance of, I think it was Beaumont, in over number 20, 21, just before Lamb got out. I mean, an easy take with no real pressure on her, and she just completely missed it. What do you think contributes to that? Maybe just not being able to get wickets, or what's the reason for that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you a little bit more here. As the change of bowling comes, Nonkululeko Mlaba for the left arm orthodox.
Beaumont goes on the sweeps and gets this fast short 45 for a boundary of the first ball on the pads from Malaba, and Beaumont says thank you very much, goes on the one knee and sweeps it past 45 for another boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Beaumont. Just immediately onto the wayward line from Nonkululeko Mlaba, and a boundary to begin. Now the pressure going back to the left arm spinner. She comes round the wicket.
And Beaumont again goes for the sweep, this time a lot squarer, past square leg, and it is another boundary. So 2 in 2, the score 195 for 1, and Beaumont getting ever closer to that 100.
Rut, skipper, please. You're telling me that the ball's turning enough that we don't need a deep square?
Oh, I'm just saying, not just that, but why do you want to bowl on the legs if you don't have a deep square? I mean, if you don't have a deep square, you've probably got a sweeper out and a long off to get her driving in the air instead of just going on the one knee and having all the range, as they do drop square leg now. But yeah, it's stupid things like that. It's stupid things like that. And I think it's because Sunay Loose, she's not experienced yet. She's very young in the captaincy role. But I think as time goes by, she'll probably, hopefully, get that experience and pick up small things like that.
Yeah, a lot of conversation around the absence of Danae van Niekerk in the Commonwealth Game squad as Mlaba comes in again. It's overpitched this time and bunted down the ground. Thankfully, at long on, you'd find Shabnam Ismail, who will collect, and they'll get through for 197 now for 1. 2 balls remaining in the 28th. Yeah, I mean, she's not completely new to the job, but still, there are some learning gaps that are there. Speaking of the devil, this one is swept to her at a 45.
And, since she's taken on the captaincy role, she hasn't really been bowling a lot. And, I think that's a big loss for South Africa, especially since she is a leggy. And she
used
to be a very...
driven out into the covers as Beaumont gets to 100. It's a simple single, excuse me, from Tammy Beaumont to get to 3 figures.
Very, very sloppy once again from South Africa. That's just a single inside the inner ring. And you would not expect her to be able to get a single there, but the middle fielder sleeping and not walking in. And Beaumont gets the easy single and gets her ninth century in ODI cricket.
Yeah, 4th against South Africa, coming off 93 deliveries today. 107 strike rate and 16 fours and the 1-6. It's been a cakewalk so far for her. And richly deserved that she's taken the opportunity. All too often you see in international cricket, players get the opportunity to make a big score and they don't always convert. And so good to see from Tammy Beaumont leading from the front today. 198 for 1 with 28 overs gone. And we're about to begin the 29th. And, yeah.
Why do you think? Do you think Sunay Loose, now that she's captain, doesn't want to take the responsibility of bowling as well? Because she can bowl and she's a very capable bowler, and in times of need she's exactly what South Africa need. But for some reason
Kaka,
she
with
never
the
bowls.
new over, slightly overpitched. There was a bit of an attempted ramp shot there from Beaumont. She's got a massive smile on her face, but thankfully a short third was in the ring, and so she was able to just cut it up, not getting the pace off the bat that she maybe would have wanted. So I think we saw Sunay Loose struggle with the accuracy from her bowling in New Zealand, I believe it was, and that's where we felt like she didn't quite back herself. She was switching between leg spin and off spin, and that for me is a sign of concern, because if you're not able to decide, okay, I'm gonna go for the leg spin, but I've got to back myself. And key to that is field settings, because yes, as a leg spinner, you are going to bowl a bad ball now and again, but you've got to give yourself the cover. You've got to have, the field in place to help you, as this one is just driven out by Dunkley to mid off for no run. There's basic types of things that need to be addressed, and the coaching staff should be addressing it with the players. We can't be saying, third game of the series and you still don't have a deep square out for the spinners, be it off spin or leg spin, left or right arm.
Yeah,
to me
definitely.
That seems obvious enough. This one is wide and slashed straight, almost a slap shot off the front foot as England come back for 2. They bring up the 201 with those runs. Mlaba is the one who did the fielding there in the deep. Not happy with it, but nevertheless, England 201 for 1, and they're halfway through the 29th.
Now, do you think South Africa, at this stage, it feels to me like they're concentrating a lot more on, as Kaka coming into Dunkley, just worked into the leg side for no run to mid wicket. It feels like they're trying to get all the trying to control as much of the game as possible. Trying to get the things that you normally wouldn't control, trying to get that under control, and almost forgetting about the basics of like simple field settings, simple fielding techniques, simple just bowling line and length. They're trying to go focus on the extreme and not, focusing and getting the basics right first.
I'll unpack a little bit more of what you've asked there at the end of this over. There's just 2 balls remaining in this one. Kaka's gone for 35 in 4. So she continues to struggle with the ball in hand. If you want to tweet us, talk to us, share your thoughts with us at GerillaSA, GERILLASA. This one's over pitch and smash back past Kaka. It's got a race towards the boundary. Didn't have the legs on it as Tryon does the field, and they'll get for 1. 1 ball remaining in the 29th, 202 for 1. And yes, GerillaSA, tweet us there. We'll read out your thoughts because you are equally as much a part of this family and this commentary group as we are. Go to the comments section of YouTube. Tell us what your thoughts are. We want to hear what you have to say around this performance as well. Go ring the bell. Find us on Patreon at OneWorldSR. Kaka, last ball of the over, and it's a Yorker. So Beaumont just bunts it away. End of the 29th, 202 for 1. So to come to your point, I think as they take drinks as well, I think the challenge that South African women's cricket has had, particularly not only in the series, but it's been a kind of an ongoing trend for a while, is that when they play a side that is able to execute the basics, and they are also trying to execute the basics, the margin of error between the two sides is what is the determining factor of who succeeds and who loses the game. Because you spoke about, okay, the South Africans would bowl 5 balls, and then one of them would be a bad ball, and it's a release shot. So if you put the English in that perspective, out of 60 balls, the South Africans are bowling 30, 40 that are good, and the rest lack the penetration that you need. The English maybe were bowling 45, 50 of those 60 balls that are good balls, and in that time are also scoring from the South Africans wayward lines and lengths. And it's something that I've kind of lamented a little bit in terms of consistency with the ball, is they end up being a little bit more trying to be too innovative in terms of their execution. So I think you talk about, like, the players trying to look for the magic ball. And I think when you're not, if you're honest with yourself, if you're brutally honest and you sit down and you say as a team, we are not executing our basics enough, then you can have the discussion to say, okay, cool, let's continue to work on executing the basics and then worry about the magic ball. But if as a side, you're thinking, okay, we are doing enough in terms of execution, but the opposition is just outplaying us when we're trying to match them, as a skill. So to me, if I'm looking at as a coach, I'm saying the number of full tosses, the number of wides, the number of no balls. These are controllables. And a colleague that a very experienced coach is now actually working in the UK said, control the controllables. Over pitching the ball for a full toss is something you can control. Underpitching it and let it sit up is something you can control. If the pitch plays, you spoke about the pitch. If the pitch plays not how you expected it to, you can't control that, but you can control how you respond to it. If you've come out here and you've said, okay, cool, your job as a bowler today is to bowl line and length. That's it. And if you're bowling 6 out of 6 line and length and they're smashing you, I don't have a problem. If you're bowling line and length and you're going wonderfully well, but the problem is your fielders are letting you down, well, then it's something you need to focus on. Every team is going to get criticized if they're not doing the basics well. If you're trying to bowl a magic ball and you've done the basics well and it doesn't go right, people are going to be upset in the moment, but afterwards we're going to be saying, come on, I mean, really. I'll give you an example. The men's side in 2014 defended 7 runs in a T20 World Cup. Dale Steyn bowling. Okay, they were able to defend less than 10. Come the World Cup in 2015, a year later, they don't defend it. Dale Steyn is the same person bowling. And what happened? He got smashed. Grant Elliott got the New Zealanders through to the final. Okay, so we look at those two and say, we look at the 2015 World Cup and say, but he didn't bowl the right ball at the right time. Yes, but he's done it a year before, so he backs himself. He knows what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Now, if I look at the women's side, they know how to execute. They know what they need to do. They would have had game plans and video analysis and all those types of things. But that consistency, bowling line and length, every single delivery, and then finding, listen, I'm being bossed because they're changing up lines and lengths and so on, lines and lengths in terms of moving around the crease. Then you know you're asking them to control the game as opposed to you being the one who's controlling the game. Nadine de Klerk, 2 overs 0 for 17, will begin the 30th in a sec. So what I'm trying to try and sum it up here, and I'll do it after this delivery. A little bit wider that time.
Yeah, very wide.
So what I'm trying to get at here is these ladies know how to play cricket. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the world stage. They are talented cricketers here. But if you let the game boss you, and I'm not saying your opposition, I'm literally saying the game boss you. De Klerk in again, a little bit wider, well, pretty much a wide-ish delivery, obviously attacking a space that they know Dunkley has a weakness perhaps. If you are doing the right thing, setting the correct field, bowling the good lines and lengths, and executing in the field, then you give yourself the best chance to go out there and perform, even if the pitch is rubbish, even if the ball deteriorates faster, or even if your opposition has a great day. This one is hoiked across the line. This is going to go wide of mid-on, and Car Corner can only fetch it off of the boundary rope. It's a great shot by Dunkley. He's absolutely hammered that across the line.
The previous 2 balls were almost identical, and you can see Dunkley just kind of stepping across the crease and saying, okay, well, I'm not going to try to cut this. I'm going to rather pull it because I'm a lot better at the pull shot, which is also, I think, a great asset the English players have of actually adapting to what the South African players want to do and then, getting their own game plan towards it.
Absolutely. I don't mind how this over has gone, barring that. So it's things like, okay, cool, we've bowled short and wide, she's missed 2. Okay. You go for the third one, maybe pushing a little bit, but you go with what's worked for you. She hammers you for 4 on the leg side. No, it's fine, let her play across the line. The next one, we do it, and she hits us square of the wicket. But then again, it's the small error of the fumble in the field.
Yeah, and they get through for 2 instead of 1.
This one straightened on the pads, whipped away. Chloe Tryon doing the fielding out at Car Corner. So to me, that next delivery that's been bowled full and straight, bring it back ever so slightly in the length and make her play squarer. Because she's been comfortable on the back foot, then if in that awkward length. But if all you're asking her to do is just put her head forward and flick it with her hands, we know that both of these batters are good. Ask the questions, control the controllables. De Klerk in again, and this is a much better delivery. It's one that's jumped out the wicket, and then Beaumont struggled to play that. Somebody on 101 can't get a ball away. You've bowled a good ball. But it's got to be consistent. Pressure comes from executing in the field, setting your field, and bowling to lines and lengths. I'm done with my rant now.
that are also going for 7. Just so everybody knows, the score at the moment 209 for 1 with 20 overs to go. At this stage, if England keep going like they're going, they're getting to 350 quite comfortably.
Maybe it's that kind of track. We don't know. Maybe South Africa will be able to pull it off. That being said, control the controllables. Even if it's blazing hot, even if the pitch is dry, and even if your opposition's having a blinder, bowling the right lines and lengths, setting the field correctly, and making sure you put pressure on the field changes games. I'm telling you,
definitely
guaranteed.
I just feel South Africa have not been great with the bat in this series, and chasing 350 with the form of these South African batsmen, it's not going to be an easy task. So that's where you want your bowlers to just say, okay, our batsmen aren't having a great time. Let's see what we can restrict England to, which is reasonable and not 350, because we know it's probably going to be a lot harder for our batsmen to be able to get that score.
Chloe Tryon to begin her 6th, 0 for 32. Left arm round the wicket she comes to Dunkley, who just bunts this into the ground on the offside, and Wolfart will do the fielding. And they get through for 1. 210 now for 1. So the men have been guilty of poor batting for a long time. Yeah. But what helps them is their bowling. And it's not necessarily because they're producing magic balls with their bowling. It's the ability to consistently pick line and length. Right, try and in again. Much better delivery this time. And if you're rotating in these middle overs, not a problem. Keeping them quiet. This one is in exactly the same area at a deep cover. Sweeping is Wolfart. I don't mind if they rotate 1 and 1. That's how you build pressure. But if you're giving away a full toss, a long hop, again, try and in. Well bowled, line and length, and she's executed there. Kaka does the fielding, no run. I don't mind that. But you've got to build pressure. It can't be one person from one end. Why was Tabraiz Shamsi so effective? Why was Imran Tahir so effective in the middle overs? Pressure. Try and in again. This one is short this time and hammered away through the offside. Again, Wolfart does the fielding and they'll just get 1. Current run rate nearly 7.
Well, when Ayabonga Kaka started, you saw she got a lot of swing in, but she just couldn't control it, and just slipping down the leg side the whole time.
Try on in again, and this is pulled away. Yeah, sorry, that was pulled away, but in the end covered. So there's just a single there. 213 now for 1. 1 ball remaining in the 31st.
But as I was saying, she couldn't control that swing. And that's where, that thing of the final ball of the over just worked into the leg side for what should be 1 if it is 1. That's where you maybe just go cross him if you can't control that swing, but you still kept on going. And that's where, you give away 4 or 5 extras in an over or 4 or 5 extras in a spell. That's 5 extra balls, which can all go for a boundary, So that's where I feel like maybe she just, I don't know, maybe could have gone for cross him, or maybe she's, looking for something and just not getting a line right. But, that's small things that South Africans can actually work on.
Josie Oak asking, could England get to 400, double the score at over 30, like the men? Well, the question is, we've now hit the 31st. Certainly possible, Josie Oak. I certainly think it's within the realm of possibilities, but you've got to expect as de Klerk begins a new over, it's over pitched there and hammered down the ground, but they'll just get 1 for it as Ismail does the fielding. 215 for 1. The key to that is the innings here from Beaumont. If she gets to about 150, Dunkley gets 50 to 80, I think South Africa are going to be playing a lot of fetch,
especially since they still got Shiva in the bank, and I mean she's known for actually ending off innings as a great
lovely shot there, Beaumont. She's just scooped it. It was full and wide, and she was already in position very early, and with 3rd in the ring, we went sailing over the head of Nonkululeko Mlabo. It's a cutter again, but I mean, you've got to give something to attack, but too easy for Beaumont.
Definitely way too easy
needs to race along.
For a batsman on 103, that's bread and butter for all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Good work here. Right, there we go. And this one is an interesting one. It's wide.
Okay, so I've just seen that Natalie Shiver isn't actually in the team. But do you now, as England, maybe not go for Heather Knight coming in next, but maybe Daniel Wyatt? I mean, she is known for, just going ballistic.
220 for one, and this one is smashed away through the offside. There's going to be a lot of hard work here for Wolfhard to try and cut it off. She won't, and that's another boundary for Beaumont. She goes to Nelson, 224 for one after 31 and a half overs. Try to overcompensate there because the last one was short and wide, and Nadine de Klerk being punished all over this ground today, as has all of the South African bowlers. There's the shouts of catch, but not even Morne Morkel on the shoulders of Carl Jameson was catching that one. In again. This one's full and wide, slashed away square of the wicket, and there's a lot of more work here for the sweeper to do some cleaning up, but does so in the end. And 31.4 overs gone, 2-5 for one. Dunkley on 28. I'm interested to see how England play with their batting order here. I think it's an opportunity for somebody who maybe hasn't had the time in the middle with as little pressure as possible, as this one is driven out too long off. Good line and length there. I'm happy with that one. They just get 2-7 for one ball remaining, or 2-6 rather, for one ball remaining in the 32nd. I would love to see that. I'd love to see one of the batters who maybe hasn't had some time in the middle to get the opportunity to come and spend some time at the crease. I think it's valuable, as everybody would love to see that. Great line and length there, but managed to squeeze it to the right hand of Mlaba. It's going to race away to the third boundary for 4. It was unfortunate. They're catching a big outside edge, but that brings 230 up at the end of the 32nd. Dunkley on 29, Beaumont on 116, England in the driving seat.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely love to see somebody like Danny Wyatt, who hasn't been in great form of late, and we all know what she's capable of, to maybe get, if a wicket does fall in the next 5 or 6 overs, where she can have 12 to 10 to 15 proper overs of batting with no real pressure on her and just really going for it. I think that could probably be something to see.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to put you in the shoes of Sunelus, as we begin a try-on over, the 7th try-on over, 0 for 37, and only Shabnam Ismail, the wicket taker. This was good flight from Chloe Tryon. That is what I like to see. Don't be afraid to toss it up. Let her drive you. No run there as Tryon does the fielding. I want you to give me a 3-step plan about how South Africa can minimize damage here. As Tryon goes in again. This one is just worked off the pads. And there's an opportunity for a run out, but Beaumont is too quick off the mark, and they'll just get 1 as they go through to 231 for 1. So I'm going to give you some time, maybe to the end of the over. I want a 3-point plan, and I want specifics. I want this person bowling and that person and where they must bowl and how and why at the end of this over to find out how South Africa can stem the flow here and possibly pick up wickets. Right. Try and in again. Good line and length, and just worked away through to the offside. They'll get a single for it as Wolfhard does the cleanup work. 232 for 1. Run rate now 7.14. South Africa not able to stem the tide. Beaumont struggling with a little bit of cramp. She's worked hard, and she's now feeling a little bit of the heat, presumably not used to it being from England. This one is dying on its way, but through to Dunkley, who whips this away, squared the wicket on the onside, almost squared up and hammered away, squared the wicket, and just the 1 there for her. So South Africa able to keep it quiet. If you're able to keep 4, 5, 6 to the over, I don't mind, but 7, 8 more, you're going to struggle. Right, try and in again. Better line and length this time, and it's a great bit of fielding at backward point that has prevented what could so easily have been a boundary. Great bit of fielding there at backward point. Nobody stuck out as to who it may have been. We'll try and see who it was. Traditionally, it's Laura Volfart there at backward point. Nevertheless, we'll keep an eye on it. Tryon in again, last ball of the over, floats it up, and down the wicket comes Dunkley, trying to do something a little bit special. She's upset with herself. She's missed out there because it just finds Shabnam Ismail at a shortish mid-wicket. 33 overs gone, 234 for 1, and we want to know from Ruud, what's your plan? 3 steps, go.
Oh, okay. Let's try this. Okay, so obviously I'll start with the field setting.
Okay.
I'll have definitely a square leg, short 45.
Who's bowling?
On, it's going to be still Malaba and Tryon. Okay. So I'll have my square leg, my short 45, my short mid wicket, a long on, a cow corner, long off, a short cover. So how much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Short cover 7.8 and a sweeper 9.
Okay.
And then just
sweep on the offside.
Yeah, sweep on the offside.
Got you.
Then just give it as much flight as possible. Try to pitch it on maybe a middle 2 offline. Get it nice and full. Get it to.
Laba begins the new over. Down the wicket comes Beaumont, who just finds Sine Lees at mid-off. Go on.
Giving it a nice flight, going over, putting it on middle stump and telling Beaumont
Laba in this one is straighter this time and just worked away to the onside as looks like de Klerk does the fielding down there in the deep at deep square. So just the 1 there, 235 for 1.
And then, just telling Beaumont and Dunkley, either you're getting singles, which I'm very happy with, or you're going to have to take on the field.
Again, this is on the leg stump and whipped away. They look for 2 here. Let's see how they go. They are declined that option because Chloe Tran has done the fielding there. So just 1 from it.
So, telling them either you're getting the singles, which I as a captain I'm very happy with, or you have to actually try and go over
down the wicket, and South Africa have a wicket. Down the wicket comes Beaumont. She's been stumped. It's exactly what Ruud's asked for. Throw it in the air. Toss it up.
Yeah.
You're going to get the wicket. Beaumont came down the wicket earlier in the over. She's been stumped by Trisha Chetty, and the breakthrough, thank you, Ruud. Donkey, captain. Spundy Sailor. Right. Beaumont for 119 has been dismissed. Mlaba has her first wicket. And that's what you got to do. Toss it up. Easy take for Chetty. She doesn't miss out this time. And the bails can come off.
Now, I would love to see Sine Lewis actually, whether it's Heather Knight or Wyatt, I would love to see Sine Lewis actually bring everybody in, maybe have 2 or 3 boundary riders and actually put a lot of pressure on the new batsman, making sure that Dunkley starts feeling the pressure. And that, she can't just rotate the strike, otherwise the batsman at the non-striker will be pinned down, that she actually has to make a play and put as much pressure on this new batsman as possible. Don't give him nothing away from.
Take nothing away from Tammy Beaumont. She's played a world-class innings. Knight is the new batter at the wicket. She joins Dunkley now. Run rate is 7, and presumably you'll see it dip to around 6.5 in the next 5 or so overs. South Africa now have an in. They have to make the most of this opportunity. They must try and bowl as much as they can to Knight, because with 2 balls remaining in the over, give her 1 here. I know you said bring the field in. I'd give her 1. Bowl a full over of Tryon again at her at the next over. That's what I want.
I would actually, maybe play a gamble and maybe bring on Ishmael, who's taken wickets in the past. Get her the night as early as possible. Maybe give Ishmael 1 or 2 overs at night and bring the field and put in as much pressure as possible.
I like that. Heather Knight, 127 games, 3,485 runs. She averages 36.3 with a strike rate of 72. 200s to her name. Her best is 106 versus Pakistan at Leicester in 2017. So, coming into a game where there's no real pressure, 236 for 2. But what we've seen so many times, Ruud, is a wicket begets another. And so the pressure now back on England, not not foot on throat type stuff, but certainly one in which they would feel that the game could turn anyway. Great delivery again from Nonkululeko Mlaba. This is what I want. Thank you very much, ladies. This one is just squeezed out square of the wicket on the offside rather. No run available there. One ball remaining in the 34th. Let's see how Mlaba finishes. She goes tonight. A much better. Oh, that's a glorious line. It's just a back foot punch through to the cover fielder. Wolfart cleans it up, and there's one there. And the end of the over. 34 gone, 237 for 2. Right, so what was the third part of your plan? Field placings, bowlers, and now what's next?
I can't remember what I wanted to do. No, wait, just give me okay, so I was saying, give it as much flight as possible. Make England come to you in the sense of, don't give them the opportunity of, okay, I'm bringing mid-off up, go over mid-off. Rather say, okay, you want singles, that's okay with me, you scoring 300 maximum. Or try to go for the boundary and, you get the wicket, you have the chance of getting a wicket. So I would just try to put as much, go for it.
No, to your point, I want to slow the game down. I want to frustrate them. You talk about let them come at you. Absolutely. Slow the game down. You're going to bowl with spinners. Don't rush through the overs. I know you've got over rates and you can always catch that up when needed. But I think if you are frustrating them with you bowling, lots of flighted deliveries and you are making, them come to you, that frustration will tell. Try on with a lovely delivery that so nearly could have caught the edge of Heather Knight's bat. She's only on one. That's her third delivery there. So a dot ball through to Chetty. It's a great delivery. Line and length. Control the controllables. Thank you for listening to Coach.
Well, now, my question is, where was this 10, 15 overs ago?
Tryon, again, able to just extract a single from that night shot. And so they get through 238 for 2.
I mean, why couldn't South Africa put this pressure on Lamb and Beaumont when they were just getting the innings started? Why did
down the wicket comes Dunkley as she pushes this, rather bunts it down the ground to long on. I don't mind that, and I'll tell you why. I know that Tryon's in the head of Dunkley because if she's trying to come down the wicket to try and play a cross-batted shot, I know that Tryon is not allowing her to get what she wants. Back foot punch once again in the ring, and there's immediate return throw to Chetty. So there's no run available for Knight. 2 balls remaining in the over. Now England are feeling the pressure. They shouldn't because it's 6.89 to the over. But like I said, in the next 5 overs, before the 40th over, there will be a 6.5 run rate. Reverse sweep this time, and it hits Tresha Chetty on the leg, but they manage to sneak a single there.
No, definitely. I mean, if England, in a great position still, but they had all that momentum going at 7 and over. They want to keep going at 7 and over. So this is, frustrating them a lot.
Opportunity for a run out here. Shabnam Ismail with the bullet arm, but everybody's home safe and in their beds. No need to worry about gremlins or things catching you. You remember if you were a kid, turn the light off and run so fast. But I don't know if you remember, there was a Muhammad Ali quote and talks about, I was so fast. I turned the light off and I was in bed before it was dark. Imagine the confidence you have to have to that. Nevertheless, 35 gone, 241 for 2. If you want to share your thoughts about this game or any other game for that matter, tweet us at GuerrillaSA, GUERILLASA. Go to our YouTube channel. Give this video a thumbs up. Ring the bell. We're going to be bringing you Rugby Championship very shortly in the beginning stages of August, around about the 8th or 9th, depending on how the fixtures pan out. But yes, we are going to be bringing you that. I am looking forward to that. I will tell you, after South Africa's victory in Cape Town on Saturday, I am certainly enthralled by that. Go ding the bell so that you know when we're live. We've got podcasts, football, cricket. We've got broadcasts of cricket and rugby. We are covering you in sport. You want to love it. You can even sleep with the cricket covers because that's how much we love sport. So, yes, join us at One World Sports Radio. Dunkley facing up to Mlaba. Down the wicket, smashes it back at Mlaba, who manages to get a hand to it. There's a wringing of her hands from Mlaba, but she stopped a boundary there, guaranteed. What a great effort there by Mlaba. That's the key. That's the key. Pressure. I'm telling you, it makes all the difference. And
it does. It definitely
you
does.
telling me that they did anything different in terms of how they bowled to Beaumont and Dunkley? Yes, they just pulled the lengths ever so slightly. What happened?
But now, why does it take you 20, 25 overs to realize, okay, I can't go that full? Why can't you see that right from the start?
Well,
That's my big question.
they've managed to pull it back. I think that's the key. They've
Yeah,
learned
I know.
that lesson. As we see Mlaba getting some treatment. I agree. It shouldn't take you that long.
Yeah,
But
it
nevertheless,
definitely should.
they've pulled it back. Now the key is, okay, now it's 6.85. It's going down. This run rate is going down. There's 5 overs left before the 40th. You bring it down to 6.5. I'm telling you, England are not scoring more than 290 here, which they were supposed to score. What was it, 350?
Yeah,
Just before the fall of that wicket?
Yeah, that was
South Africa
the
will
projected
pull this back.
score.
This England batting lineup is power. South Africa are missing Mignon de Pree, who was struggling with form before she retired. Lizelle Lee. There's a bit of controversy about why she retired. And Danae van Niekerk. 3 crucial people with the bat.
It doesn't help when 3 of your most experienced batsmen aren't playing.
But it's an opportunity for somebody else to step up. It's something we speak about very often in cricketing and commentating. Do you take the opportunity? We look at a number of cricketers that have come in and say, okay, well, they didn't take the opportunity. And now they have to, they have to deal with the fact that they've not taken the opportunity. And we're not saying immediately you must score 3,000 runs up front. I'll give you an example. Men's game, Riley Rousseau, somebody who smashed it at South African international cricket, struggled for a long time, and then smashed it, decided, I'm out. I'm going to make a Kolpak deal. Kolpak's fell away. Well, look what he's just done. He's hammered it in England, and what has he got himself? A call-up back to the national side. You're going to fail at some point, but how do you respond? Great. I think there's a quote by Eric Thomas. He's a motivational speaker, as Mlaba will get in once again. 37 degrees. I'll touch on that in a second. So Eric Thomas says, if you can fall, try and land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. Mlaba back in to this over. Well bowled, and this one's stopped at a wideish mid-off as they scream through for a single. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Good work there. 242 for 2. If you can, when you fall, try and land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. How do you respond to pressure? That's where mettle is tested. That's where true athletes show their skill, determination, and excellence. When you are down, how do you fight back? Mlaba in once again. Round the wicket she comes, and a much better delivery. This is what I like to see. It's like a good cup of tea. Let it stoop for hours on end. Maybe you can't see the bottom of the cup. Tell me how you want your tea made. At Gorilla SA, GERILLASA. Woi Pom, how do you like your tea? You're a tea man, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Right, Mlaba, left arm round the wicket. Lovely floater delivery. Oh, it just catches the outside edge. It's going to run fine here, and it'll run away to the boundary. Unfortunate there. You almost want to be begging for a slip in that position.
Yeah, I was just about to say, with all this pressure, do you gamble on maybe getting that slip, or just gamble on getting somebody in close for that edge?
That's straight into slipper's paws. Left arm spinner, no slip in place. It's the same with no square leg. You can attack and defend at the same time. Right, Mlaba, round the wicket, much floated delivery this time, bashed down the wicket again, and there's a shout of how was that, umpire. And they're going to go upstairs here because it's taken a deflection or a redirection off of Nonkululeko Mlaba onto the stumps, and she may have run out night here. That's body on the line stuff. She's already taken one to the hand. She takes another one here with a skill here, and she might have picked up a wicket. Wickets are wickets. Buy one if you need to. Purchase it.
Yeah, but Knight doesn't look very confident. Very worried.
Oh, she's safe. Good reactions there by Heather Knight.
Yeah, I've been run out like that too many times.
Cruelty of Mother Cricket. She just isn't fair.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially if you haven't had any good form and then you finally get a good innings going, and then you get run out like that.
I mean, let's look at Dean Elgar's career. Man started on a pair in Test cricket. She's safe, no worries. Now he's one of the best cricketers in the world. He started on a pair. That's cruel. Like mother cricket, you can be smashing it at domestic cricket. You get your call up, you're like, yeah, I'm excited. You don't sleep the night before. Your mom and dad are watching there, noughts, and then you think, oh, flip, am I actually cut out for this? Yes.
Or like Adam Markram absolutely smashing it in his first 10 games and then just going nowhere.
Great bit of bowling there from Mlaba to close out her 9th. No run available there. 36 gone, 247 for 2. Dunkley on 38 from 40. Knight on 4 from 7. And Ruud and I are enjoying our time together. Joined by the boss man, Otto Ozmaster Simon. Good evening.
Yes. So I'm not sure if I will be flying solo now, but not so great, guys. Cricket is fun to watch, fun to talk about, but not so much fun for South African fans.
You asked us to take a wicket. We've done that, boss.
Yeah, we've taken one.
Took a wicket.
You took one. That's good work.
Thanks.
Happy with that. 247 for 2. Start of the 37th. Chloe Tryon bowling her 9th. She's conceded 44. And the least expensive bowler for South Africa, 5.5 runs per over. Chloe Leslie Tryon. Left arm round the wicket to Heather Knight, the English captain. Full and wide. And spanked. Past the diving cover. They come back for 2 as the sweeper on the cover boundary tidies that up. 249 for 2. Knight moves on to 6 off 8. And Dunkley with her there on 38 or 40. Run rate now for England, 6.8. South Africa will be chasing at least 300 here, unless there's a massive collapse. Tryon in again, and Knight just off the back foot punches this down to long on for a single. 250 up for England in 36.2 overs at a run rate of 6.8, as I mentioned.
And if my mother's watching, no, I'm not smoking. I'm just lighting candles ahead of load shedding.
Dismal, yeah, from South Africa so far. Dunkley on his stumps just guides this to the onside for a single.
And
251 for 2.
Mad. You're barking mad, hey?
Yes, it's dog walking time of day here in Pretoria. So my dog is very curious and very upset as Knight defends this one off her leg stump into the onside for no run. 251 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 37th. Heather Knight on 7 off 10. Reverse sweep and evades the fielder at backward point inside the ring. The ball scoots down to the backward point boundary for 4. Good shot there by Heather Knight. And that's 255 for 2 for England. This is already a unassailable score for South Africa, given the form in the series so far, David.
Yeah, it seems that way. Like we spoke about the batting power of England, and South Africa have to certainly give it a valiant attempt here. And I know they were much better from Tryon in terms of line, but over pitching and getting away with a bit of a freebie there because she's bowled a full toss there that should have been dispatched. And Knight knows exactly that. 37 gone, 255 for 2.
Yeah, I'm about half a beat behind you. If you can pause your feed for like a second. And
do you want me to call the balls and strikes until I look? I'm gonna stick with you as long as I can here. Power or no power, I'm committed to the game. I just might switch quickly. So you maybe call the balls because I might switch over just from Wi-Fi to hotspot. We make a plan here. Guerrilla Cricket South Africa.
Thank you.
To you.
We are resilient. We are gorillas. Yes.
Exactly. Right. Dead ball.
Dunkley on 39 or 41. as Mlaba aborts her run-up, or her walk-up, or the spinner, left arm orthodox spinner around the wicket. To Sophia Dunkley on 39, steps down the wicket, smokes this one out to long off. It should be collected. It is. They should only get a single. They do. 256 for 2. Start of the 38th over.
Going along nicely here, Sophia Dunkley. She's going to move her way closer to that milestone of 50. Just 10 runs away, but she's got able support from Heather Knight.
Captain facing Mlaba. And she steps down the wicket to the pitch of the ball and absolutely creams this ball past mid-off and through to the long off boundary for 4. That is a beautifully timed shot by Heather Knight, using her feet, getting to the pitch and just driving it all along the ground. Very nicely done there. Beautiful shot. So Knight is on 15 of 13, 260 for 2. Mlaba into Heather Knight off the back foot this time. Punched to backward point. Wolfhard fumbles. They come through for
0.
They abandon the single. That's a dot ball. Woohoo! You have to celebrate the small victories here, David, because there's not a lot for South Africa. Mlaba into Knight again. Onto the back foot goes Knight. Gives herself room outside the leg stump and punches this down to long on for a single. 261 for 2.
I'd love to see
balls to go in the 38th.
Yeah, I'd love to see Mlaba come wide here, because if she's able to go wide and then dart it in, bowl a lot quicker than she is now, I think that's how you rush batters. Because if you're able to dart it in, and then the slow ball comes, that's when you're going to find some success, no doubt about it.
Mlaba floats it up nicely, straight back to the bowler. That left hand of Nonkululeko Mlaba must be burning by now. Third time that she's fielded a cracking shot off her own bowling. 261 for 2.
Game-saving
run rate now for England 6.9 after being asked to bat by Suneli's wide and short outside off stump, driven into long off by Sophia Dunkley. She gets a single. End of the 38th over. 262 for 2. So, cue the collapse for England. Otherwise, South Africa will be chasing in excess of 350 at least. And England will be very disappointed if they don't get close to 400 from this position.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting final 12 overs. 21 extras, though, Otto. I mean, as coach, drives you mad. Drives you mad. I think it was 11 wides at one point in the not-so-recent part. And that also, as a coach, I want to tear what little hair I have on my head out. I'll pluck my beard. I don't care. 11 wides? I'm sorry. If it's there's 5 wides, I can understand, but 11 wides? Good grief. I mean, you got to cut it down to 5 at the most in a game.
Yeah, and there weren't many leg byes. I think most of those 21 extras have been no balls and wides. So that's almost, it's 3.5 overs extra that you're giving a champion team like England, and that's a decent score for a lower middle order batter in this format.
And that's the question that Ruud was asking me, to say, okay, well, how do you change? So I said, well, control the controllables. Controlling that which you can focus in on, extras. You're not forced to bowl extras. I don't mind leg byes, and byes are, not ideal, but when it comes to no balls and wides, got to cut that out.
We have a score prediction here from
Islam.
Yeah,
280. I think they're going to get way more than that.
We'll be very happy if England score only 18 more runs with 12 overs to go. That'll be awesome.
But Shahidul Islam, I like your positivity. I like where you're going, my brother. So, Shahidul, please let us know. Shahidul Islam,
I presume with that score prediction, you are supporting South Africa in this match. Where are you from? Where are you listening to us on Facebook or watching along with us? Our little goggle box operation that we've got going here. You can see what we look like when we watch the cricket. There's a bit of a break in play, so don't worry, missing anything. Dunkley on 41 or 44, Knight on 16 or 15. And Non-Kululeko Mlaba will continue. She's conceded 68. She's taken 1 wicket and bowled her 10 overs. Yes.
Otto, what do you think
6.8. Easy to calculate there.
Of Sine Loose bowling in the bowling attack. I mean, it's something that Ruth touched on, and he asked, and I said, well, if she's not confident enough with her bowling, she's not going to... Do you not think that South Africa have missed a trick with her?
Well, she got some stick in the test match, and I think that dented her confidence. I think that if South Africa had some more wickets, maybe a lower order player coming in, then, Lise would have fancied herself cleaning up the tail. As Tryon now bowling her final over wide and short outside off stump and beats the fielder sweeping on the offside through to the extra cover boundary by Dunkley for 4. That was just dismissive and punishing the bad ball. Once again, the bad ball comes and England are all over it like white on rice.
It's going to be interesting to see how Tryon responds in this over. She's been under pressure, and that's a key thing. Is this one is knocked down the ground? They get 1 for it. I think that's the key, Otto, is that the ability to score a boundary off the first ball of the over. That immediately puts pressure on the bowler, and now they have to respond as opposed to you being the one who has to find a boundary somewhere, find some solution.
Well, as Clarion commented earlier on YouTube, as Tryon gets this one right, very nicely flighted, full on off stump, back to the bowler for no run. England can declare, and I think they'll be able to defend the score given the form of both sides in the series so far. Another good delivery by Tryon on that off stump line, forcing the batsman to play Heather Knight on strike. Dot ball defended back to the bowler. Tryon in again, left arm round the wicket this time. Knight dances down the wicket and smothers the spin, whatever spin there might be. Gets to the pitch and just defends this. Tryon will try again. Short, outside off stump, punched off the back foot, driven off the back foot, in fact, to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. They take a single. 268 for 2, 39 overs gone, 66 deliveries to go. The run rate for England, 6.87 after they were asked to bat by Sine Lise. They'll be extremely happy. And this is another mammoth partnership for England. The partnership so far, the fall of the last wicket was on 119. So that would be 140... 139 run partnership around there. No, excuse me. 236 for 2 was the fall of the last wicket. So this partnership building nicely for England. Not yet up into what would be considered noteworthy. 268 for 2. Nadine de Klerk back into the attack. She's got 6 overs left. Ismail and Cup have 5 overs each. So no doubt Nadine de Klerk will be bowling this over, and then the main strike bowlers for South Africa will take over. Good delivery on that fourth stump line. Pitches outside off, coming into the off stump of Heather Knight, who defends this back to the bowler for no run. 268 for 2. Knight on 17 of 20. Dunkley on 46 off exactly the same number of balls. Nadine de Klerk right on over the wicket into Heather Knight. Floated delivery outside off stump. Driven by Heather Knight, swept up by the sweeper Marizon Cup on the offside boundary, and they take a single. 269 for 2.
that he drinks whiskey. If you're in Craighorn, try Roasties 88. Well, that I must say I'm surprised. I wouldn't have thought Josie Oak would have been a coffee man. Certainly thought he would have been a tea man. I know he's a team man, but maybe not a tea man.
Oh, another horrible delivery, missing a line completely, full and wide, outside off stump, wided by umpire Anna Harris, and they take a single. Heather Knight will be on strike for the third ball of the 40th over. 271 for 2. Nadine de Klerk running in, past the umpire, onto a middle and leg stump line, good length, fumbled by mid-wicket. So many fumbles in the field. Maybe the South Africans not used to this hard field. It does look like a very hard pitch here in Leicester, or there in Leicester where the ladies are playing. Nadine de Klerk again full. This time it's on about a 5th or 6th stump line. Dunkley smashes this straight to extra cover for no run. 272 for 2.
I want
de Klerk has already conceded 44 runs, and she's about to bowl the 5th ball of her 5th over.
I'd love to get your thoughts on something, maybe just at the end of this over, around this selection. That one's over-pitched and just worked onto the onside. They'll run for 1 and think about a second, but politely declined there. So just the 1, 273 for 2. I want your thoughts about the 37-degree heat and deciding to field. That's what I want. I want your opinion. Last one on the pads and whipped away to the onside, and they'll just get 1 for it. 40 gone, 274 for 2. Otto Simon, tell us why you think Sine Leicester said, okay, it's bleeding hot. It's like you're playing in Kimberley, Uppington, and Mpumalanga there, Limpopo area. Win the toss and bowl first.
Yeah, this pitch has been interesting. There was a bit of movement through the air at the beginning. The lines were just wrong. No other word for it. Just the wrong lines, the wrong lengths. It's once again the old cliche. Once both teams have batted, we'll see.
Sure.
Meanwhile, on Facebook, Shoaib Islam has revised his predicted target to 285, which I still think is very optimistic from a South African point of view. Now Ayabonga Kaka into the attack. She's conceded 7 runs and over. Ishmael and Cup have bowled 5 overs, and they've conceded 50 runs, 60 runs, excuse me. So they've gone at 6 and over in their 10, the 2 opening bowlers. Why is Ayabonga Kaka bowling? That is so that means that either Ishmael or Cup will have overs left at the end of the game. So, how does that work? I don't know.
Ask that question. First delivery just defended out into the offside, so no run there. Surely there's got to be a question to say, okay, we win the toss in blistering heat. I mean, it's not common that you get a hot day like this in the UK. But sun's out, helmets out. Do you not want to think, okay, win the toss and bowl? Bat, rather? I don't know.
Jeez, dude, if I knew the answer to that, I would be the coach. And this one is on middle and off. Neatly driven. They come back for 2 as there's a bit of a fumble in the field.
Another fumble.
And Heather Knight goes to 22. The score 276 for 2. 40.2 overs gone. The run rate 6.84 for England. Maybe Sunay Lees was thinking we'll chase whatever they put up to get that kind of experience. Ayabonga Kaka pitches it up a little bit fuller outside off stump, driven to long off for a single. 277 for 2.
I think if you asked any
That's the only thing that would make sense, because
under 13s win the toss and bat in the to me anybody that's like under 13 onwards, if skipper says we won the toss and it's 35 or like even 30 degrees more and you want us to field, I'm going to ask, what would you smoking at the toss?
Yeah. So is that a plan that was put in place beforehand? Like Sunay went to the toss and said, we'll bowl first.
Surely you've got to be more adaptable than that.
Yeah.
I've got to ask that question. I mean,
I think it was, I think it was Jeffrey Boycott, I think, or one of the English commentators who would say, if you win the toss and you're thinking about bowling, think again and bat. So now we see,
Oh, my word. Round the wicket comes Kaka.
Yeah, this is extremely interesting.
See, that's what I like. Innovation.
Dunkley steps outside the off stump and sends this one crashing into long on, for a single. 278 for 2 balls to go in the 41st.
If I disappear suddenly, presumably because our service provider has gone, turn the lights off, but I'll be back.
Okay, before you do that, I'm going to take a quick break.
Run, because I've got 3 minutes here. Right, Otto Simon is going to step away for a quick moment. But Dunkley, 48, so she's 2 away from a half century here. She's batted well. Nearly just over 100 strike rate here. Run rate 6.83. I thought it would be below, but picking up right where things have left off. Knight and Dunkley. Kaka round the wicket and forcing the angle there from Dunkley, who bunts this down the ground. She'll definitely look for 2. She's not going to get it, so it's just 1 there. 280 for 2 as they conclude the 41st over. Dunkley on 49, Knight on 24 from 27 rather. Kaka North for 42, and we're going to see how South Africa go in the last 10 here. Conversation briefly there between Trisha Chetty and Ayabonga Kaka, maybe saying, well, what do you think we should actually do? Maybe Ayabonga Kaka is regretting wearing the long sleeves today. It's a double-edged blade. You don't want to end up, feeling the heat on the arms. It's an absolute scorcher there today. But you also don't want to feel the heat. It all depends on how breathable that material is. And I can tell you it's not enjoyable, trying to play cricket in that heat. Nevertheless, de Klerk will begin a new over. Now, this still surprises Otto Simon. And it surprises me. Full and whipped away through the onside. And this one is comfortably collected as looks like Brits that's down there does the fielding. So there brings up Sophia Dunkley's 4th 50 in 22 ODI matches. Just 100 to her name. There's not likely to be enough time for her to score 100, but it's a marvelous performance from her today in support of Tammy Beaumont. But
you can only play as well as your opponents allow you to, and here's a 50 for you, Sophia Dunkley, and she says thank you very much on the platter. See?
Whoa, that was a Yorker delivery, and presumably a toe crusher from Nadine de Klerk. But again, Otto,
outside off.
Well, I'll ask you, Nadine de Klerk, why?
It's not a toe crusher if it pitches, on 5th stump, outside
no,
off stump.
The wicket keeper's toe crusher for the wicket keeper.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. 282 for 2.
Right,
Dunkley on 51. Well done to her.
And this is launched high into the air. Catch! Yes, please. South Africa have a wicket. Chloe Tryon under it. Makes no mistake. And that is the end of Dunkley. It's the 3rd wicket for the South Africans, but it's all but over for them in terms of this innings, being able to find some semblance of confidence. But a wicket is a wicket. Otto Simon going for the long shot, but her weight was not where it needed to be. And de Klerk picks up a wicket.
Yes, so that's a good result. Maybe just misjudging the pace there of the delivery. The run rate now 6.8, and Mr. Shoidul Islam on Facebook, his 285 score prediction is still possible. England have lost their third wicket. They've got 8.3 overs to go. This is very nice for South Africa at this point in time. Sophia Dunkley departs. She was caught by Chloe Tryon, bowled by Nadine de Klerk for 51, 85 minutes at the crease, 53 balls, 6 fours, strike rate of 96.2. So, some strange decisions by Sunay Lees and no doubt the coaching staff and the back management staff of the Momentum Proteas team. First of all, to bowl first, and now you've got Marizon Kapp and Shabnim Ismail, who will both be bowling 9 overs at least. Maybe there's a niggle there, both of them. I don't know. Why wouldn't you bowl the last 10 overs with your strike bowlers? If one of them goes sideways, you can always bring back Kaka, bring back de Klerk, bring back Tryon.
Pitch this
but
time, and
why?
it's squeezed out square on the offside, and they'll get through for 1. I want to. Cup, I can understand. Rest Cup, she must be ready to bat. That is a plan that I can get behind. But Ismail, maybe, like you said, she's struggling with something.
So Venkataragavan has got a more realistic score prediction, although optimistic from an England point of view, 347. Is the score prediction there for Venkataragavan on Facebook. Thank you for that.
A little bit of
now, new batter at the crease.
Third. This one's an outside, well, it's a controlled edge, an educated edge, as Wyatt is joining the experienced Heather Knight at the wicket. And not a convincing shot by any stretch of the imagination, but it's that small blunder makes a change in the game. De Klerk over pitches this one, comes across her stumps does Knight, and so there's just 1 there available. So 42 gone, 285 for 3.
A blunder there by Knight. She could have left that ball, it would have been wider, and she would have been okay, well, she got the single to retain the strike. 42 overs gone. 285 for 3, as you said, 6.79 run rate. Yes, see, this is tying my head in knots, man. Kapp and Ismail. And I thought they were brought back for short spells. Ismail managed to get the breakthrough for the captain. And yes, like this, it reminds me of that game in the men's game where we picked an all-rounder in the form of Petlukwayo, and he didn't bowl. He's a bowling all-rounder. He's in the team. And yeah, thanks for coming. Okay, so Kaka will continue. So Kaka has pulled back her economy rate to 7 with her last over. She's bowling her 7th. She's conceded 42, of course. Kaka in
down the wicket comes Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just whips this onto the onside. Tryon does the fielding, and so that moves Knight to 27, 286 for 3, and nobody tell any of the electricity service providers that it hasn't gone off yet, because I feel like now that I've said it, it's going to go off any second. I'm just saying, we carry on, we plug away, as long as there's lights.
Yes,
we'll carry on, and even then we will carry on. Right, Wyatt is on strike, 1 from 1. She faces up to Kaka, who just gets her to defend full and straight, that one. So no run available.
Good delivery. Nice attacking delivery to the new batter.
Shoido Islam,
I like that.
285. May not be far. I think they'll get to 300 comfortably at plus more. 320 is probably.
No, they'll be miffed. Completely miffed if they don't get 300 from this position. A good shot there, full delivery, outside off stump by Danny Wyatt. She comes through for a single down to long off, 287 for 3. I'm not sure if David is stuck. He must have lost his power supply. Thank you so much, Coach Dave. Kaka into Heather Knight, who steps across her off stump and whips this into mid-wicket for a single. And there's a throw at the stumps that hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Kaka has to run around to collect, but the batters decline the single. 288 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 43rd. And Coach Dave is attempting to return. We'll see as Wyatt facing Kaka. Fighting. Full outside off stump and smoked over the covers. 2 bounces, 4 runs, 292 for 3. Wyatt goes on to 6 off 4. 1 ball to go in the 43rd. As Ikram Vahalu predicts a wicket in this over. I hope you're right, man.
Shot there and getting the reward that she so richly deserves. If you're going to play a shot like that, you deserve to be rewarded, and exactly the result that she would have hoped for.
Kaka hits the pads of Danny Wyatt in front of middle and leg. Umpire says no, it's going down leg according to the umpire. Ayabonga Kaka, not a very forceful personality, but Sunay Lees, I think, has asked for the review. So let's check. The DRS timer has expired. I'm not sure if Sunay... Yes, she has reviewed. That's the final delivery of the 43rd over. So the ball pitches on middle and leg and hits Wyatt in front of her leg stump. So that's definitely sliding down leg.
Girilla SA, GURILLASA.
What do you think, Coach? Is that sliding down leg? Yeah, I think that might be clipping leg stump. Wyatt wasn't far out of the crease. They're just checking if there was any bat involved. Maybe hitting leg. A scratch on the bat. A scratch on the bat as it goes past the bat of Danny Wyatt. So a good decision by the umpire. And that is umpire Sue Redfern, who stays with the on-field decision inside edge off the bat of Danny Wyatt. And it's 293 for 3. 7 overs to go. 35 deliveries for England. They're on 6.81 run rate. They need to get as close to 350 as they can. South Africa have no more reviews left. England have 2. They haven't needed to review anything yet. They've only lost 3 wickets. So Heather Knight in the pound seats here, and she's at the crease to steer her side to the end of the 50 overs and put up an enormous target for South Africa. Chatura Prasanga says 337 is a projected score. Thank you so much for all the comments coming through, all the tweets that we've had so far. And let's see what South Africa can do. Let's see how far England can go. If they bat out the 50, they should get to 350. Nadine de Klerk continues. Full toss on middle and off. It's just a gift to Danny Wyatt, who strokes this into the offside, gets a thickish outside edge down to third man for 4. And the bad deliveries keep coming from South Africa. And yeah, Wyatt, that takes the innings boundaries up to 37 4s and 1 6. Wyatt now facing Nadine de Klerk. She steps steps over her off stump. The ball is sent wider, even still, by Nadine de Klerk, wider even than Trisha Chetty can collect, and it's a wide signal by the umpire. So the extras in this innings should be somewhere with the top scorers in the innings. So just quickly have a look at that. As Nadine de Klerk continues, and it is a cut shot by Danny Wyatt through backward point. Through gully rather, and to the boundary for 4 more. 300 up for England, 302 for 3, and they reach the triple century in 43.2 overs. The extras now have gone up to 24. Extras outscoring Danny Wyatt at the moment. So really horrible display of bowling here by South Africa so far. This third 50 coming in 89, third 100, coming in 89 deliveries. As Wyatt faces Nadine de Klerk, full ball, full toss, and whooped too long on for 6. An easy put away there for Danny Wyatt. South Africa's bowlers keep setting them up, and the English ladies keep knocking them down. It's 43.3 overs gone, 308 for 3, and England now crossing the 7-run and over mark. That ball nowhere near the wicket. A full toss wide outside off stump, and a baseball shot by Danny Wyatt for 6. Nadine de Klerk full outside off stump. This time it does pitch before it reaches the wickets, and it is 2 runs to deep extra cover. 310 now for 3. 2 balls to go in the 44th over. Oh my word. Sonu Garg on Facebook says 350 England score. That is absolutely spot on, I would say. As de Klerk into Wyatt. This time it's a dot ball to cover. As Wyatt just defends this one, tries to dab it down and take a quick single, but Knight not interested, sending her back, and wisely so. 1 ball to go in the 44th. 310 for 3. And let's just get some extra lighting here. Preparing for my power to be switched off in about an hour and 3/4 time. 310 for 3. De Klerk wide outside off stump, wide of the wide line. Anna Harris, signals wide. Umpire there. Oof, this is hard to watch as a South African fan. Nadine de Klerk hasn't bowled well in the series so far. She did a few good overs in the test match. This is a better delivery, but an even better shot outside off stump, and absolutely spanked by Danny Wyatt over long on for 6. Another baseball style shot just swings through the line. 44 overs gone, 317 for 3. 38 fours now and 3 sixes. Good shot there by Wyatt. .30 balls to go. England should get well over 350 from here. 7 wickets in hand. And just clueless by the South African ladies at the moment. And once again, I'll ask the question, why is Cup and Ismail not both? Ayabonga Kaka will continue. She's conceded 50. She has an economy rate now of 7.14. She's bowling her 8th over. She hasn't got a wicket, and she's conceded 50 runs. She doesn't. She's got the teapot out. She's sort of grimacing as well, as if to ask, what the hell is going on? The same question here from me. She comes over the wicket, down the leg side, and it's helped on its way to square leg, where Mlaba is knocked on her knee, it looks like. She did manage to stop the ball from going to the boundary. And she walks back to a fielding position now. with no run there. It's 317 for 3 as Kaka continues to Heather Knight. Slower ball outside off stump, much better delivery. Absolutely beaten all ends up. Heather Knight goes for the cover drive, but the ball goes past the outside bat. She's showing all 3 stumps to Ayabonga Kaka, but the ball goes through to the keeper for no run. 317 for 3. Kaka in again. This time it's on leg stump and worked away to deep mid wicket by Heather Knight. Swinging across her legs there. They take a single. 318 for 3. 3 balls to go in the 45th over. Knight is on 29 of 34. Wyatt on 29 of 11. Ayabonga Kaka once again with the teapot out, trying to understand what she needs to do, because I certainly don't. I hope she does. She goes over the wicket, and it's a wayward delivery, full outside off stump, and absolutely punished by Danny Wyatt. She just had to swing for the fences, and she gets the ball bouncing over the rope for 4. I think that touched the ground about 6 or 7 meters inside the ropes there, and that would have been a no ball for height if Wyatt had let it go, but she just spanks this over deep mid wicket, for 4. 322 for 3. 2 balls to go in the 45th, and Kaka in again, outside off stump, defended, guided rather to third inside the ring by Danny Wyatt. There's no run. Precious dot ball for South Africa. 322 for 3. 1 ball to go in the 45th. Wyatt on 33 of 13. Knight on 29 of 34 at the non-striker's end. Ayabonga Kaka, last ball of the 8th over. And this is swung across the line and caught. At last, some success in the field for South Africa. Marizon Cup taking the catch at square leg and seems to have tweaked her back a little bit. Danny Wyatt goes. It's 322 for 4. She is gone for 33 or 14. I'll just confirm in a moment. And as Marizon Cup goes down, she gets up and just holds the small of her back. I hope that's not a serious injury there. Danny Wyatt, yes, 33 or 14. What an excellent middle order innings for Danny Wyatt. So apologies for my fox terrier. Asking her not to bark is like asking the wind not to blow. So 322 for 4, 5 overs to go. Danny Wyatt was caught by Marizon Cup, bowled by Ayabonga Kaka. For 33 or 14 balls, she hit 4 4s and 2 6s. So you have to look at this and say, well, Van Niekerk and Kaka have both gotten wickets. They've been expensive. In this last 10 overs, we've been wondering why Ismail and Cup weren't bowling. But the other 2 ladies that were asked to do the job actually took wickets. But still, it's scratching your head type of stuff here from Sunay and South Africa. 322 for 4. The run rate 7.16, and South Africa will be chasing at least 350, maybe 370, 360, 370. If England have their way, maybe a 380. 5 overs to go, 10 runs and over will take England close to the 380 mark. And Nadine de Klerk continues. Why? I don't know, but she does. She goes over the wicket to Heather Knight, who plays a drive out to mid long off. They'll take at least a single. So Nadine de Klerk now in her first 7 overs, 75 runs, economy rate of 10.71. So the score predictions here on Facebook going up. Sonu Garg says 360 plus. Yeah, I certainly think so. I agree. De Klerk into Heather Knight. Swings across the line, down to the deep mid-wicket boundary where Ismail, who should be bowling, is watching this one sail over the ropes for 4. The scorecard here hasn't updated. And so, single of the first delivery and a 4 down to deep mid-wicket. Just a pull shot across the line for 4. And England now move on to 300 and more runs. 4 runs into the cover boundary. South Africa really looking clueless here at the moment. Sad to say, as a South African fan, 331 4 is the score now after that shot that goes through the extra cover boundary for 4, beating, going to the point boundary for 4, beating the point fielder. And we'll get an update on the score as soon as everybody gets up to date. Heather Knight on strike, Nadine de Klerk full toss on middle and leg. And Heather Knight would feel that she missed out there. She just sends it down to deep mid-wicket. And they should only get 1. So it's a single, a 4 and a 4 of the first 3. So now that should be 335 for 4 for England, with Heather Knight off strike. And it will be Amy Jones on strike facing Nadine de Klerk. Heather Knight looking very relaxed. And I would be too if I were captain. So that is 10 runs off the over so far. De Klerk into Amy Jones over the wicket to the right-hander, and it's a swing and a miss through to the keeper. A dot ball. And that's good news for South African fans. It's 332 for 4 in the 46th over. 1 ball to go. As I mentioned, hard to watch, but here we are. Amy Jones facing de Klerk. She steps over her off stump and she smacks this ball down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 2. Throw comes in from Ismail, and the score now 334 for 4. England just piling on the pain onto the South African ladies. 334 for 4, yes, confirmed by the scoreboard, which we now have on screen. No other live scores coming through from the ground at this time. Where is Shabnim Ismail? Where is Marizon Cup? Why aren't they bowling? Are they injured? What's going on? It's difficult to say. So, Heather Knight is there, 38 of 37. Amy Jones is on 3 of 3. 4 overs to go, 334 for 4. And now we see Shabnim Ismail bowling her 6th over. 1 for 28, by far the cheapest bowler from an economy point of view. 5.6 run rate. And she will have at most the 47th and 49th overs to bowl. Ismail comes steaming in, right arm over the wicket, and Heather Knight steps away to expose all 3 her stumps as Amy Jones gets a single, Heather Knight, gets a single down to deep mid wicket. And Werner is here to help me out. Thank you so much, sir. 335 for 4. What a bizarre choice to bowl first and then to keep back Cup and Ismail, not bowling them in the final 10. Ismail in again. It's a lap sweep ramp shot by Amy Jones that evades the fine leg fielder inside the ring for 4. 339 for 4. 2 balls gone in the 47.
Yeah, this is a bit of a demolition, isn't it? It's been a poor performance all around from the Proteas. They've dropped catches, they've missed run-outs, they've misfield the balls going to the boundary, they've bowled poorly. It's really been a poor all-round show. But I think if you know the heat is as bad as it is in England right now, why would you decide to bowl in the middle of the day?
Yes, indeed. Maybe Cup and Ishmael just said to Sunay, listen, you decided to bowl first. We're not going to run around in this heat. That's the only reason I could think of why Ishmael and Cup weren't bowling the final 10, because they both had 5 overs left. Oh.
Yeah,
So the third delivery of Ishmael's over is a dot, I think. So let me just restart my feed here, and I'll bring you up to speed as soon as I can. This one is sent down to mid-wicket for a single. 340 for 4 is the score now. So we'll see that, yes, it was a dot ball and then a single for Amy Jones. And now Heather Knight will be on strike. She's on 39 of 38, facing Shabnim Ismail. The England captain steps away outside her leg stump, and she plays this one across the line in front of square on the leg side, where Marizon Cup fields, and they take a single, and the score is 341 for 4.
They took 2 on that last one.
Oh no, 342 for 4. Thank you. One ball to go in the 47th. I'm back.
No
I'm back. Okay.
It's it's been a real struggle. You would have hoped that after the first 2 matches, South Africa would try and at least salvage something in this series, but it's gotten even worse.
That one is short and wide outside off stump. Heather Knight just gets some bat on it, beats the fielder through the air, over the head of Obonga Kaka at third, inside the ring for 4. And what's the plan? Why is that delivery going to get you a wicket?
Yeah, it isn't.
It's a bouncer wide outside off stump.
Yeah. No, that was
that's bizarre.
easy,
Absolutely
very easy
bizarre.
put away. I think she probably got their line wrong. A bouncer on middle stump would be fine, but a bouncer outside the off stump with the fielders up in the ring is probably the last delivery you wanted to bowl in that situation. So 3 overs still to go. England are already on 346. The highest total South Africa have ever made is 337 back in 2017 against Ireland. So yeah, this is looking a big stretch too far, but they only have themselves to blame. It's been a poor showing.
Yeah, and the 1 foot on the plane theory doesn't even apply, because they still need to play 3 T20s. Kaka over the wicket now to Heather Knight, a slower delivery dipping onto leg stump, and it is played out to long on for a single.
Yeah, they need to play the T20s, and then it's the Commonwealth Games. So this is not really the confidence booster they would have wanted ahead of such a big tournament.
Yes, and those Commonwealth Games will be played in England as well. There's a appeal for a run out. Shabnim Ismail at square leg, at fine leg inside the circle, collects this ball, sends it straight onto the stumps, and umpires refer it for a run out. 347 for 4. That was the second delivery of the 48th, and it's a wicket. That looks like Amy Jones couldn't make a ground at the striker's end. Well done, Shabnim Ismail. A run out for South Africa, and very welcome wicket for the Momentum Proteas.
Yeah, Ismail has a bullet arm, so he's probably the one fielder you don't want to take on in that situation. But I guess with 3 overs left, they're going to chance their arm at everything. But good job by Ismail. Finally, a good piece of fielding after what's been a poor display, and there's been a big struggle out in the field. So good to see her still giving it 100% despite the heat and the long overs in the field.
Yes. So Amy Jones departs. She goes for 9 of 7 balls. She hit 1-4, a strike rate of 128.57, and it's 347 for 5. Geez, and the South African ladies will be super happy if they can chase just over 350, because at one stage there it looked like they might be facing 380. They still could, but Alice Davidson Richards, excuse me, comes to the crease. She will be at the striker's end, facing Ayabonga Kaka, who's bowling the third delivery of the 9th over. 48th over in the innings, 347 for 5, and Davidson Richards will be facing the next ball. Kaka over the wicket, outside off stump, played across the line by Davidson Richards, too deep at wicket, just a single, and Davidson Richards is off the mark. 348 for 5, 3 balls to go in the 48th.
Yeah, and remember that England are resting 2 of their main players. They're not playing Nat Silver even, and they aren't playing Sophie Eccleston either. So the fact that they are on 350 almost, and Nat Silver is not even playing, it should be a worrying sign for the Proteas.
What a beautiful shot there by Heather Knight. Plays this one off a good length by Ayabonga Kaka outside off stump, and smokes it in between deep mid wicket and long on for 4. And a very impressive looking shot. And it bisected the fielders, bounced twice before it goes over the rope. So not even a fielder in that position on the boundary would have caught that. What a shot. Heather Knight now on 49, faces Kaka, wide outside off stump and full, and driven straight to point by Heather Knight. She's desperate to get to her 50, but England have 352 up in 47.4 overs at a run rate of 7.3. So this will be a mammoth, a magnificent chase if South Africa manage the slower ball on off stump. Heather Knight walks across her off stump and plays this one down to long on for a single, and she gets her 24th 50. She's got 200s already, and she's played 127 ODIs for England. This was done in 44 balls with 6 fours, strike rate of 113.6 in just over an hour and 8 minutes, 68 minutes. Heather Knight, what an innings by the England captain. 2 overs to go, 12 balls, 7.35 is the achieved rate for England. It's going to be very, very, very difficult for South Africa to get something out of the series. As Ishmael continues to Heather Knight, good length delivery, swatted across the line, deep mid wicket collects, Chloe Tryon sends it back, they take a single, and Alice Davidson Richards will be on strike. First ball of the 49th over is done, 354 for 5.
I wonder if it's not worth South Africa experimenting a bit with the batting lineup, because the total is probably out of reach of what we've seen them able to do in this series. So maybe switch up the lineup a bit, bring in Chloe Tryon a lot earlier, give her a bit longer time to make an impact on this innings.
Yeah, as we see Heather Knight just Alice Davidson Richards gets a single to fine leg, 355 for 5. Heather Knight on 51 or 45, facing the third ball of the 49th over. It's wide outside leg stump. Heather Knight just helps it on its way, beats the fielder inside the ring at fine leg. The sweeper on the leg side boundary can't run around to cut that off. It's 4 runs, 359 for 5. Bad ball once again by Shabnim Ismail. If Knight had left that, Ismail would have had to bowl it again. What is going on?
No,
these ladies aren't playing nearly as well as we know they can.
No,
not even close.
It's been a horror display all around.
Okay, Ishmael, into Heather Knight, who smokes this over backward point for 4. Steps away, gives herself room. The ball was on a good line, a bit too full, and Knight just absolutely creams this.
Yeah, they are enjoying themselves out there. Clearly, you can see the smiles on the England batters' faces. They're just playing everything the way they want to. The South African bowlers are tired. They're dishing up nice half volleys, bowling 2 sides of the wicket as well, so making it easy for them.
Heather Knight steps outside her leg stump, plays across the line. This time she's beaten. The ball misses the leg stump, but it won't be a wide because she moved across outside her leg stump. 363 for 5. 1 ball to go in the 49th. 7 balls to go. Achieved rate 7.43 by England.
Ishmael, even lucky with that last one, because that also was in the slot. Despite it being a slower ball, that was right in the slot, so she was a bit lucky to get away with it.
Outside off stump, full and driven through the cover boundary for 4 by Heather Knight. She goes to 63. England go to 367 for 5. 6 balls to come. Final over. Run rate for England, 7.49. Oh my word. This is going to be extremely embarrassing for South Africa. If they bat the way they've done in the last 2 ODIs, England should win this by 200 runs.
I don't understand the tactics here. Because why don't you have a sweeper out on the boundary when you know the batter is constantly making room for herself? It's an easy boundary the moment she gets it over the top or through the inner ring. It feels strange to be bowling without the sweeper.
Strange decision upon strange decision upon yet another strange decision. No sign of Marizon Cup. She must be injured. That's all I can think of. Or she just told Sunay to buzz off and leave me alone. I'm not bowling in this heat. Ayabonga Kaka on that off-stump line, and there's a run out by South Africa. So that's a good sign. That's good for South Africa. Heather Knight is run out at the non-striker's end. They took a quick single as there was an appeal for an LBW by Ayabonga Kaka. The ball was full outside off-stump. And Trisha Chetty collecting the ball, glove already off, throws the ball onto the stumps at the striker's end, and as Heather Knight came through, backing up Alice Davidson-Richards, she gets run out for 63. She's faced 49 balls, and it's 367 for 7.
Yeah,
now England just going hell for leather here. They know that they've got this in the bag. They can just take their chances, and it's paying off sometimes, and that time not so much.
Yeah, no, they're looking very comfortable out there, enjoying themselves. They know that the score is most likely way out of reach of South Africa at this point. Yeah, it's been a very strange display from the Momentum Proteas. It's been disappointing. We saw how well they competed in the World Cup. They even managed to beat England during the World Cup. So it has been, it has just been very disappointing.
So the only hope for South Africa is an absolutely heroic run chase as Kaka comes over the wicket to Sophie Dean, the new batter, trapped LBW. Umpire Harris says, yes, that's out. And Dean will talk to Alice Davidson-Richards at the non-striker's end, but they both shake their heads as Dean walks off. Golden duck for Charlie Dean, excuse me. So first ball, LBW to Ayabonga Kaka. She steps across her off stump. She tries to play across the line, trying to play it to backward square leg. And she's wrapped on the pads right in front of the stumps inside her crease. 367 for 7. 4 balls to go in England's innings.
Yeah, no point.
That's more like it.
on that one. Yeah. Just in time, Otto, just in time that we can.
Yeah. Now it looks like the Proteas might save themselves a 380 run chase. They could still chase 380, but now next target will be restrict England to less than 370. As Kate Cross, with the best score of 29 at this ground in Leicester. Well, maybe not at this specific ground, but she scored 29 in 2021 against New Zealand in Leicester. She plays another cross bat shot across the line off her off stump, and she gets off the mark. Single down to deep mid wicket, 368 for 7. So we see the ball tracker here. That would have been a wasted review by hitting the upper third of middle stump. Was the dismissal of Dean as Davidson Richards plays across the line once again. She steps outside her leg stump. Kaka follows her, goes through to the keeper. They do get a single. That's a bye. And it's 369 for 7 with 2 balls to go in the English innings after being asked to bat by Sunailis, who won the toss. 7.43 runs and over. They would have torn your arm off if you'd offered them this score at the beginning of the match. Kaka goes into Kate Cross, full outside off stump, full toss, spanked by Cross to long off for a single. Easy runs for England once again. 370 up and 1 ball to go. And during the break, we will be listening to the Full Quota podcast. Apologies to our regular listeners who have probably heard this about 4 or 5 times in the past few weeks, but it is an interesting conversation. Kaka follows Davidson Richards, who steps outside her leg stump and just gets this one down to fine leg inside the circle. South Africa will chase 372 to win. England have scored 371. Bizarre is how I can describe that. Bizarre tactics, bizarre performance by South Africa.
Yeah, no, it's it's been tiring to follow. Actually, I haven't even watched everything, but even the scorecard makes my eyes hurt. It's not been a good sight. All of England's top order have contributed in a big way, and it's going to take something miraculous from the Proteas to come even close. I think getting to 300 would probably be quite an achievement. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully they do put on a spirited performance with the bat. Don't want them to just go lying down now because they know it's probably out of reach. They need to still fight for every ball.
Okay, so if you're a South African fan, cover your hair and your eyes, and your ears. This is the England batting scorecard. Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont opened the batting, opening partnership of 149 runs before Emma Lamb was bowled by Shabnim Ismail, attempting a lap sweep kind of ramp shot, 65 of 66, scoring 8 fours at a strike rate of 98.48. The next wicket to fall was her opening partner, Tammy Beaumont, in the 34th over with a score on 236. And she was stumped by Trisha Chetty off the bowling of Nonkululeko Mlaba for 119 of 107 balls. She hit 19 fours and 1 6, 111.21 strike rate. The next wicket to fall was the third batter in, Sophia Dunkley, with a score on 282. She was caught by Chloe Tryon off the bowling of Nadine de Klerk for 51. And that happened in the 42nd over. The next wicket was Danny Wyatt with a score on 322. She was caught by Marizon Kapp, bowled by Ayabonga Kaka for 33 or 14. She hit 4 fours and 2 sixes, 235.71 strike rate. what a perfect innings by a middle order batter coming in the 42nd over. Next wicket, the fifth one, was with the score on 347 in the 48th over. Amy Jones was run out by Shabnim Ismail for 9 off 7. She hit 1-4, strike rate of 128.57, and the final wicket, the next wicket was Heather Knight with the score on 367. The sixth wicket for England, Heather Knight was run out by the wicketkeeper Trisha Chetty for 63 off 49. She hit 9 fours and also a strike rate of exactly 128.57. Wow. Knight and Jones both with the same strike rate. And then the final wicket in the 50th over, the very next delivery, Charlie Dean was caught LBW by Ayabonga Kaka for naught, and 371 for 7 was the score by England. The bowling for South Africa, Shabnim Ismail, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 54, economy of 7.71. Marizon Cup, 5 overs, just 5. No maidens, 32 runs, no wicket, 6.4 economy. Ayabonga Kaka, 10 overs, 2 for 64. And that makes her the pick of the bowlers for South Africa. Exactly the same economy as Marizon Cup and 2 wickets. So apologies for Sunay-Lise. It was a good choice to bowl Kaka in there. She got the 2. Nadine de Klerk, 8 wickets, 1 for 87, 8 overs, 1 for 87, 10.87 economy. Nonkululeko Mlaba, 10 overs, 1 for 68, 6.8 of course economy. And then Chloe Tryon, 1 maiden, 0 for 58 of her 10. So, Werner, can this be done by this team? Can they chase 372?
I'll try and be semi-optimistic. It's not likely. It's highly unlikely, but it is not impossible. Nothing is impossible in cricket.
No, it's not. That's why we love it. Okay, so we're going to take the dinner break, and we will see how far South Africa can go. Can they get something out of this ODI series? Can they get at least a win? Can they get close? And we'll be listening to the test review and a preview of this white ball series, courtesy of the Full Quota podcast, which is on our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio on YouTube and Facebook. Tweet us at Gorilla SA, GUERILLASA, and please do support us on patreon.com/OneWorldSR. Donate whatever you can. We do this for free, we do this for fun, but we do have some expenses to cover. So if you have anything to help us out with, we do appreciate that. And it'll be nice if we can pay some money towards the actual broadcasting rights and be at the ground as we have done in the past with the help of some sponsors. So if you help us out with that, we appreciate that. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll be back in about 30 odd minutes or so. Do enjoy the Full Quota podcast in the time.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. It's a new season. It's a new cricketing season. We're starting a little bit early now because the momentum Proteas are in the UK, and we have to talk about them. But most importantly, there's been so many changes happening in South African cricket, and Tim and I will get to that. But welcome to season 2 of the Full Quota podcast. Tim, how are you doing?
It's good to be back. It's been a tough 8 weeks. I am entirely to blame as to our extended break. If you're looking to change internet providers, think again.
Don't name.
Make sure you do it. Oh, gosh. It was horrendous.
Let's not name and
no. But it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Let's leave it at that.
8 weeks ago, so much cricket has happened. The Momentum Proteas went to the UK. They played in a test match, and they didn't lose a test match. It was the first test match they've played since 2014. And so it was against England, so we know who we call when the Momentum Proteas play England. We've got our friend Melissa to give us a bit of a sense of the test match, as well as the white ball series that's going to be happening soon. So let's bring Melissa on and have the conversation. So hi, Melissa.
Hello. It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Likewise.
It's awesome, especially because we're talking test cricket. And so first question from me to you is, do we need an extra day? Should they play 5-day cricket?
Well, I'd say definitely. That is, I mean, we've seen the players come out after that game and say, look, the 5th day would have meant most likely a result. I was in Taunton the next day and it was beautiful blue skies, not a single drop of rain on the forecast, which was really frustrating. But also, I think there's so much discourse and conversation around that 5th day because of how infrequently we have test matches. It wouldn't be such a big deal to have a 5th day if we had more frequent games. But if you look at England, where 6 or I think 7 now of their last test matches have resulted in draws, because the tests happen so infrequently, that 5th day seems just more frustrating. So you're desperate to get a result, and there's pressure from the media as well. People are going, you should do a positive declaration, you should, almost risk losing just to satisfy the crowds, and especially with women's cricket, kind of prove something, maybe to new viewers, maybe to people who haven't seen it. So there's a lot of pressure, and there's got to be more, obviously, pushing for more test matches, and then I think almost the 5th day debate can come in. But I think a lot of people would be satisfied with 4-day tests, but just more of them across the year.
Yes, so in case people are wondering what we're talking about, the Momentum Proteas played first test match in 8 years. Last time they played was against India in India. And I'll just give a sense. It ended in a draw, but there were some incredible standout performances. Marazan Cup scored 150 in the first innings. Annika Bosch with a really good 30 there. Then Nat Siva in the English first innings just blew the South Africans away with an incredible 169, supported by a returnee, and I'm going to ask Melissa about her, Alice Davidson Richardson, 107. And then South Africa batting to save their lives. Dumisi Kukune with probably the best 33 you will ever see in South African cricket. 33 of 134 balls. Marazan Cup 43 or 58 to see off the final day, which had a lot of rain and cloud cover, and we as South Africans, Melissa, were praying for rain. I'm sure you were just hoping that you could get just a little sliver of sunlight. But what a stand from Dumi. Let's talk about the performance. It's from the English on the English side. Izzy Wong, incredible bowler, got her debut, and she showed the world why she deserved to get a call up a little bit earlier, maybe at the World Cup.
Potentially. She's one of those players who just makes things happen. And there was a lot of confusion, actually, when England got onto the pitch bowling to Toomey and I think Lisa at the crease there. When England opened with Siva and they opened with Cross and then they went to Lauren Bell and you were going, where is Izzy Wong? The rain could be coming at any second on this 3rd day and you haven't thrown the ball to your most energetic, your fastest bowler. And I think it was a bold call to play her in the test match because only a week prior, the coach, Knightley, I hope I haven't got that wrong. She was saying that they didn't think Izzy Wong was ready. She had a slight niggle and they didn't want to risk anything in the test match. But things seem to have changed in a week. She got her call up and, as you said, boy, did she impress. And she's warranted that call up into the white ball stuff. And she's just one of those big players. She really makes things happen.
Yes, if you weren't watching the hundreds, then most of you wouldn't have known who she was. She really made a name for herself in this test match alone. Without that exposure in the hundred, even when South Africa had that partnership with Marazan Cup and Bosch, she was the one that was rushing those two in their shots. They were having to play their shots a second or two quicker. When they faced Davidson and Bell, they were fine, but they were comfortable. They weren't comfortable against Izzy Wong throughout that entire test match.
And I think
so it's huge plus for her.
Yeah, and I think she made the difference because, I mean, we had a lot of rain delays, obviously, up in the commentary box to have a lot of chat and debate. And one of the big things which came out of it was that South Africa, at moments in the game, especially when Siver and Alice Davidson-Richards were batting, really looked like they were missing Ishmael and Kaka so much that their bowling looked a bit flat at some points. Whilst if you look to England, there was also that concern that our bowling lineup was going to look like it was missing Brunt and Shrubsole. We had Shrubsole up in the commentary box, tucking into food and having a wonderful time with her feet up. And Catherine Brunt was in the crowd downing pints and singing chants. So there was a bit of worry on our side too. But Izzy Wong, I think, made people just calm down a bit. And actually Lauren Bell as well impressed me a lot. They just made it look like England didn't actually miss Brunt and Shrubsole that much, and I think that kind of was the difference between the two sides, was those players who were able to step up. And not to take anything away from the South African bowlers, I mean, Kat put in a mighty effort across that test match with the bat and the ball, and seeing her walk off after that fielding innings, she looked like a broken woman. But even as you say, Annika Bosch, those 3 wickets were vital in England's batting innings. I mean, dismissing Lamb, Beaumont and Dunkley in quick succession, she was the breakthrough. And another bowler who I think didn't quite get the rewards, but considering the pure amount she bowled, was de Klerk. She bowled 28 overs across the game, and she may not have got the wickets or looked too attacking at points, but she just kept going and kept working. And I think that was one thing which Lee's said at the beginning of the test match, was we don't play test cricket that much, so we're just going to go in there, throw our hearts into it entirely. And I think the South African bowlers did that really well.
Yes, and I think there are times in that test match you kind of saw that, that come through in terms of the way in which we're approaching the game and the lack of 3-day cricket that they play, because we don't play that. And that 3-day match they played before, the week before, was the first time they actually played non-timed cricket at that level. So there's a lot of learning and and we hope that obviously the South Africans, Cricket South Africa, give the ladies a lot more opportunity. Alice Davidson-Richards, I think I've said her name. I hope I said her name correctly. Yes, her batting with Davidson-Richards was insane. Really, really good to come back in. It's because normally what you get is when you're young, get an opportunity like she had, but you can't cement a place on the side and you get sent back. It's really hard to come back in, and it's even harder to come back in a format that nobody plays that often. But she did really well, and give us a little sense of where her future lies and where she's come from, and is she going to be in the white ball stuff? Because I was, apart from the fact that she was smiling at everything at every moment, she really is a great cricketer.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love her. ADR is the name we go for, because it's a bit of a mouthful to keep saying Alice Davidson-Richards again and again. So, yeah, she's, as you mentioned, she's fantastic. She just loves every second of the game she's playing. And you raise a good point that, especially it's a trend I've noticed in England, that you do tend to get called up very early. And if you don't quite perform when you're at a young stage, you do get sent back to domestic cricket. And it's really hard to fight your way back in. I think there's only been 2 players who can come to mind who have managed that, which is ADR, and the other one being Tash Farrant, who's unfortunately been ruled out for the rest of the season with a stress fracture. So disappointing for her, but it's really, I think, a good sign to be sending out to the domestic setups around to say that, yes, you may not be 21, 22, but if you have a good season and if you exhibit the skills and control we're looking for, we will give you a chance. And she seized her opportunity. I think at one point in her innings, she was about 8 off 47 balls. And we were up here going, oh my goodness, she's not looking like she can hit the ball off the square. But suddenly, I think when spin came on, especially when Malaba was bowling, she just came into her own a bit more, and we saw her giving herself some room at the crease and using her feet, and that innings just accelerated. She almost beat Nat Siva to 100 in the end, and it was really impressive. And I think obviously her call-up being what she brings with the ball and the bat. She's a good fielder as well. She was jumping in and out of slip and in those close catching positions, and it's also, she's a really mature player for her age. She is one of the senior players for the South East Stars, so that's her domestic setup. Her county's Kent, and I think she's captain there before. She's always been one of the senior players. She's played with Charlotte Edwards, with Susie Bates before at county level, so she's really been around these experienced players. And I mean, as we mentioned, she really sees her opportunity back into the squad, stepped up, and she has been called into the white ball squad resultingly, which I think is a format which she's probably flourishes in more. She's got fantastic slower balls, and just when she brings out that shorter ball, when she can come back in those short, snappy spells, she's a tall bowler. I think she's around the 6 foot kind of height, which you don't quite notice, and she's really broad shoulders, so she can generate a lot of pace and is handy in the def. So an interesting call up. I think it shocked a few people, but as soon as I saw her name in the squad, I was like, bring her into the side, because having that all-rounder alongside Nat Siva, suddenly England's team just looked pumped for the batting, and it turned out to be a useful partnership.
And Tim, as Melissa was saying, that English batting lineup was very long, and looking at how South Africa came into that game, obviously the draw is a result we will celebrate, but there were things that we saw that could possibly be improved. What did you see from the side? What did you like? What did you didn't like from the momentum purchase?
Well, just on ADR, I think I'm right. I think she was on 9 or 41 balls. When she was in that first sort of hour, I was thinking, get a wicket here, and we're in. We're in. As long as they're good, we've got 5 wickets, we've caused them problems at the top there, get them in. And what we lacked was an Izzy Wong. We lacked Shabmin, as Melissa was saying. We lacked that extra bit of pace, that extra bit of something that just wasn't there to give that little bit more of a surprise to the England batters. So they knew that the short ball wasn't really going to come. And if it was going to come, it was not going to be particularly threatening. I loved Annika Bosch's performance, but every time she looked for the short ball, she just didn't have that yard of pace that you need to bowl that short ball. So it was a little bit too samey, that bowling attack. That was problematic. And also the batting, it's very harsh to be critical on players that have literally played one test match. Literally one test match. 9 of our players were playing the debut.
If this was the men's side, we'd want them out. So just,
But that in that initial Andrew Steyn, Volfart, Zhao Li, none of them look comfortable. At no time in their innings they look comfortable. Zhao Li had the right idea, go out there and play shots. She went to the extreme. She went baseball, but to the extreme. She chose the wrong ball to play the lofted shot. Volfart just didn't look right. She just wasn't clicking, and that happens. So that beginning of the innings, it needed a little bit more. It needed them to stay in a bit longer. It needed them to see off that ball for an extra half an hour, 40 minutes, and get themselves in, and then play the natural attacking play. They were chasing the ball at times, which is understandable, very understandable.
It felt a bit for me. Sorry, just similarly. Okay. The South African batting lineup reminds me a bit of the England men's batting lineup at the moment. That actually, the top kind of 3, you're going, we can kind of skittle through this. As you mentioned, Wolvart didn't quite look her normal self, which was a disappointment actually after that warm-up game, scoring that beautiful 100. And maybe it's just the kind of analysts behind the scenes for England have, she's such a hyped up player, and they've gone, wow, we know your strength is the cover drive. We're just going to bowl straight to you. And they really did. They absolutely nailed their bowling to Wolverhampton. But it felt as if that top order was really, really shaky. And actually, when you got to Lee and Cap, that's when England suddenly went, okay, these are the big wickets, similar to a Root, a Bairstow, and a Stokes. It was an interesting dynamic. Whilst probably for England, it was the complete opposite, when we've got a bit of a shaky middle order at the moment with Dunkley not in bad form, but she's obviously relatively new still to the game, and then Amy Jones, who I'm sure I'll mention later, who's in a bit of a slump at the moment for England. But yeah, it was interesting for the South African batting, but Lizelle Lee definitely brought the Bazball entertainment. And you know what, I'm very glad, because after her duck in the first innings, we worked out across her 2 test matches, she was averaging 2. I think it was 2 or 3. And if she'd got a pair, then she would have averaged 1.5, which we were desperate for her not to average. So I'm glad she came out and gave it a bit of a whack to push that test average up a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to ban that word. You can't say that on this podcast. Please, no. Like, okay.
What's that?
I'm going to ban
what word?
I'm not going to say it. It's that word. I don't want to say it. I'm going to ban it. It's the phrase that shall not be named. Anyway. So I think from my perspective, in terms of looking at the momentum Proteas, 9 debutants tells you a whole lot. And it tells you the disservice that has happened to South African cricket for women's cricket for years. And happy that they got the test match, happy they got to play. Yes, we always want to win, but we're always up against it, especially with Ayabonga being unavailable, Shabnim unavailable as well. When you're out your 2 spearheads, there's nothing more that you can do. And that's what essentially South Africa's bowling attack kind of missed. The odd, because obviously with those 2, they make you honest. And I love Tumi. She's got a lot of development ahead of her as a bowler. And she's very accurate as a bowler, but that accuracy comes when you're bowling against and gets wickets when you're bowling with a Shibnim on the other side. People want to take you on, and that's when you get your wickets. And I think it kind of felt, even with the Mlaba, they just kind of felt like they didn't have that partner on the other end. Even though Annika Bosch was getting wickets, you could still get runs on her. Happy for Annika Bosch. I think she should be a mainstay across all formats in the side. Happy she got an opportunity. And yeah, it's about building, and for me that was the thing. But the one thing that I think the ladies took away from this, and I hope that we get to play another test soon in the next year, is the character, the fight on that final day that Dumi showed. She came in as a night watchman, and she effectively batted out the whole day. And there was a cover drive she played off the back foot with all the timing in the world. And you sat there going, okay, we see you. And I was really impressed by her, because she was 2019 Emerging Player of the Year, and she hasn't gotten a lot of games in the white ball formats because of Aya and everybody else coming back looking to World Cups. And so you kind of felt like her development is stagnated. But that innings elevates you as a cricketer across the board. And so I was truly happy with that. Melissa, last point. What did you think of the South Africans? And yeah, what were you impressed by out of the 4 days being at Taunton and having a test against a non-Australia, a team that isn't Australia?
Well, that was a relief to begin with, because it was nice not to be absolutely battered for once. And yeah, I was so excited when the test got announced originally, and exciting against opposition. I was disappointed we're not having a later test in the summer when India women come over. I feel as if it could be something within these multi-point series that there should be at least one test in each series. But as you mentioned, it was fantastic. It started. Disappointing, it was scheduled for only weekdays. A lot of people have piped up about that, because a lot of people want to come see the women's test because they happen so rarely. But to be able to get time off work, and then also for those who aren't familiar with UK geography, Taunton's right down at the bottom of the West Country, so it's not exactly a central kind of game. Fortunately, the ODIs and T20s coming up are scattered across the country, and we've got a few more games in the Midlands. But that was a bit disappointing, and also the advertisement of the game wasn't particularly good. It was overshadowed by the men's Test match against New Zealand the week before, and the men's Test match against India the week after. And I think a lot of the governing bodies and actually the kind of ground it was at, for which is Somerset Cricket Club, could have done more to advertise it. But speaking of South Africa, Tumi was an absolute star, and I know we've spoken about her before on this podcast. When we were actually I think in some kind of rain break, we were talking about the prospect of a night watcher, and I said, I'll send in Tumi. People looked at me and were like, no, she can't really bat, and I was like, I don't know, I was quite impressed with her defensive technique in the first innings. Oh, that was fantastic. So thank you to Tumi for proving me correct, because I don't think anyone defended as well as her. Maybe ADR in the patience in the start of her innings, but those two combined were fantastic. She played the straight ones in such a solid defensive technique you'll ever see, and had such good judgment outside the off stump. I mean, some of them she was leaving off length in the end, which you don't see as much in the women's game as well. When the ball was in her area, she played her shot, and as you mentioned, it was probably one of the most important kind of 33s she'll ever get in her career, and actually a career best. So she was the standout for me. And as you mentioned with her bowling, hopefully more and more across the series we'll get to see her with ball in hand, because only through games will you get development. But yeah, I was impressed by her. I was impressed by Malaba, who I think we mentioned, it never felt as if the South Africans had a kind of an alliance with two bowlers working in correspondence to help her out, but actually she stood her ground really well. And there was a lot of talk up in the commentary box of the flight which she gave it, and similarities to Eccleston, which is a lovely comparison. And she was positive in the field, she was chatting to the crowd. So yeah, really, really impressed with those two. I think I mean, obviously Marizine Cap having to bear the weight of the world on her shoulders, and that 150 in the first innings, she was the anchor in that innings. And we had that supportive role from Leeds for a bit with her 27 earlier in the innings, but her and Bosch looked the strongest in that innings. I wish Bosch could have gone on to get a few more, but yeah, she was absolutely fantastic. And actually, one final member who I think always goes under the radar, or normally is Jafta behind the stumps. I think she did a really good job.
Oh, she was amazing.
She did fantastic. And I love a wicketkeeper in glasses. You don't see that too often. She really, I think she did an interview before the game saying about how, obviously, because there's this lack of longer format cricket, it's really hard to stay on it with the ball, not only having to go down into the squat position, endless deliveries, but just in terms of concentration, because they're not used to that. And also that role of the wicketkeeper to be the one who's hyping up the team. When the other team's on top, we could still hear her voice out there, calling at the players, getting them all riled up and being noisy behind the stumps. And again, she had a...
Hello, and welcome back. Anis Mohammed, how are you?
I'm good, in yourself?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Hopefully, like the South African ladies. This is a monster of a target. 372 runs in 50 overs. Anis?
It's just 7.4 and over. It's possible.
Yeah, it's easy.
Easy,
man. Yeah, just hit the ball.
If it's in your area, play shot. Here is the bell of the ball is going to be opening Simon's new crush. We were speaking in the last game. He's got a bit of a crush on Lauren Bell.
No, she's a great athletic bowler, easy action, strong through the crease, high arm action. What's not to like?
Very, very tall. It seems so. She's got all the makings of a great fast bowler. the physical attributes. And she's in first up. And she comes in now. Oh, and it is played straight back to her. And she just sticks a foot out and stops it. And the score is 0-1. Audrey Steyn is the one facing 39 matches, 926 runs, an average of 27.4. They're going to need every one of those 27.24 runs. And a strike rate of 62, 1 century that came recently in the Ireland tour. As Bell is in again, past the umpire now. This one short of a length, lots of swing, and Audrey Steyn just playing across the line, works it to the leg side for no run, where it's cleaned up by a square leg. Come on, if they just commit themselves 7.2 and over, in 2022, 7.2 is not that hard to chase.
No, it's extremely difficult to chase.
And grouping in again, strays just too much on the legs, and Audrey Steyn is just works it down to a fine leg for the single. South Africa off the mark, 1 for no loss after 3 balls. And the reason why I'm so excited to be on air first up is because I get to see Laura Wolfhard batting. I missed her.
Boy, we need Wolfie now.
Yeah, 80 matches, 3,000 odd runs, fantastic average, highest of 147 as Bell is in now. Laura Wolfhard to the facing of first ball. This one is swinging from off to middle and leg, and it's worked on the legs as Laura Wolfhard just flicks it off of her hips, and they come through for 2 easy runs in the end there. 3 for no loss is the score. Yeah, I've been looking forward to watching her bat for a while now. I've missed out on a lot. so yeah, maybe today's the day that she can kick on, but she's going to need support throughout this batting lineup if South Africa want to chase this down or make it again.
Yeah, so this is Operation Stay with Laura.
Yeah. Well, now this one wide outside off stump, and it's left alone and called a wide, so there'll be an extra ball and the extra run. 4 for no loss now after 4 balls.
Thank you so much for jumping in, Anis. We've had some casualties in our commentator stocks, so me and you might have to carry it through all the way, it seems, unless we get some help from David and Werner. If they have some electrons flowing through their circuit boards, I'm sure they'll jump back on.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. As this one is straight again, just getting the ball to move a bit too much is Bell. This one straight onto the leg stump and again worked into the offside field where it is cleaned up, and they come back for 2, so 6 for no loss. As Bell comes in for the final ball of the over. Laura Wolfhard taking a guard, back left up. Big in swing again. This one does a bit too much, and it is cut off at the deep fine leg, and it came off of Laura Wolfhard's toe, and they come through for the single. 7 for no loss after 1 over. See, 7 and over. They're doing it.
Yeah, now. There you go. The first 7.
You don't
Here
have
we
to
go.
get down, you just work it. A couple of 2s and then you're fine.
Yeah, and we see Izzy Wong into the attack now. South Africa also got some swing, but they weren't able to be accurate enough to make it count. With that 140-odd opening stand, England were put in a very strong position, and now it's backs against the wall, fighting back. Counter-punching needed here from South Africa. Wolfhard on 4 of 3. Steyn, and she's on strike, facing Izzy Wong. Backward point, extra cover. Mid off, mid on.
2 slips. Izzy Wong is running in now past the umpire. This one is driven straight back down the ground. Fantastic shot from Audrey Steyn. Just leaning into it and played a delectable straight drive. Oh, that was Laura Wolfhard. Okay.
On drive.
A beautiful straight drive. Oh, and she held the post too. Oh, what a fantastic shot. Held the post, watched it beat the non-striker, and just watched it run for 4. Fantastic shot from Laura Volfart. Straight up. Full outside off. A full toss and driven through the covers. Fantastic. That's 8 runs off 2 balls. They can relax now. Oh, what another shot. A gimme from Izzy Wong. A bit of a pie outside off. And it just, I don't know if she was trying something, but that one just didn't get down at all. And Laura Volfart had no problem just punching it through the covers for 4. A thing of beauty.
Promising signs here for South Africa. The England bowlers seem to have the same yips as the South African bowlers had. Missing their lines and lengths here, at least Izzy Wong is, so far.
This one, Izzy Wong in again, this one on a midland leg, going down leg side though. Laura Volfart played all around that one, hit it on the pad, but no run. Just need to
15 runs on the board after 9 deliveries.
They've got the 7 they needed in this over. Now it's bonus runs, so need to keep focusing on that. Close up of Laura Volfart's face. She's busy eyeing Kyle corner as Izzy Wong comes in now, and she plays it exactly where she was looking, except straight to a fielder, and it is keyed up at mid wicket for no run. Oh, she nearly called a shot there, and she's still eyeing that gap.
Yeah, eyes darting to the side into that cow corner region, and sent it straight to the fielder this time. But job done in the over so far, so relax. Laura,
Izzy Wong
in again.
Oh, this one yorked, and it is probably missing leg stump again, and there is no run.
Full and outside leg stump.
And missing leg, and they are not going to review. Would have been a
wise decision.
Full of Vernon Philander, just call it.
Yep. Izzy Wong, half-hearted appeal. It got a leading edge. Well, no, it went off the foot of Laura Volfart, but that foot was already outside leg.
Yeah.
Next one in.
Straight on a middle, not too much swing, trying to control it now. Stayed on middle stump, and Laura Volfart had no problem just playing straight and keeping it out, and it runs to the offside for no run. 15 for no loss after 2 overs. Drop that. 7.5 overs. That's all.
That's it. That's good going so far. Bad balls punished by South Africa. That's a good sign. Andri Steyn, come on now. This is a time for a heroine for South Africa. This is one of those opportunities that you have to shine, and somebody, well, at least 4 or 5 ladies in the South African team need to shine today to make this happen.
Well, this went whooping in again, and I think it's done too much. It was a stifled appeal for LBW, as this one runs to square leg where they run through for a single, and getting off strike. And they're not going up, so the score moves into 16 for no loss. But that ball came back a long way in the air.
It's prodigious movement here by both Wong and Bell.
Maybe he's just doing too much. Doing too much.
But England's bowlers looking a lot more dangerous than ours did.
Bell in too short and cut away by Laura Volfart, beating backward point. Fantastic shot, not worried about the swing, and just taking advantage of the poor balls. That's all you need to do. 5 of this over, 2 more to get, and you're still on target. Fantastic square cut from Laura Volfart, showing that she's got all the shots in the book. Just got to stay there long enough to take advantage. Oh, fantastic shot.
Yeah, too short there by Bell. Trying to control the swing.
Bell in again. This one on leg stump. Laura Volfart misses out, and it comes off a pad again, playing all around it again, and it just bobbled off to square leg for no run.
it's absolutely swinging around corners here for England. They just need to control their lines, and they'll be in business. We saw the same thing from the South African bowlers, but they did not manage to control the swing.
As Bell is in now. This one on off, coming back a long way again. Would have missed leg stump, and it is just kept up by Laura Wolford, and the score remains 20 for no loss. I noticed that Shabnim Ismail and only bowled 5 overs. She didn't finish 10, which is shocking.
Yeah, bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
Was she injured?
It didn't look that way. Cup might have tweaked her back when she was fielding. It's the only explanation I have.
This one is down the leg side, beats everything, might be called a wide, and they run through for a single, beats the keeper 2, and the score moves on to 22 for no loss of 2.4 overs. There's your 7 runs for the over, and still on target to get this 372. Early doors though, as Bell comes in, 2 balls left in this over. Long runner past the umpire now. This one whoops in, much better line, and the swing was controlled enough to well outside off stump, came back, would have hit middle, and it is kept out by Audrey Steyn. Well played in the end for no run, 2 for no loss.
Yeah, just back of a length there from Bell. Starting to understand what the ball is doing. Dangerous bowler. She's got the swinging ball in her hand.
This one wide outside off stump, left by Audrey now. Not bothered by that one at all. And it is called a wide again. So that is a bonus run. 8 of the over now. And with 1 ball to come, 2.5. We just maintaining this. I'm going to keep track of the 7 and over. In singles, find it
still on target. Still on target. Audrey Steyn just needs to survive.
Well, in now, past the umpire, good ball. Foolish on off, coming back in again towards middle, and play to the offside by Audrey Steyn. No run there. 23 for no loss of the 3. South Africa are in the zone of the required run rate. A couple of good overs though, and it will change the complexion of the game completely. So yeah, Marizanne Cup also only bowled 5 overs, so she must have been hurt. But there's like to.
Yeah, I saw her clutching her lower back when she was fielding on the boundary. So that's the only reason why I could think of that Cup didn't bowl in the final 10, because Ismail and Cup had 5 overs left as one continues.
And this one finds the outside edge, but drops short of first slip. And it is played with soft hands by Laura Wolford. Would have been disaster first up. Laura Wolford's feet in the toilet there, not much foot movement, not getting across. It's playing away from her body, and it finds the outside edge, but luckily drops short of that slip.
Yeah, Wong managing to get away movement off the pitch there. Very dangerous looking bowl.
This one in again, full on middle and leg, but swinging away and towards off. And this one is dug out by Laura Wolford and cleaned up by mid on for no run.
Yeah, Wong and Bell starting to understand the swing. Once again, both of them looking really dangerous. Just a different level that this English team have maintained.
This one is full, almost bordering on a full toss. It was a full toss, in fact. Hits the bottom of the bat, outside off stump, and it's driven down the ground to a mid off, where it's cleaned up, and there's no run. 3 balls now. South Africa falling behind. But no pressure. They can make it up. But yeah, Izzy Wong is looking super dangerous.
Yeah, she just needs to stay patient. She's going to get a scalp here if she carries on like this, and Wolford and Steyn just needs to survive.
This one is good delivery, short of a length on middle, and Laura Wolford has no problem playing off the back foot and playing it straight back to the bowler for no run. 23 for no loss. The score remains with 2 balls left in the 4th over. Yeah, I was just checking this now. Ishmael only bowled 7 overs. Marizan Kappa only bowled 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe Marizan was injured. Yes, Easy One comes in now for the 5th ball of the over. This one full and driven, and it is Easy One gets a hand to it, and it is cleaned up in the middle for no run. This could be a maiden over with 1 ball to come. Looking Nadine Clark for about 11.
Yeah, it was a bump ball to the bowler who palmed it out to mid-off for no run. And final delivery.
Easy One. This one drops it short and it's punished by Laura Wolford. Rocks onto the back foot. Square cut. Beating point in front of point this time. The previous square cut was backward of point. This one in front of point. And it is cut for 4. 27 for no loss after 4 overs. A fantastic shot by Laura Wolford. Again, Easy Wong just straying in a length and easy to pick up for Laura Wolford.
Nice shot there by Wolford on top of the bounce, down into the ground. 1 run short of 7 runs per over now. South Africa after 4 overs, 27 without loss. Wolford on 20 of 18. Andre Steyn will face Bell. She's on 2 of 6. And Bell comes bouncing in. Lovely athletic action. Smooth as silk.
As this one comes in again, hooping in a long way. Steyn making the concerted effort to get across. Place this one from outside off to the legs, to the leg side. And it just goes to mid on for no run. This prodigious swing is... Wow! Hopefully,
and as I said, our bowlers got the same kind of movement off the pitch and through the air. Just couldn't make it work.
This one is a straighter, and Andre Steyn plays this again to the leg side where it is cleaned up by Davidson Richards, and they come through for 2. Andre Steyn just checking the bottom of a bat. Might be cracked, so there might be a bit of a change coming soon. But if it's a good luck bat, you're not going to want to change it. So 2 of that, score 29 for no loss. As a bell comes in now. Long strides to the wicket. Just past the umpire. This one swings in a long way again. And it is worked to the leg side where it is cleaned up by mid-wicket. No run there. 64 miles an hour. Score remains 29 for no loss.
Yeah, nice pace variation there from Lauren Bell. And it's still a huge mountain to climb, but South Africa looking okay so far, very careful.
And now this one outside off, and it is punted back down the ground where it is cleaned up by mid off, for no run.
Another inside half of the bat, full-blooded drive down the ground, bump ball over the bowler's head to mid-off. So 2 balls to go in the 5th over.
Yes, Andre Steyn now a back lift up with Bell charging past the umpire. This one is a bit slower through the air and worked down the ground again, 65 miles an hour, and worked down to mid on for no run. 29 for no loss, with 1 ball to come in the 5th over. It's going to get high now. I think. Oh no, you're reacting. You hit.
Nerves are jangling. Lauren Bell
coming in now. This one is. This one brushes Andre Steyn as it runs down the ground to mid for no run. 29 of that over. South Africa now, their run rate has dropped to 5.8. I've done quick maths. 5.8 and over. And they're starting to fall behind a little bit, but it's still early days, and the big hitters still need to come in. With wickets in hand at the end, they can make a chase of it. 372 yes, we've been joking that at 7 and over, it shouldn't be a problem, but this is a daunting task that is facing these South African batters.
Izzy Wong continues with her third over, the 6th of the match.
This one is a bit shorter. Laura Wolford plays it to the offside and no run. Izzy Wong now sporting a sweatband. A la Dennis Lilly. Maybe she may need to see an increase in pace, but I think it could also be because it's rather hard. We were seeing between overs there with her sun hat on, having a little bit of an ice pack on her in the back of her neck as she comes in past the umpire, holding up momentum. This one is on off stump and it beats mid-on, driven down the ground by Laura Wolford again, and it runs for 4. And Izzy Wong just straying in her length. Laura Wolford has no problem just leaning on that one, and a beautiful on drive is played.
Yeah, beats mid-on, and that's a beautiful stroke by Laura Wolford. Inside half of the bat, but timing good enough to beat mid-on to her left.
All the way along the ground. This one is on off stump and doesn't beat the inner ring. Got excited. They steal a sneaky single though, and the score moves on to 34 for no loss.
Really nothing to lose here for South Africa. Nobody would expect them to chase this. It'll be, for the short term at least, spending time at the crease, trying to get rid of the nerves, trying to ease into some kind of comfort zone here for Andre Steyn especially.
As Izzy Wong comes in now past the umpire, this one is played straight back down the ground. Solid forward defense from Audrey Steyn. Not bothered at all about run rates is Audrey Steyn. I think right now, if I'm those two out there, I'd be like, we're on hiding to nothing. Let's play for our averages and get some good time out here and get some experience, because they do have the 100 coming up soon too.
Yeah, and if they can just keep chipping away at this target and not lose wickets, they should be in with a shout at some point.
As Izzy Wong comes in, this one is flashed outside off stump, short of a leg, and it beats a diving slip and beats the fielder at third as well. And a streaky boundary, but it is well needed. 38 for no loss now. They've got 9 of this over, so they're making up for not getting the 7 in the previous one. They're 4 short of that target to be going at 7 and over, but a fantastic ball from Izzy Wong. Second time she's found the outside edge of the bat, just didn't carry to a fielder. In now for the last ball of the over, past the umpire. This one is a short of a length, driven straight back down the ground. Again, beaten by the mid on, and it runs away for 4. Andre Steyn showing her class too, just playing a fantastic straight drive. And
that previous delivery was a very nice looking back foot drive by Andre Steyn that got the outside edge, beat first slip, and this one is just all timing all the way to the boundary for 4. Very nicely done.
More comfortable there. And that takes the score up to 42 after 6, which means that they are going at 7 and over again. So
Siavers,
we there. As Bell is going to continue. Do you know how many times I've nearly called the Nell? And do you know how many times I've nearly called Andre Steyn?
Yes. Let's see.
This one is wide outside of it. Laura Wolford flashes at this one, offered a width, and she took the bait, but didn't make any contact with it. Bit of a loose stroke. Laura Wolford needs to go back into a bubble and just refocus herself. The score remains 42 for no loss. Just letting it go there. Lapse of concentration.
No, but that ball was whooping through the air. That was a good delivery.
As Bell comes in again, this one outside off, a bit shorter this time. and it is cleaned up by Gully, and there is a no run.
Bell is delivering the ball on about a 6 stump line, and it's hooping into the stumps, hitting the stumps. This is very, very difficult bowling to face here for Wolford.
As Bell comes in again. This one again, that 6 stump line, but this one she straights a bit too straight. 5th stump line, and it looks like it's going to beat leg stump, but Laura Wolford plays it beautifully to the leg side where it's cleaned up, and they come through for 2. Score moves on to 44 for no loss.
Can it be done?
Yes.
Power play on Facebook says wicket. So no doubt an England fan there.
This one again straying down on the leg stump, a bit too straight from Bell, and has worked down to fine leg for 1 run. 2 balls to come in this over, and Audrey Steyn will now have to face the heat of a swinging ball from Bell.
Yeah, Lauren Bell, the ball hooping through the air. She needs to find that line that will make the batter play and get her the wicket, but it's moving too early.
Yeah,
I think.
And this one is short of a length on that 7th stump line, and it is played off the back foot by Steyn back down the ground, and it is cleaned up by middle for no run, and the score remains 45 for no loss. I think that's the line.
1 ball to go.
That 6th stump line is the line. There's like 3 bars at this ground. This one full outside off, not much swing this time. Bit of a fumble in the covers, but no run. And the score moves on to 45 for no loss. Only 3 runs from that over. But they were showing pictures of the ground, and there's 3 bars at this ground. There's the meet and greet cafe and bar, and then there was the bar they just showed now. Wow.
Yeah, so not much to do in Leicester, I would assume.
The pub, which one?
down the pub. That's where it's at. That's where it's happening. Sounds like my neighborhood. Last count, we've got like 9 watering holes here in the area, and restaurants and such. And surprisingly, none of them closed during COVID. In fact, we had some new ones opening up. So that's there you go. Dop shop and a cop shop and a swap shop and a pawn shop. No.
Coming into the attack now as she comes in to Laura Wolford. This one outside of short of a length, outside off, and cut beautifully by Laura Wolford, and it runs away for 4. Oh, Laura Wolford's got a fantastic eye and just carved this one through the offside for 4.
Yeah, carved is the word. High top hand. That was carved, as you rightly pointed out. This is amazing batting by Wolford so far. 34 of 25.
As this one is on the leg stump and whipped to the leg side. Will this be 4 more? Yes, it is. Oh, that's a fantastic shot as well. If this was those old PlayStation cricket games, the commentator would say, "You can't bowl at her there." Just straying in a line and whipped beautifully off her legs for 4.
Jeez, this got to be Operation Stay with Laura. Yeah, there was overpitched on leg stump and just swatted away to backward square leg for 4 by Laura Wolford. Exquisite timing there, cross in again.
What's the umpire now? This one outside of driven well through the covers. 4 is the shot of the inning so far. Oh, on the up, driven and beaten the in-ring field. And Laura Wolford has taken 12 runs off these first 3 balls. And each shot looks better and better.
No, it's a batting display here by Wolford. This is a clinic, a class. It's wonderful to watch.
This one is straight. This one is mishit down the ground. and it stops the flow of boundaries, and it is cleaned up by Mid on for no run. But a job done, 12 off the over, and that was a fantastic display, those first 3 balls, and such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, 57 without loss. 2 balls to go in the 8th.
Crosses in this one, a slower one, and Laura Wolfhard just can't get the timing right. Plays it back to the bowler for a no run. Good comeback here by Cross.
So it's Wolfhard, it's Cup, and Tryon.
Yeah.
The players that we rely on. 1 ball to go in the 8th. Cross in to Wolfhard.
Cross in, this one on a middle and off. It is pushed down the ground, beats the fielder, and will run for 4. 16 off the over. Oh, that one was all pure timing. No flourish at the end, just a push down the ground, and it races away for 4.
Yeah, beats Mid on to her left. Just about 15, 20 centimeters to the left of Mid on. But timing all the way, and this ground has been baking in the sun. It really looks like something like a Free State high school in the winter time. So the field is hard. The ball bounces along the ground as it runs to the boundary, and it looks like the players will have a break for drinks and some cold towels being handed out to the English players. South Africans would probably, yes, they get cold towels as well, it looks like. In the mid-30s temperature during the day there, and now that sun is hanging low, it should be cooling down a little bit. So that was, what did you think about bowling first in these conditions, Anis?
It was brave, but it's one of those decisions where you know how I feel. You win the toss, you bat first. But maybe that could also be a reason why the Ishmael only bowled 7 overs, was because of the heat. Yeah, I wouldn't have bowled first over in conditions baking down as they are. But then again, batting second here on a flattish deck, but it would be probably easier to chase, I guess, but not when you're chasing 372. There's a lot of game left to play.
No, I think that South Africa would have been, apart from the wayward bowling, 280 might have been par here. Which is a huge score in the ladies' game. We're so used to seeing these kinds of score in the men's game, and you would say that 372. Yeah, it's a big score, but it's definitely doable. But having watched a fair amount of ladies international cricket, these type of scores are rarely beaten in the women's game.
Most of the time, anything above 250 is considered safe. Your bowlers have enough to bowl. So 372 is definitely a winning total mentally, because it's a lot of pressure on the batters to get going from the beginning, and luckily the South Africans have done that. As Charlie Dean will be taking over the bowling. Bringing in spin early in the power play after only 8 overs. Maybe this is the change that England need to slow the game down. As first ball, and Steiner beats it in the air, and a leg stump is picked back, and I have jinxed it.
Yeah, it's a wicket for Charlie Dean. First delivery of her first over in the match. It's a off-break ball that pitches in the block holes, on leg stump, hits leg stump, and she does a high front kick in celebration. 61 for 1. at the start of the 9th, Andri Steyn faced 18 balls. She's gone for 12, bowled by Dean with the score on 61. So Andri Steyn, today was her chance. It wasn't to be. Didn't have a great series, and that's her job done for the ODI series. We'll see if I'm not sure if she's in the T20 squad, if she's in the Commonwealth Games squad. But it's Operation Stay with Laura. Stay with Wolfie from here with Wolfhard. Wolfhard just needs to bat through until maybe the 25th or the 30th over. We saw from the two openers, the two England openers, they both got to their 50 at about a run a ball, and then they started putting the foot down. Laura Goodall, 43 matches, 707 runs, average of 22.81, strike rate of 63.1, and a best of 93 against Ireland this year. She comes forward defensive, left-handed, facing Dean, who's right arm round the wicket now, to the left-handed Laura Goodall, and there's no run, 61 for 1. Yo.
Yeah, so it's going to be insane. These guys, someone has to stay with Laura Wolfhard.
If Wolfhard manages to keep a wicket, of course. Back to the bowler, fielded by Dean, no run.
After this over, there's something interesting I want to talk about, especially since we're talking about pubs, and it has to do with the citizenship test for the UK.
As Goodall scoops this one over her leg stump to fine leg running around in the circle. She gets off the mark, 62 for 1. Wolfhard on strike to Dean.
The shot that's the bane of my existence is pulled out straight away. And Goodall just getting off strike.
Wolfhard facing Dean, short on leg stump and punched out to square leg for a single by Laura Wolfhard. 63 for 1. 1 ball to go in the 9th.
Yeah, I think now they're going to have to rebuild for a bit. But Goodall just has to stick with Wolfie for the time being.
Dean into Goodall. Good length. On off stump. Punched to mid-on by the left-hander. That's the end of the 9th over. 63 for 1.
So
target 372. And the run rate, 7 runs per over exactly by South Africa. But 1 wicket down.
So part of the citizenship test, no jokes, is them asking you, do you know what time the pubs open?
What time the pubs open?
What time do the pubs open?
The
answer is 11:30. Just in the morning.
Okay.
So like we were saying, there are 3 pubs at this ground. so there's not much to do in Leicestershire, apparently.
Kate Cross abandons her run-up at the start of the 10th over, the final over of the power play. South Africa have 63 for 1. She comes over the wicket full and driven straight back to the bowler, bump ball. Cross gets a left hand to it as she follows through, and the ball goes to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it's a big part of English culture. One of my friends he spent a year working holiday after high school as Kate Cross comes over the wicket to Laura Wolfhard. Good length, and the ball is just dipping as it's not got a lot of pace on it, and Wolfhard drives straight to cover. And so he worked some construction jobs, working holiday in England, around London and such. And when he got back to South Africa, he lost his first job back in South Africa because he went out to the pub for lunch and had a beer. Came back after lunch and got fired. Cross into Wolfhard, driven straight past the bowler to the onside, collected by mid-on running around. It's part of the culture there. So they take a single, 64 for 1, 3 balls to go in the 10th over. and he was quite shocked that his employer in South Africa didn't like the fact that he went and had a pub lunch.
Yeah, if it's a Friday, it's public. It's a Friday.
Abdul Shakur on Facebook says, South win. Thank you for the support, Abdul Shakur. Thank you for listening. Kate Cross continues. 4th ball of the 10th over. Right arm over the wicket into Lara Goodall, who defends this one back to the bowler. Just to the offside. Was that a missed chance there? Cross on her follow through couldn't quite get to the ball. Let's see if that was a bump ball. No, it was just bobbled. No, it bounced before it got to Cross. So
just
almost a caught ball.
Just looked good there. Did Lara Goodall.
She faces Cross again. It's back of a length. She pushes this out to forward of square on the leg side. Single taken. 65 for 1 ball to go in the 10th. She seems to be...
Yeah, I think they need to settle down now. And I think that's going to be... As you can hear, my kids also need to settle down a bit. I think, like... but yeah...
Cross to Wolfhard. Exquisite cover drive by Laura Wolfhard. Almost down on one knee. She gets her 50 off 36 balls. 69 for 1. 10 overs gone. South Africa 1 run short of the 7-run mark. Wolfhard, 36 balls, 10 fours. Strike rate of 138.9.
They just
yo.
And that was a fantastic shot from Laura Wolfhard.
It was just back of a good length, and Laura just on top of the bounce, driving that past a diving cover fielder for 4. Wonderful stuff.
Worth the price of it.
Yeah, I'm going to switch over to my backup internet connection here, if I may, and my power is going to be switched off in a few minutes. I'll give it a few minutes more. So if I do suddenly disappear, I'll be back very soon. And
I've got this now as Charlie Dean is about to take over again, and that's the end of the power play. Into the second power play. It's so weird to say if it's the end of another power play, but as Charlie Dean aborts a run up now. Dead ball called by the umpire. Lara Goodall is on strike, and Dean is in. This one outside off and cut well, and it is picked up by the sweeper on the offside, and they come through for a C. As
70 runs up.
Yep. Oh, almost 302 runs is the target. I think it's going to be a great side if once they cross that less than 300 to get, it's a great psychological barrier, and they should just try to work at going at 50s. So 60 balls for their 70, 61 balls for their 70, and this is driven and just 2 point for a no run by Laura Wolfhard, who is now on strike on 50 runs off 37 deliveries. Goodall on 3 of 7, doing well to stick with the Charlie Dean in again. This one is on middle and off. Laura Wolfhard steps across and works it to the leg side, and they come through for the single where it's cleaned up by the lady at Kyle, and it is 71 for 1 after 10.3 overs. Laura Dean doing a great holding job at the moment for England after a long stretch of cross just getting pummeled. As this one is down the leg side, Laura Goodall pulls out the sweep shot and helps it on its way. It beats short fine leg and runs to the boundary for 4.
Oh, it's just enough by Lara Goodall. She just helped it around the corner there.
This one is outside off and it bunted to the offside as the sweeper picks up on the boundary, and it is a single. The score moves on to 76 for 1 after with 1 ball to come in the 11th. Still hovering around that 7 and over target, which is what is needed, as Laura Wolford will face the last ball of the 11th over, bowled by Charlie Dean. Coming around the wicket now, and this one is on off stump, and it is defended back to the bowler for no run. Run over.
So, just behind the 7 runs and over rate.
That's all we're asking.
That's all we need. A wonderful 50 by Laura Wolford so far. She's got the talent, she's got the class, she's got the opportunity, she's got the deliveries to come. She can play a mammoth innings here and get some belief back into the South African ladies ahead of the T20 series and the Commonwealth Games. Medals are up for grabs. So this is a good start. One of the best that we've seen in a while.
As the cross comes in, and this one is a Yorker length delivery outside off stump of Laura Goodall, and it is dug out, and it goes to the fielder in the covers for no run. She's good. Laura Wolford needs to kick on, and she's going at batting brilliantly. 51 of only 39. Laura Goodall, 8 of 10, trying to keep up, and it is fantastic to see as cross comes in again. This one outside off and driven sweetly down the ground, but it is cleaned up by Mid off to the left-hander, and there is no run. 76 for 1. Would you say that bringing Goodall, who is a very much more defensive player than, say, a Essenelus or a Marizan Cup, does that stifle, put more pressure on Laura Wolford as this one is outside off again, driven to a short cover for a no run? Put more pressure on Laura Wolford to play more expansive cricket when she can, if a more aggressive with a more aggressive partner, just take her time and get settled.
Well, we talked about this in one of the previous matches as we see Kate Cross running in. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander.
This one is on leg stump. It is an appeal for LBW. Umpire is not interested at all. And they are going to not go. Don't go.
Pitched outside leg. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Struck her in front of middle and leg. Couldn't have bounced anywhere but outside leg. So that would be an ill-advised review.
We've seen worse. We've seen shots. Yeah, they would have clattered into middle and leg. But yeah, pitching outside leg just. We'll wait for the director to give us a pitch map there. This one is again on that middle and leg line, and Laura Goodall just digs it out. And played straight back down the ground where it's cleaned up by Madoff for no run.
So Josie Oak on Twitter asks, where is Otto living for all those bars? So I'll give you a rundown after the end of this over, after this next delivery. If I can, if my power stays on.
As cross comes in now past the umpire. This one on legs up, chipped in the air, but safely. And it runs down to a fine leg where it's cleaned up by Bell. And they come back for 2. 78 for 1 after 12 overs.
Okay, so these are all within 4 or 5 blocks of my house, walking distance, right?
Yeah.
So there's the Dross, which is a restaurant. There's Super, which used to be Mimos, which is a restaurant. There is Tataki, which is a sushi restaurant. There is the rugby club. Thirsty Joe's, MD's, Jar Bar, Thirsty Cow, the other one there in James Drive, which I don't remember the name of. They keep changing the name. That's 9. As Dean comes in.
As well, past the umpire now, moved outside off stump. Wolford plays off the back foot to the leg side for no run.
There's the Old Motor Club. That's 10. That's about. And there's Palms, which is a pool bar, so that's 11. And then the Shebeens, not counting the Shebeens and the railway station area.
As this one is down the leg side and swept well by Laura Wolford, but straight to the fielder at fire leg, and they come through for the single. You know that the spot to go to is either at the train station or the rugby club. You know that the rugby club is the vibe.
Yes, you'll have an interesting experience.
The rugby club's the vibe.
Yeah, did I miss anything? I'll confirm.
Dean coming around the wicket now to Laura Goodall and is driven straight to the fielder at mid off to the left-hander, and there is no run. Goodall just finding the fielders and unable to pick the gap, but it is quite a tight offside field. She's got the slip in now, does Bell, and this one strays onto leg stump and it is worked to a mid-wicket where they do come through for the single. And so the score moves on to 80 for no loss. The target is less than 300 now, which is going to be great for the mental game of the South Africans. As Dean comes in now, this one worked from middle and off to the leg side, and there is no run.
1 ball to go in the 13th over. Wolford on 52 or 42. Goodall on 11 of 17.
This one is on a middle and off, driven and cleaned up by Dean, and there is no run. That's the end of the 13th over. 80 for 1. Target 372. Goodall will now be facing the next over. She's on 11 of 17, and Laura Wolford is on 52 of 43. High fives all around.
So South Africa, yes. No, there's a lot of belief here in the England team, and that is understandable. South Africa are now 11 runs behind the 7-run and over mark. They should have been at 91 after 13. They're on 80. Still above they're below 6 and over as well. No, check. Yeah, run rate now 6.15, required 7.89.
This one outside off stump. It is flashed at by Goodall. She gets the bottom edge of the bat, and it beats backward point as they come through for the single. But yeah, the high fives and just the energy from the England team, it just shows that it's completely different if you're a winning team compared to a team that's going through a bit of strife.
Yeah, the only hope for South Africa is some complacency from the English ladies to get at least a win in this ODI series as Wolford faces cross.
This one is straight on the middle, and it is straight to the fielder where Dean, the miserly Dean, cleans up, and the score remains 81 for 1 after 13.2. Yeah, just the energy shown by the English ladies is a lot different compared to what we've seen in the field recently with the South African ladies. As cross comes in again past the umpire, this one is on middle end off, and it's hoiked to the leg side by Laura Wolford, getting frustrated with all these dots now, and it looks like she is trying to break the shackles loose, which is not really necessary at this moment, but straight to the fielder again for a no run.
Yeah, very interesting situation here.
As cross at the top of a mark comes in again. This one past the umpire, and it is on middle and off and driven down the ground, straight to a fielder again. Laura Wolford showing her frustration now as the score remains 81 for 1 after 13.4 overs. Excuse me. as Otto has been the victim of load shedding, and he should be back soon. As the score is 81 for 1. Goodall on 12. Laura Wolford on 52. Trying not to get too frustrated and head out as Cross comes in past the umpire. This one short of a length outside off and beaten, but no edge there as score a fantastic ball from Cross just outside off. Does not deviate that much, and Laura Wolford has a wild flash at that one and not getting a bat on it. Beaten outside off. And it is 81 for 1 with 1 ball to come in the 50th over. Falling behind that required right now. It passes the umpire and driven well straight down the ground. Fantastic shot. That's the release shot that Laura Wolford's been looking for. Shaking her head, thinking that she could have made more of what was fed to her this over. But in the end, ends it with a boundary straight down the ground. Fantastic looking shot. Getting all of that one. She moves on to 56. South Africa moves to 85 for 1 after 14 overs. A target of 372. As we look at the worm of Laura Wolford's batting career. And we see that she is at 700 and something points for her ODI batting rating. As Dean continues, this one full on middle and leg and is worked her way to the leg side, where it's cleaned up by mid wicket. For a no run. The score remains 85 for 1 after 40.1 overs. And Dean comes in again. This one looped outside off stump, driven to the offside. It's cleaned up by the sweeper at a deep cover, and they take the single. 86 is the score. Goodall moves on to 13. Laura Wolford will now face Dean coming over the wicket, and she loops this one on a middle and off. A bit of turn there, and she works it to the leg side, where it's cleaned up by square leg, and there is no run.
Sorry to leave you hanging there, my friend.
No problem.
Just transitioning over to my camping equipment. And
this one is on middle and leg and is bunted down the ground, into the ground. A big bounce to mid on for a no run. 2 balls to come in the 15th over. 86 for 1. Dean, there's a big appeal for LBW, and she's given. Laura Wolford goes on the sweep, and she is being given out. LBW, Dean getting the wicket. Laura Wolford just getting a bit frustrated, falling behind that rate. Is she going to go upstairs? I don't think she is. And
trapped straight in front.
And she is gone. Could she have been? Nah, she's dead. Straight in front.
Dead as a doornail. Dead as a doornail.
And with that, I think there go the hopes of South Africa chasing down this total. Dean doing a bit of a high kick again.
I wouldn't go that far. Don't go that far.
Here comes a good old 100.
Hey, coach, welcome back.
Don't doubt the coach.
Okay, don't doubt. Okay, I'm not doubting the coach. I've made that my new life philosophy. I'm not going to doubt the coach.
Good. No, look, to be honest, I don't know if Goodall's going to pull off 100 here. It would be nice. But how's everybody doing? I'm back. Thank goodness for early return of power.
Doing well.
Hey,
well.
I swapped you. You see, we swapped out there.
If either of you want a break, please, by all means.
Yeah, I just think I just need a bit of a water break and a refill of coffee.
Yeah, let's get you on ball by ball. There's a drinks break as well with that wicket. Coach David, Operation Stick with Laura, and Laura said no, stick with someone else.
Right. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys.
Cheers, Anis. Thank you so much.
to stay on. I'm just going to be back in 5 minutes. So much going to be wonky.
No, just saying. Kudos. Thanks, man. 2 thumbs up. So, Coach David seems to be just struggling to reconnect. And, oh no, he's got a sucker punch, the Eskom sucker punch, where they switch your power on and then switch it back off. So hopefully he gets that sorted out as soon as possible. And hopefully he's got a good ward counsellor where he stays. It's a drinks break. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you look at it, you're stuck with me once again, ladies and gentlemen, on Gorilla Cricket South Africa. South Africa chasing 372 for a win. They are on 86 for 2. Laura Wolfhard departed. She got trapped LBW by Charlie Dean for 56 or 51 balls. She hit 11 fours at a strike rate of 109.8. Another good 50 by Wolfhard. We see the ball tracker there that confirmed that the review would have been foolish. So it's Laura Goodall at the crease, and she will be joined by Sunaylis, the captain, who hasn't had a good series either. Neither of these two ladies have had good scores in the series. Sunaylis has played 106 matches, 1,790 runs at an average of 24.5 with a strike rate of 62 and a highest score of 93. Boy, do we need 93 from Sunaylis today. That would be awesome. So let's see what she can do. As Dean comes into Sunaylis, forward defensive out to the offside, no run. So Charlie Dean has taken both wickets in this innings, and she's bowled 4 overs for 12. Just a 3-run strike economy rate. 15 overs gone now, 86 for 2. And the South Africans are wobbling a bit, but they're still in this. Marizon Cup, Chloe Tryon, Trisha Chetty I will name as well as somebody who can actually get the job done for South Africa. So we'll have to wait and see what happens next. Laura Goodall looking a little bit stressed as the star with the bat for England in the series, Emma Lamb, is into the attack. Right arm off spin. And she will be bowling 16th over with a score on 86 for 2. The run rate by South Africa is 5.73 now. They require 8.17. They need 286 runs from 35 overs. Emma Lamb comes right arm round to the left-hander. Ball coming into the left-hander. Defended out to the offside for no run. 86 for 2. So we wait for Coach David's power to be restored. We wait for Anis to get some coffee. And Laura Goodall defends this one off her off stump to the onside for no run. And this is a critical period. South Africa cannot let the run rate slip too far, but they also cannot afford any wickets. And it's all in England's hands now as Goodall defends this one out to the onside once again to mid-on. So disciplined bowling from England should win the game for them from this position, Anis.
Yeah, I see that we lost Dave.
Yes, he had the Eskom 1-2 sucker punch. Switch your power on and then it trips and it goes back down.
Wow.
And that happens sometimes. And people
You're too excited.
Yeah. Everybody's fridges and geysers kick in and say, hey, and then the power just says no.
would flick the
So
switch.
there's another a single taken this time by good old Sunay Lees off the back foot, drives this out to deep extra cover for another single, 88 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 16th over.
I'll tell you, if you want to take a break, just feel free. And then I'll take over from the 16th.
Thank you very much. Goodall facing Lamb. She plays a forward defensive shot. She wants to go for a single, but the fielder recovers from the fumble, and they go through for no run. They don't take 88 for 2, 16 overs gone.
Yeah, you look at that. Today Liz was just leading there. I'm not running for anything. Goodall's halfway down the track. No, go.
Now, so Lee's confidence must be somewhere in between her sock and her shoe. She hasn't had a good series at all. So let's hope that she can get some confidence back here and put up a fight. That's all we want. A good fight. Come on, ladies. Come on, South Africa.
As we see Marizine Cup with the helmet on. This one is looped outside off, and it is played to the offside by Sunay Lees, who can now take time and play herself in. I think, as we were saying earlier on, that the hope of just pulling something out the hat might have died with Laura Wolford, as Sunay Lees plays this one with soft hands to the offside, and they come through for the single. As Laura Goodall will now be on strike. The score is 89 for 2. And maybe we get to see a captain's knock from Les. And the camera is focusing on Marizine Cup. All the pressure. This one from...
Yeah, this situation needs a hero.
And is called a wide, rightly so. So the score moves on to 90 with a 90 for 2 after 16.2 overs, as Dean comes over around the wicket this time and driven straight back to her, and there is a no run. Laura Goodall is going to have to play as coach says the knock of a life and get it over this one. Drifting down leg stump side again and beats the attempted ramp shot from Laura Goodall, and it is called a wide. So the score moves on to 91 for 2 after 16.3, but that was tight, nearly took her leg stump out. Dean coming in again. This one straight and in a Yorker length delivery. Goodall does well to dig it out. Was straightened a bit quicker, straighter, flatter, and quicker, and Goodall digs it out well, and the score stays 91 for 2. 2 balls to come. Dean in now. This one some length width outside off and played to that short cover for no run. 1 ball to come. Dean rushing through the overs, going at 3 and over at the moment. This one looped up a bit slower outside off, using a great controlling her speed and very well in that over was Dean. The score moves on to a 91 for 2 as we see the lights come on. Of 17 overs gone, target 372, but I think that needs to be out of the players' minds now, as it is looking to be an insurmountable task for these Proteas. They need 81 more runs at 8.5 and over. The run rate creeping up ever so slightly. They have 8 wickets in hand, but this going that hard and might for that long might just be too much for this batting lineup. As Lamb comes in for a second over, drops this one short, and it's pulled well by Sunay Lees, and it runs down a 2-fine leg for 4. The deep backward square couldn't come around enough to cut that off, and no matter how poor Sunay Lees' form has been in this series, a gimme like that, a long hop, can be put away and just help with the confidence. Lamb coming in, this one wide outside off and cut well, and the sweeper on the boundary in the covers cleaned up and they come through for the single. The score moves on to 96 for 2 after 17.2 overs. The current run rate of 5.54 when they need 8.45 and over. Lamb to Goodall now. This one cleans up the reverse sweep, and it is cleaned up at a backward point quite nicely, but there is a no run.
It's important here for South Africa just to put up a fight.
Reverse swept again, this time beats point, and it runs away for 4. Laura Goodall went to that one again, this time getting the reward. A great shot there, even though my relationship with the sweep shot is iffy at best.
Well, that's a reverse sweep.
Yes.
And you've got third inside the ring, so that's a good shot. Tried it, didn't work, straight to the fielder, next one, 4.
This one down the leg side, and the regular sweep comes out, and it is straight to the fielder at short 45, and it is no run. That was the 100 up, that reverse sweep, and they come through for a cheeky single, and the score moves on to 101 for 2 after 18 overs. So the 100 came up off of 17.1 overs. Obviously, the second 50, the second 50 actually faster than the first. No, the second 50 a lot slower than the first.
So you're talking about batting with a partner at the other end, attacking, not attacking.
Yeah.
I think in this situation, Laura Goodall and Lise both searching for form. Laura Goodall looking a bit more relaxed. She's got a smile on her face. And she needs to take the pressure off Lise now. She needs to show Sunay Lise that she can stick around.
This one is on just outside off, and Laura Goodall throws the kitchen sink at it and just manages to get it inside edge onto a foot, and it runs to the offside for no run. Looped up this time, a full toss, and nearly caught, but I think it's put down at a mid-on, and they come through for 2 in the end. A full toss, waist high. Laura Goodall just throws the bat at it, and just manages not getting the timing right, and it just looped gently to mid-on. We had to come and make a bit of ground, but couldn't get there in the end. As Dean comes in again, this one looped up again, full, and this one beats mid-wicket and straight to mid-on as they come in for a quick single, but the throw, Sunay Lise manages to beat the throw, and they come through for the single. The score moves up to 104 for 2.
Yes, I think with Lise being the captain and all that must be running through her mind, I mean, all she needs to do now, Sunay Lise, is just bat.
Yeah. This one is on a middle-end leg, and it is worked down to the fielder sweeping on the cow corner boundary, and they come through for a single. We see Laura Goodall in the ball before between deliveries, just stretching her hamstrings. It'd be interesting to see if she's been out there for only 36 deliveries and she's already starting to get cramped. As Dean comes in for the 5th volley there over this one outside off, and Goodall gets a good stride forward and slaps it straight back to her for a no run. 105 for 2 with 1 ball to come in the 19th over. Dean very quickly at the top of the block. Comes in now.
Not much time to talk.
Straight on a middle-end leg and works it to a short mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the 19th over, 105 for 2.
So Goodall just needs to show Lise that she's there. She's going to stay there. She's going to be the anchor. She's the number 3 batter. She's the top order batter. Lise needs to somehow find some kind of form. It's too soon for Lise to hit out unless she starts wasting deliveries. Cup is there. Tryon is there. Chetty is there. Lots of experience. Tryon in a good run of form, a good vein of form, as they say, as we see Lamb continuing.
Yes, that's when it's played to the offside. Next side. Offside, yes. And there is one. They come through for a single. Laura Goodall will now be facing. This is so interesting because we've got the English spinners going at about 4 and 3 and over, and you had the South African spinners going at 6 and 7. As Laura Goodall makes her way down the wicket, and she finds the inside edge, and it beats the keeper, and they come through for another streaky single. Just as you were saying, she needs to tell the captain that she's there, that she's going to bat for a long time. She goes and plays her bat. Oh, that one just beats everything. Oh, she bowls the nailless off stump out the ground. Emma Lamb just getting that one to rush onto nailless, who plays off the back foot, trying to cut it. And she plays all over the top of it, and it takes her off stump out of the ground. Wow.
Yeah, this is an ODI, but now South Africa needs to bat time. Sunay completely indecisive, wanted to give herself room, tried to play the cross bat shot to the onside, and just played all over that delivery. It missed her bat and hit her stumps. She's gone for 9 off 9, 107 for 3. Sunay Lees bowled by Emma Lamb. Emma Lamb, who, yes, I mean, she's just setting the world alight at the moment. 5 matches she's played now, including this one. She's got her first wicket in ODIs and an average of 44. And 1 for 14 is her best bowling figures in this match.
It's going, and she's just, getting runs, like hand over fist, getting wickets. Sunay, I think Sunay might be, the selectors might start taking notice now of, which is a bit unfair. But yeah, I think that she's going to be under some scrutiny as the captain, as Marizanne Kapp strides to the wicket. 129 matches, vastly experienced, average of a 29.94, highest of 102, and a strike rate of 72. If she sticks around, this 372 might still be gettable. I know I'm speaking with a lot of hope. She faces the first ball. This one,
for sure.
Driven, this one outside off stump, driven in a swashbuckling style by Marizanne Kapp, and she gets off the mark first ball, and the score moves on to 108.43.
Yeah, so even though this is an ODI, I think for the South African team, they just need to stick around. They need to bowl to face the 50 overs for the first time in this ODI series.
I think that's going
I think that should be the next goal. As Goodall takes a single to backward square leg off the bowling of Lamb. 109 for 3, 1 ball to go in the 20th.
I agree 100%. Just face the 50 overs and see what you can do, as this one is outside off, turning quite a bit, and he's worked down a too long or mid-on for a no run.
So Kapp is off the mark. She's faced 2 deliveries. Goodall on 24 or 40. I can't think of any other goal that South Africa can set themselves at the moment, because to go for this total would be suicidal and just a bridge too far at this point in time. The required rate now is on 8.7. Run rate achieved 5.4. They haven't faced a full 50 overs in this ODI series. And if they can just set their minds on that target, things might start to turn in their favor, as Alice Davidson-Richards is into the attack. She replaces Dean. Sophie Dean. Yeah.
Charlie Dean, sorry.
Yes, Charlie Dean.
And Davidson Richards DR comes in outside off, and Laura Goodall plays a drive, an expansive drive, and she's beaten outside off, and there is no run. I'm just going to call it DR. Davidson Richards. Every ball, Davidson Richards. So DR is fine.
Yes. And she's D-Richards on the TV scorecard.
DR comes in. This one, Luke Tillman on, and it's taken. Second ball. Laura Goodall just playing in front of her body, beaten by the change of pace, and it just loops straight to mid-on for the catch. And Laura Goodall has to trudge. I like to trudge back to the change room. Just the ball just stopping there, cross seam, just stopping there in the pitch, and Laura Goodall just playing it straight to the lady that's Bell at mid-on, who takes a diving rolling TV catch, and Goodall has to go.
Celebrations for England. Jordan James Adams on YouTube says, I've got money on England to win. Do you think they will? Yes, I do think that. Jordan James Adams. Even though we are South African fans, we can see exactly what's happening, and it's not good for South Africa. As Josie Oak asks on Twitter if I went to the Capital Beer Festival at the Botanical Gardens. I'm a working man, father of two. So this is the first I've heard about this Capital Beer Festival. Hopefully I'll have some free time next year to see what it's all about. But yes, very, very fortunate to live close to the Botanical Gardens here in Pretoria. So we have a lot of bird life in the garden here. Chloe Tryon, the hero, perhaps today. She's been smacking the ball to all parts in losing causes. So let's see what she can do. 109 for 4. Third ball to come of the 21st.
Yes, Davidson Richards darts this one into midland leg, and Tryon, first up, just works it to the leg side where the wicketkeeper has to run around and clean up, and she is off the mark. 97 matches, an average of 23.97, strike rate of 99, 9 50s, no hundreds, and the best of 92 versus Ireland in 2016, not on this tour.
Sure. This is...
DR comes in. It's a short outside off stump, and the Marizon Cup misses out and gives a wry smile, knowing that she did miss out. She bunted,
shaking her head.
She knew she missed out there, but I think they need to, as you said, just bet up the 50 and see where they can get from there. Valuable experience.
These two batters are the final bastion for South Africa. Trisha Chetty might be able to do something as Cup swivels on her back foot, sends the short ball out to deep mid wicket for a single.
Davidson Richards trying to intimidate Marizon Cup. Maybe it's because she's got a bit of back problems, as we see her stretching her back. Is Marizon Cup, as Chloe Tryon is now facing. This one.
Nelson up, feet off the floor.
Foot off the floor. And as Chloe Tryon plays this one to the offside, and Nelson is gone as she carved this one to the offside where it's cleaned up by Deepak at point, and they come through for the single. 112 for 4 after 21 overs. Tryon, the new batter at the crease, and on 2, and Marizon Cup, the also new batter at the crease on a 4.
I think these two just need to stick together until the 40th over. If they can manage that, they should have their eye in the next 3 or 4 balls, maybe an over or so, and then they can start to cash in, because if one of these 2 wickets go down, South Africa will be staring down the barrel of another humiliating defeat, not batting through the 50 overs once again. So let's see who is going to be the hero. All the heroes on the England side at the moment. Emma Lamb being one of them. 1 for 16 off 3. She goes into Tryon.
And beaten outside off stump straight away. Emma Lamb. What a bowler. What a player. I think they need to back to 30 and then reassess as this one is looped in on a middle and leg, but Tryon is well comfortable to just push it to the offside for no run, where it's cleaned up by Bedorf as Lamb comes in again. And this one a bit straighter and worked a bit straighter. This one cleaned up by mid-on for no run. Yeah, I think they just need to reassess at 30. And if they're going to go, we'll try to bat out the 50.
No, that has to be the goal from here.
Defended on middle stump by Chloe Tryon for a no run. Yeah, it's. I think that needs to be the goal. Is Lamb is really running through this over. This one is outside off, a bit short, pull the length back a bit, and it gives Chloe Tryon enough time to cut it through the covers, where it's cleaned up by the sweeper on the extra cover boundary for a 1 run. Marizon Cup to face the final ball of the 22nd over.
4 wickets down for South Africa, and that is the issue.
As this one is always cheekily played, a cheeky little cut shot as it runs down to third, and they come back for 2. And the score moves on to 115 for 4 after 22 overs. Yeah, they need to bat.
The quiet run rate has now jumped up to 9.17. 257 runs from 28 overs needed by South Africa.
Yeah, we're not worried.
No, I don't think. No.
Look, if they get to 30 overs, then they can start thinking about it in T20 terms. And if they have enough runs, they can, and these two can get there, and they'll be in. So if they can think of it in T20 terms after 30, then maybe it will be game on. Or they'll do the sensible thing and bat out their 50. And get close, but they'll not get bowled out. And as you said, it will be an achievement for them to bat their 50, which they haven't done this entire tour. As Richards comes in again, and this one on the leg stump, and it's worked away by Chloe Tryon for a single.
So Davidson Richards, phenomenal figures, bowling her 7th delivery. 4 runs conceded, 1 wicket. And
that's great bowling.
At least would have given her right arm to have a bowler with those kind of figures in the series. 116 for 4. First delivery done of the 23rd,
This one is driven straight down the ground, and there is a attempted stop by DR as it beats her, but it's cleaned up by mid-off for no run.
116 for 4. Target 372. South Africa nearing the halfway mark in terms of overs, but nowhere near the halfway mark
in terms
of the runs achieved. Hope against hope.
This one is on a middle and off, and it's a Yorker length delivery that's dug out, and it is played straight back down the ground for a no run. Score remains 116 for 4. I think we need to take out, from our minds, the 372, because it's probably not going to happen, as this one is dropped well short, and it is pulled well by Marizon Cup, and it goes for 4.
Yes.
Bit of a little batter's glare there from Marizon Cup. Try to drop it short. You're not quick enough for that Leon ball, and gets pulled away and pulled well for 4.
And very rare bad delivery from England. We saw many bad deliveries from the South African bowlers, just comparing the two performances. 120 for 4, 2 balls to go in the 23rd.
This one is in the arc, and it is smashed over the top, and it's a 1 bounce 4.
Yes.
Davidson Richards might get hit out the attack by Marizon Cup, who seems a bit annoyed by this bowler. Sees another one.
124 for 4. A 4 takes it to 124 for 4.
124 for 4. The cross seam delivery, and Marizon Cup was in her hitting zone, and it got hit. 1 ball to come in this over. 124 for 4. with one ball to come in the 23rd. Marizanne Cup needs to just calm down and not let it go, let the blood rush to her head. As she stretches her back, I think that maybe she, knowing the sportswoman she is, she's not going to want to retire, and she's going to leave it all on the field. Yeah. As Davidson Richards comes in, this one is short of a length on middle, and she plays it. Marizanne Cup plays it straight back down the ground for no run. And
so with that 4, 1, 2, 4 for 4, yes. We saw the stump cam. Marizanne Cup took strike outside her crease, about 20, 30 centimeters, about a foot outside her crease. And so Amy Jones came up to the stumps, forcing her to get back into the crease to, to get the bowler's length in the correct place. And now Izzy Wong is back into the attack. So Heather Knight going for the kill, going for the jugular here. She knows that any one of these two can take South Africa over the line. And so Izzy Wong will be bowling to Chloe Tryon, who's there on 4 of 8.
Yes.
124 for 4, as we mentioned. And Izzy Wong, quite expensive, 8.3 economy in her 3 overs, 25 runs conceded, but she's looked very dangerous.
Yeah, those figures.
There's still some swing in this ball.
Those figures don't tell the story. Izzy Wong looked on and was always in for a shot, finding the edge a couple of times there, just falling short or wide of the fielders. And she is in now past the umpire. Full and first ball up, Yorker length delivery. It's full, finds the inside edge, and it runs away for 4. Unlucky. She was bowling to. Only a single. 1, 2, 5 for 4. But they got the single as it ran down to fine leg. They just cut away. I thought it was 4. Ran away for 4 because they cut away from where the ball went. Marizanne Cup is now on strike as Izzy Wong comes in again past the umpire, and this one is again Yorker length delivery and dug out well by Marizanne Cup. No run. 125 for 4. Yeah, Izzy Wong was finding edges and things just didn't go to hand. But then, but at the crease was Laura Wolford, who, even though one of her boundaries was a streaky outside edge, seemed to have the measure of her. But Audrey Steyn looked all at sea. Unfortunately, Izzy Wong.
And now she's bowling death. She's bowling death bowling, full and straight.
Off again, Yorker length delivery. That wide Yorker, and as you say, she's bowling the perfect death bowl or bowling line, practicing for a future game, as it is again dug out by Marizanne Cup. Not much you can do with that.
23.3 overs gone. Izzy Wong bowling her 4th over, and her bowling figures will start to look better and better with each of these deliveries.
This one in the arc and driven well down the ground by Marizanne Cup. 4 more.
Yes.
Straight just a little bit, and Marizanne Cup will punish you. And that was a fantastic shot. Scrambled seam. Marizanne Cup, well done. Positioned for that. Just following through, high elbow at the end of that, and just punched down the ground for 4. She looks intense today. The runs are in her eyes.
Yep. Beaten mid-off, diving to her right. Just straight enough to beat mid-off there.
And now the keeper standing up to Izzy Wong. Oh, that's the insult. But bowling a bit quicker. 70 k's an hour. And this one is worked to a mid-wicket for no run. Oh, Izzy Wong is going to drop a ball. Stop bowling so quick that the keeper's going to have to step back. Opening bowler.
Well, it's because Marizanne stands outside of a crease.
Yeah.
And now she's gripping the bat right up against the shoulder with a lot of the handle sticking out.
As this one is on a stump and it's cut well, but it is covered by the sweeper on the cover boundary who comes around. And they come through for the single. 130 for 4 after 24.
So England will put a high price on Marizanne Cup's wicket We saw in the previous game that South Africa looked like they were going to chase the target set by England, and when Cup lost a wicket, that was that. Yeah. That was the end of it. And after that, it was a procession and a humiliating defeat. So I think Marizanne knows, Chloe Tryon knows that they need to put a high price on their own wickets.
Yeah.
England are going to go all out to try and get them back in the hut. Alice Davison-Richards will continue bowling her third over, 1 for 12.
This one is short of a length, on off stump and just punched down the ground by Marizanne Cup, where it is cleared, picked up by Mid on for a no run. Score remains 130 for 4. Again, standing up to the wicket because they know that Marizanne Cup is likes to bat out of a crease to negate any swing and mess with the bowler's length. As this one is dropped short and punched straight to short cover.
Shot then. That would have stung. That would have stung the hands of the fielder there.
And you know, as soon as she hit it, that sound of the ball slapping her hand, it's like it reverberated through the ground. As this one, the next ball, Davison-Richards in. She is on the middle, and it's in the arc, and is going out the park.
Yes.
Cup gets underneath that one and is planning to hit Davison-Richards out of the attack. The look in Marizanne Cup's eyes are like, she's done with this. My back hurts. I want to go home. No way. With Mid on up, it is quite the safe shot, and that went the distance by quite a long way. Hit the guy. Oh, missed the guy. Wheeling the kicks to one of the bars. That is bar number 4 that we see. It would be great if it hit the guy wheeling the kicks.
Yeah, power hitting by Marizanne Cup. That is just pure power.
This one is dropped short and cut well, but there is cover on that boundary, and they only can come through for the single. As you were saying about Marizanne Cup holding a grip, she's choking the back, so she is going to be the bottom man dominant now. We're trying to accelerate things, but as you said, they need to value their wicket, and she seems to be in quite a bit of pain, looking very, very, very uncomfortable out there. As this one to Chloe Tryon is driven to the fielder sweeping on the extra cover boundary, and they come through for the single. That little bit of respite for Marizanne Cup. It didn't last long. She is taking deep breaths to maintain her composure now. I'm wondering how long her back can hold it.
Yeah, she definitely is not looking 100%. Last ball of the 25th over, 138 for 4. Davison-Richards down the leg side.
All the
wide.
140. The score moves on to 140. Oh no!
There we go. We've made it to 139. Okay.
Yay!
Yeah, we see a replay of that stop that she made in the deep. It was a catch that she took, I think, or some fielding she did in the deep there.
As this one is a full toss, and Marizanne Cup does not miss, and plays the sweep, and it goes down to the boundary where it's cleaned up by the sweeper at deep mid wicket for a single. The score is now 140 for 4 after 25.
So that explains why she wasn't bowling. She's bending over. She's stretching her lower back, trying to get some respite. Probably every stride she takes is sending pangs of pain through her back and down her legs. She's tying her shoelaces now. 25 overs gone, 140 for 4. And in contrast to South Africa's innings, only 8 extras by England, 1 leg by and 7 wide so far. 5.6 run rate and 9.28 required.
Be tough as Easy Wong comes in now. to Marizon Cup. Full toss again, but this one is worked down in the ground, straight to the fielder, missing out there, 73 k's an hour. Trying to push her keeper back. Feeling very, I'm not very happy that wicket keeper standing up to her. She's the opening bowler for England, damn it. Show some respect. See one coming in again for the second ball. This one dropped a bit shorter, and it is defended to the offside for no run.
Looking better here, Wong, in the second over of her second spell. She was a bit wayward in that first over, but she's got her the rhythm back. And once again, she's looking dangerous. Looking very dangerous.
She is indeed, as she comes in for the third ball of the over. Past the umpire now, bustling in and cut well by Marizon Cup. And this one is just by the fielder who comes around from deep cover to clean it up. On the boundary, and they come through for 142 for 4. Oh, there you go. As she is now starting to touch at her back, is Marizon Cup. Now, do we say that discretion is the better part of valor and rest her and have her come off because there is a T20 series to play, as this one is on middle and leg, and it is played straight down the ground where it's cleaned up at mid off for no run.
Yeah, look, she's one of those players that will stay out there until you carry her off on a stretcher or have a team of wild horses pulling her off the field. She's not going to go and say, listen, I'm hurt, I need to retire. Somebody needs to walk up to her and whack her over the head, to get her off the field.
As this one is dropped short by Izzy Wong and is pulled well, just swiveling and hoping it's on its way. And Marizon Cup strokes this one to the boundary for 4, meeting the fielder down at deep mid-wicket, laying it backward of square by 6, the square leg, and the mid-wicket fielder on the boundary, and it runs away for 4. Fantastic shot, but still not looking very comfortable. 146 for 4 with 1 ball to come in the 26th. Maybe she needs to just spend some time at the other end for a while.
Yeah, try and maybe farm the strike for a bit, but Wong goes to Cup. Last ball of the 26th.
And it is played down at the ground and cleaned up in mid-on, rather, for no run. I think, she's going to get her some water, change some gloves, just take a minute, some pain tablets. You know that they're only allowed to give them basically paracetamol.
Paracetamol. Yes, because everything else is a banned substance that would be considered a performance-enhancing drug.
I don't understand. I don't understand how painkiller is a performance-enhancing drug.
Yeah, and then you don't want something that makes you drowsy or sleepy or anything like that. It's... Yes, when he took the wrong tablets, he thought, or he took too many or something like that, and we saw him standing with his gloves and the ball flying past his ear. That was funny. Okay, so there's a bit of a break in play. I remember that now, and then afterwards it was like Mornay van Wyk saying it was my fault, I took the wrong pills or something. Yes, that was funny. And we were like, what is this guy doing? What is going on? Does he know where he is? It doesn't look like he does. And he didn't.
Because we were saying, but this guy, we rate this guy. What happened?
He was literally asleep at the wheel.
The same thing with what's his name?
So for those of you who don't remember the story, Mornay van Wyk was a wicketkeeper for South Africa, and they were on tour, and it was a critical match, and he just literally went to sleep behind the stumps because he took some medication, either took the wrong medication or took the wrong amount. I don't remember which. But yes, was literally standing with his gloves in the position that the wicket keepers do, and the ball went flying past his head, and he just remained absolutely still as if he was still waiting for the ball to be delivered. And everybody was like, What is this guy doing? Is he doing a match fixing thing, or what is going on? And it turned out after the match they admitted that there's some medical mix-up.
Yeah. 226 to win with 24. If South Africa can get this to be less than 200 off the 30, I think it might game on.
Might be.
It's looking too far ahead. There's 4 of us to go until 30. We can reassess there. And these two need to be. I just hope Marizon Cup's back holds up.
Yeah, that's going to be key. And like you said, Anis, it's not worth it for her to really injure herself more. She probably had a chat to the physio now. So let's hope that she doesn't sacrifice herself with the Commonwealth Games coming up, with the T20 series coming up. It's going to be very tragic if she tries to win this impossible game and messes up her back and takes a year to recover.
As this one is dropped short and this one is pushed by Chloe Tran down the ground as they come back for 2. Oh, Chloe Tran's ball watching as she came back for the second. Just checking that Marizon Cup was going to make a ground. I don't know if she's just checking that she can run, which is concerning for her.
Yeah. Tryon on 8 off 11, 148 for 4.
This one is bunted down the ground. Well played. Chloe Tran taking some responsibility now. Played straight over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 4. Davidson Richard is going to be the one they target, it seems. This one again cross-seamed, picked from the hand, and it was like a chip shot with a 4-iron, and it just went over the top. Well played for 4. No fielder down straight, and it is 4 more runs, 152 for 4 after 26.2.
So South Africa's 150 at a run rate of 5.7.
This one outside off stump, driven well, but there's cover on that boundary as the sweeper comes around from deep extra cover, and they come through for the single. Marizon Cup on strike now with 3 balls left in this over, having a bit of a chat with her batting partner. You should have taken more strike. I'm trying.
Please form the strike, Lee. Come on.
Just a couple of overs, please. Davidson Richard comes, and this is a slower ball, a looping slower ball on a middle and a leg, and it is defended by Marizon Cup, who probably didn't adjust their gloves correctly, which he's doing now, with 2 balls to come in the 27th over.
So the partnership on 44 now.
Davidson
Last wicket fell on 109.
Looping outside off stump, and a swashbuckling drive from Marizon Cup races down the ground for 4. Fantastic shot.
Defiance.
Yeah. It's what's open, and it's taken, and just reminds you of this one at the back of the hand, actually. The way she's swinging the bat reminds you of a drive play that Viv Richards would have pulled out. A fantastic shot, just leaning into it, and it was very risky at the end. Lots of bottom hand, and it races to the boundary for 4. As this is the last ball of the over, this one drops short and surprises Marizon Cup, so she misses out. With the keeper standing up, you wouldn't have thought that she would drop it that short. If Marizon Cup hadn't gone back to it and just left it, would have hit the keeper square between the eyes.
Marizon Cup, I can read her lips there, shaking her head, saying, yes, see? She misses out there. Game on. She still thinks we can win this. You can see it in her eyes. She thinks South Africa can win this game, and that's wonderful to see. 157 for 4. We're not yet at the 30 mark. We need to be at 180 odd after 30 to get that double the score thing going after 30 overs. And Tryon facing Wong.
and she plays a pool, baseball style, straight down the ground, and it's cleaned up by a mid on it. Didn't look that good, a bit agricultural, as they would say in England, as it is cleaned up by mid on for no run. Izzy Wong steaming in again, going at 7 and over. 7.4 and over, the run rate that they required at the beginning of this innings. The South Africans, that is. Izzy Wong in, changes her line, coming around the wicket now, outside off, and it is again just bunted down the ground, and it is cleaned up by middle. Score remains 157 for 4.
Yeah, 28th over, Tryon on 13, Cup on 35 at the non-strikers end. The target, 372. Well, at this rate, if South Africa can just bat out the 30, they'll put up their highest score ever.
Yeah. So in order to win this game, South Africa is going to have to put up the highest score. And so it'll be like a record chase. So, and I think this will be comparable to the 4-2-3 game.
438, yeah,
438, that one, yeah, between SA and Australia. As one comes in for the fourth ball of the over, and this one is on a middle and leg, and is driven. It's straight down the ground. Maiden over isn't going to help much, and it is cleaned up by middle off. But I think she's just trying to keep Marizon Cup on the other side, just give her back a bit of a respite and protect her from Izzy Wong.
Yeah, Tryon now on 13 of 17, but she catches up to her strike rate quickly. We know she's dangerous, and she's shown that in the series.
In the arc, and it's up in the air, and it is put down. It's gone for 4, 6. Bell just losing it there, and it's right through her hands, it seems. And it's gone for 6. Oh, my.
Oh, no.
And it is
at last.
Straight through her hands. 4-6.
Oh.
Short. Izzy Wong. Oh, she does look. She's covering her mouth and she's wearing. Izzy Wong being punted for 6.
A life for Tryon. Partnership 54 or 46.
And it's driven straight down the ground again. The last ball of the over. It's cleaned up by mid off. Izzy Wong looking a bit dejected there, doing all the hard work, getting the chance, but just couldn't hold on to that one, going straight through her hands. Maybe sun in her eyes, lost it there, and it just went for straight through her hands for 6. Unfortunately,
a rare mistake by England in the field. Lauren Bell had her hands out behind her head, trying to catch that ball while keeping her feet inside the rope. So it was a difficult chance, but still a chance gone down for England. So 54 from 47 by Chloe Tryon and Marizon Cup. And boy, did South Africa need this, just to show that there is some fight in this team. They have underperformed, and these two showing what South Africa is made of, what they can achieve if they put their minds to it. Kate Cross back into the attack.
This one outside off, and it's flashed hard, and it runs away for 4 in between Galley and Point. And Marizon Cup goes on to 39. The score 167 for 4. So 280, 180 might be one. But I'm not going to.
Here we go. Hang on to your hats.
I think
Marizon Cup isn't done yet.
Reassess at 30. But if these two are stay in until 40 overs, it could be a very tight game. As the next one is bunted again in that same area between short third man and Point. But this time straight to backward Point, and it's cleaned up with no run, 167 for 4 after 28.2 overs.
Yeah, it's still well in the balance here. Chloe Tryon, very focused. She knows that she needs to stay at the crease no matter what.
This one very full, above waist time, might be called a no. I think they need to check that one. And it's driven down the ground with his protection now at long on, and they come through for a single. Are they going to call it that?
I think mid-on would have caught that, hey? I think mid-on would have caught that.
That would have been straight down mid-on's throat, too.
Yeah.
So they're not going to check the no ball. That's unfair.
Yeah, well, waist high no ball definitely there, missed by the umpires.
This one is on off stump and is pushed to the offside where they come through for yet another single. Score moves on to 169 for 4 with 2 balls left in the 29th over. Marizon Cup
is 40.
Yeah, a 40 of 32.
32.
As Cross comes in, charging in now. Past the umpire and finds the gap again, beats the short-third man. There's a race now between the short-third man and the ball wins, and it is 4 more Marizon Cup. South Africa seem to be in this now. The score moves on to 173 for 4, and Cup is giving everyone belief that it can be done.
Oh. Yeah, this is not done yet. This is not done yet. There's some fight in this Momentum Proteas team, and just bat the 50, ladies. Come on.
You'd love to see it. The fight as this one is just gets the better over there, short of a length on middle and leg, and Marizon Cup wears that one on her thigh, and there is a no run.
29 overs gone, 173 for 4. 7 runs to go to the 180 mark that will put South Africa more or less inside the mathematical range of getting to the 372 they need to win after 50. Tryon on 20 of 20 and Cup on 44 of 34. And now Lauren Bell back into the attack after dropping a catch on the boundary. Heather Knight says, you cost us a wicket there. Take a wicket, please, with the ball. Tryon on strike. Both right-handers at the crease.
The keeper standing up to Bell. I love to see it. That's disrespect. Lauren Bell coming in now. Taking those long strides, just steaming in now. Past the umpire, looping outside off it. Driven well, but there is cover on that boundary. And they come through for a single. Marizon Cup's respite is very, very short as Beaumont cleans up on the boundary and they come through for the single. 174 for 4. 6 more to get to the 180 mark. And then I think the South Africans will reassess. Hop, skip, and a jump from a Bell as she comes past the umpire. This one, short of it, gets the outside edge, and it runs down to third man. The field is spread now, so maybe England willing to give away some singles instead of facing the wrath of boundaries, which is a very safe plan on their side because they can afford to give away singles.
Yeah, and they know Cup's not going to run 3.
Yeah,
she's definitely in some discomfort, if not some pain.
As this one from Bell is high in the air, but Van Chloe trying to smack straight overhead for 6. You put the field back.
Yes.
I'll go further, says Chloe Tryon. And that was a fantastic shot. Again, not following through. Looked like a short arm jab, and it just went and went and went and went, and it is gone out of the ground for a huge 6.
Into the side screen by Chloe Tryon, straying in her length there. Lauren Bell, too full to Chloe Tryon. She gets underneath it and gets some length on it as well.
181 for 4. And this one beaten outside off. Fantastic comeback from Bell. And what a take. But let's give her credit. That's a fantastic take by Jones.
Yeah, Amy Jones catching the ball and dislodging the stumps, but Tryon kept her foot down inside her crease. We'll see a replay. She slides her foot out of the crease. She slides it back in. It's in the air. The foot comes down as the bails go off. Wow. Almost almost a wicket there for England. Chloe Tryon, her right foot, just managing to save her there. 2 balls to go in the 30th. 181 for 4. Target 372.
Fantastic glove work from Jones. As this one is now cut off again and cut well. And there is protection on the deep cover boundary where they come through for a single. Marizanne Cup will face the last ball of the over. 182 for 4. Mathematically, they're there. But can these two hang on, dig deep, and take South Africa all the way or within striking distance?
Ooh. And Jordan James Adams says as Bell comes in.
And this one is cut down to third man, a release shot. Marizanne Cup will retain strike for the 31st over. The score moves on to 183 for 4.
So he says, getting a bit nervous. Maybe South Africa can win this. I know nothing about cricket. LOL, says Jordan James Adams. Well, that is why we love cricket, Jordan, because you never know. You can score 36 runs and over, and you can take 10 wickets in 1.4 overs, 10 deliveries to dismiss the whole team. So that's why we love this game, and it's unpredictable. And one player can take the game away from the other side. England are still in control, so I think your money is still safe there, Jordan. I still don't think South Africa have a good chance of winning this. As Kate Cross will now continue, and Marizanne Cup will face. She scored 46 of 36, start of the 31st.
This one is a good tight line on a middle and leg, and Marizanne Cup can only just defend it to the offside for a no run. 183 for 4, the score remains. After 30.
Yeah, so thanks. Yeah.
Partnership is 74 of 60 balls, so they're going at 7.4 and over.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yes,
Marizanne Cup's doctor will be nervous.
Yeah, this one is cut well and cleaned up by the fielder on the boundary. They have Lifebuoy soap in the UK?
Lifebuoy's everywhere, man.
I thought that was our thing.
No, it's a United States brand. I remember reading about Lifebuoy in Mad Magazine back in the day. It's
sure.
Yeah, it's a US product. Yeah.
This one is straight onto the pads of Chloe Tryon, and they come through for a single. 185 for 4 is the score with 3 balls to come in the 31st over.
It's the McDonald's of soap.
McDonald's
bad product, but good marketing.
Nice. It's crossing now past the umpire. This one is again just forced to the offside, where it is cleaned up by the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they come through for another single. 186 for 4. The vibe in the field is so different between Cross's bowling compared to when Bell was bowling the previous over. You felt that something could happen anymore, and it was exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And Cross just calms everything down, which is also a different type of vibe. Oh, and Chloe Tryon, as I say, hoiks this one from outside off, and she plays for 4. Oh,
yes,
just as things were calming down, Chloe Tryon says, "No, pay attention now. Hold my beer."
Mm-hmm.
Wide outside.
190 up for South Africa. And that was fetched outside off stump by Tryon. Cross bat shot. And just timed so well. Evading the fielders. Bisecting the 2 fielders on the boundary there at deep mid wicket.
This one is a more conventional shot, and it's driven to extra cover, where they will come back for. Will they come back for 2? No, they've happy with the single. Score moves on to 191 for 4 after 31 overs. They're trying to maintain the strike. Will it be harder to bowl once? I don't think they're going to be out there long enough for the lights to take full effect. That seems like a lot of light is still left.
Yes, the sun meandering down to the horizon in Leicester. Things are cooling down climate-wise. Marizon Cup on 48 of 39. Chloe Try on 34 of 27. The required run rate, 9.5. The run rate now achieved by South Africa up to 6.1.
And looping toss outside off stump, and it's driven by Chloe Try, messing out there. Disappointed with herself. Bell getting that slower one wrong out the back of the hand and just so wide outside off. Could have left it. Run the extra run and the extra ball. Marizon Cup now on strike on 48. One shot away from a 50. Score is 192 for 4. Oh, have I just jinxed her? Oh, no.
Let's see.
It's straight onto the leg stump, and Marizon Cup works this one down to a fine leg for a single. She moves on to 49. Scores 193 for 4. I've jinxed them.
And that will be the last that we say about that. Ooh, no more talk about Marizon Cup score.
Okay, I'm pushing it. 193 for 4. This one short of a length, outside off, and Chloe Tryon just punches it to the offside where they come through for a single. 194 now for 4 with 3 balls left in this over. Marizon Cup on strike. Looking around, that look in her eyes saying that she still believes.
Oh, and we have a brave soul or a foolish soul, whichever way you look at it. Megan Basson on YouTube.
This one dropped short, and it is pushed away to the offside. They come through for a single, and that is a milestone for Marizon Cup. The score moves on to 195 for 4. We're not going to mention a Marizon Cup score, but let's just say it is a milestone, and that is the 11th of these milestones that she's had in 129 games to go along with 1 century. A fantastic knock. The second 50 of the inning. Ah, damn it. The second by a South African in this innings. And as I went to hear what this brave soul had to say.
Yeah, Megan Basson says, I'm worried. I can't watch this game. I put money, 8,000 Rand on England to win. Don't know what to do now.
Why would you do? Okay. And and got back into backward point, and there is no.
Hopefully, you can edit your bet, Megan. Maybe bring it down to 800 Rand. But yes, this is.
And this one from Bell is wide outside off stump. Umpire is being very generous by not calling that.
Yeah, just inside the line. Yeah, 32 overs gone. 195 for 4. And try on 36 or 30. Cup on 50. Or 40 odd.
It's you now.
41.
And they're going to have a
drinks
water break. Yes.
Yeah. No, I've said this many times before. I will not go near a betting site until I can get at least a 70 or an 80% success rate on Super Brew. Because judging by my performance at score predicting, I should just keep away from those sports betting sites. It's yes, a brave soul or a foolish one that bets on sporting games. And Megan, I wish you all the best of luck. Hopefully you've got that money lying around and it's not money that you're going to miss if you lose. But I will say I do hope you lose that bet. It does make the game very exciting if you've got some money riding on the outcome. Exciting to watch.
You can't enjoy it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, what I remember, I was watching a match in the Rugby World Cup probably a decade or so ago with a colleague of mine, and they had those spread bets where you could say, Japan is going to lose to New Zealand by more than 80 or less than 80, So then you would cheer for the one team, and then as soon as it starts getting close to the spread, you start cheering for the other team because you want the spread to fall in your favor. So if you're a neutral, that definitely piques your interest. So yes, Megan, I hope that is walking around money that you've put on this game, and not money that you need for something serious. South Africa need 177 runs to win, and they've got 18 overs to do it. They need 9.83 runs per over. They've got 6 wickets remaining. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Thank you for listening to us and sending in your comments. We do appreciate it. Everybody on Facebook commenting in what I presume is Hindi, which I'm not going to read out because I don't know what it means, and I might be swearing at someone's mother. So thank you for sending in the comments anyway. And we do appreciate your support. Just by listening to us, you are supporting us already. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio, and you can also support us by some donations on patreon.com/OneWorldSR. We'd love to be able to travel to the stadiums, to pay for the official rights to be able to broadcast from the stadiums, which we have been able to do during the India tour of South Africa and the West Indies Women's Tour of South Africa. So if you do support us, we do support Cricket South Africa as well. If we get some money in, we pass it on to them. If we get enough, you can advertise on One World Sports Radio and sponsor us to go and broadcast from the venues. So please do get in touch. admin@1worldsr at 1wsr.com, excuse me. admin@1wsr.com is the email address. 195 for 4 is the score in Leicester. And Marizon Cup, just hoping that her back can hold up. 18 overs to go. Lots of runs still to get. Man, this is surprisingly exciting. If these two can stick around, next point will be 40 overs and then reassess. Kate Cross continues, bowling her 7th over.
Short of a length on middle and leg, and is defended by Marizon Cup, who's doing some batting practice there as she walks away trying to get into the zone. Marizon Cup has the broader shoulders because she's been carrying this team for a while. This batting lineup for a while now. It has the talent, but can they bring it home? As this one is worked to the leg side now by Marizon Cup, and they come through for a single where it is cleaned up by mid-wicket. They just need support. And Chloe Trahan is doing that fantastically at the moment, just taking some pressure off of her and allowing her to take things slow, forming a bit of the strike.
Megan is rooting hard for England. She says, come on, England, come on.
It's Chloe Trahan pushing this one into the covers, and it is cleaned up on the boundary, and they come through for a single. 197 for 4. Oh, Megan.
Yeah, Megan, I do think your money is still safe at this point.
Yeah.
It's still well in England's favour. If they can just keep their disciplines, do the basics well, they should win this easily. That's for sure. 197 for 4, as you mentioned. 3 balls to go in the 33rd.
Straight ball here, this one on a middle and leg, and is punched down the ground by Marizon Cup, taking the single. It's cleaned up by mid-off, coming around, and the score moves on to 198 for 4 after 32.4 overs.
Yeah, so enough deliveries left, but the scoring rate needs to increase now, because otherwise the required rate, once it jumps over 10, 11, it becomes extremely difficult with so many overs to go. Scoring 10 or 11 or 5, not that bad, but or 20 or 18 or 16, That's a bit much.
This one from across is outside off. Tries to go for a single, but it's cut off at a backward point. So she is sent back. So there's no run. 198 for 4. One ball to come in the 33rd.
Well, I asked for a good fight by South Africa, and they certainly are doing that. These two are. 37 of 33 by Chloe Tryon, who faces Kate Cross coming in.
And just digs this one out and pushes it to a mid-off for no run. 198 for 4 after 33 overs. The score, Tryon on 37 and Marizanne Cup on 52. And yes, they are showing some fight, which is great to see. But again, can Marizanne Cup's back hold out?
Yeah, that's going to be key. I think if she starts to feel that she can't continue much longer, she needs to hit out. Just take as many runs as she can. But then on the other hand, you don't want her to completely mess up her back.
Yeah.
And then be out for a few months. Join her wife on the sidelines. Bell continues.
As this one is worked to the leg side, and it is cleaned up by mid-wicket. They come through for a single, 199 for 4. As Chloe Tryon will now face a Bell. Did they reassess and decide they're going to bat out 50? Seems that way now, as Bell comes in now past the umpire. Wide outside off, and this one is called the wide. That brings up to 200 for South Africa. And that is 200 for 4. As we see, 172 needed from 101 balls. Still seems a long way away. This was 50, the quickest of them all, only off of 41 balls. As Bell comes in again. This one is on off stump and driven well, but there is cover down there on the deep cover boundary. And they come through for just a single, 201 for 4.
170 now from 100 balls is the required score for South Africa.
These ladies are going to be playing the 100 soon, so there's 100 balls. Go for it.
There's 100 balls. Go for it. 171. That should be a par score.
This one outside off, and Marizanne Cup goes for an expansive drive, but only gets a bottom edge into the ground, and it dribbles down back to Bell as she cleans up. And the score remains 201 for 4. There were a lot of analogies in that last sentence that I just spoke. 171 for 99 needed. This one outside, down the leg side, a bit wayward from Bell. And another wide call. 170 now needed off a 99. Score moves on to 202 for 4, 338. And Marizanne Cup on 53. Oh, put some overs under those ladies' legs. Come on. They're going to get tired too. As Cup faces up to Bell. This one on a middle and leg, and it is just defended to the leg side, where there is a TV dive of a rolling catch, which was totally unnecessary. As the ground cleans up and just politely pops it back to Bell. For no
that run. Rolling stop says, I'm a pro.
Yeah. Just need to get back to those 20.
202 for 4.
Trying to entertain themselves as this one is struck well. And it goes for 4. Oh, there we go. That is what we wanted to see. Marizanne Cup leaning into this one and striking it so well. Beating in between a cover and mid-off, and she just punches it through beautifully for 4.
Yeah, that was so sweetly struck, and right in between mid-off and extra cover, and down on one knee. No sign of any discomfort there. Good shot.
Threading that gap. This one loops outside off stump, and there is a lot of real estate to cover by a mid-wicket. As she comes around, but they come through for the single. 2 of 7 for 4 is the score. 165 needed of 96 Cup moves on to 58. Chloe Tryon on 38. And I don't want to say game on just yet. But things are looking promising, like we are in for a really entertaining match.
Yeah, South Africa on the brink of victory or defeat here, because 2 wickets and they'll be in deep trouble.
Yeah.
But if these two can stick around until there is 60 balls left, until the 40th over, Charlie Dean comes back into the attack, 2 for 19 off 6 overs with an economy of 3.1. So Heather Knight rolling the dice back into her spinners. She's got 10 overs of spin left, does the English captain.
This one immediately gets the leading edge. It pops up to the offside, but there's no one close in catching, and it runs away to the to the extra cover boundary where it is cleaned up there, and they come through for a single. 208 for 4, trying to sneak through these overs quickly, and next thing you know, you're behind the 8 ball again. As the Dean comes in, this one is worked down the ground by Chloe Tryon and just pushed down, and they come through for a single down to a long off. She's got protection straight down the ground, so I don't think that she's going to have a problem. I think the batters just need to work her around and try to let her go for a runner ball.
100-run partnership of 87 balls between these two.
Fantastic batting from these two. They need to stick around. There's still a lot of work to do. Cap on 59, a Tryon on 39. 209 for 4 is the score. That one just worked to the leg side and no run. As Dean is back at the mark already. And she comes in now. This one is on the leg stump. It's worked to the leg side where it's cleaned up by the backward square. And they come through for just a single. Chloe Tryon will now be on strike. 162 needed of 92. The score is 210 for 4. The final ball of the over. 2 balls left in this over. Apologies. As she comes down the wicket, smacked straight down the ground. But there is a bit of a fumble. And they don't take the single. The 2 on offer. Don't run on a misfield is the golden rule. And the score moves on to 211 for 4 with 1 ball to come in this over.
And Ravi Nair says, bloody SA can bloody do this, can't they?
This one is Marizon Cup gets underneath this one. And it's just over the head of mid-off, who came up from long off. And now they come up from 2. Oh, what a decision. She would, if she was in the same position as she was
long off,
that would have been down her throat. The simplest of catches.
Yep.
Came up to mid off, and Marizon Cup manages to chip this one over her head, and they come back for 2. And
long off would have strode forward and just caught that comfortably, but mid off couldn't run back and get it. Yeah, things are slowly shifting for South Africa. Just a little bit of luck going their way. Making their own luck, these two, with Chloe Tryon 40 off 37, contribution to the partnership of 104 off 91 balls, with Marizon Cup contributing the other 61. Emma Lamb now back into the attack.
213 for 4. 159 needed. This one is spotted beats. Short beats the fielder at short 45. Chloe Tryon goes on a sweep and swats it down behind her, and it goes for 4. Great start to the over. 217 for 4. 155 now needed. Oh, do we believe? Ravi, nay, do we believe? Oh, are we not entertained?
Still a long way to go, but it's very entertaining here.
This one, same shot again, straight down the leg side. No, nothing on it, but it's called a wide. Emma Lamb bowling, it's just darting it down leg side, trying maybe to get the stumping, but this time getting just going on with the arm, and it goes for a wide. Chloe comes down the wicket, and she just manages to push it down the ground for a no run. 218 for 4, 154 needed now of 88. 244, Cup 162 as Lamb comes in. This one is again Chloe Chuan dances down the wicket and just pushes it to mid-on for no run. Emma Lamb rushing through her overs, which is a plan of most spinners in limited overs cricket. Giving us a breath. This one drops a bit short, and Chloe Chuan just punches it off the back foot to a deep extra cover for 1 run as the score moves into 219 for 4. Whew.
Required rate now over 10 and over. 219 for 4, 153 needed of 86 balls. And Emma Lamb bowling this 5th ball of her 5th over.
Comes in now. And this one is wide. Outside off and it's caught! Oh, caught it shorted, man. Marizan Cup. Oh, no. Straight to her. The shot was on. But Marizan Cup has to go. This one dropped short outside of Marizan Cup on the cut and didn't get on top of it and just looped it to short third. And she is out of there. And with that, the ship, get the guys with the violins because I think they're going down. Marizan Cup is distraught with herself. She knows that was really up to. Oh, she's giving a lecture to Nadine again. Yes, tell her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a long chat.
The end of the ODI series for Marizan Cup, and 219 for 5, 153 of 85. Nadine de Klerk, not totally useless with the bat. It's up to Chloe Tryon now and Nadine to stay with her, and a bad ball gets a wicket there for England.
Yep, it just the eyes lit up and it just couldn't get
Yeah.
And then that's what happens when you start believing with your heart.
And here goes Megan Basson. Yes, England, she says. Your money seems to be safe, Megan. We'll be happy for you if England wins, but we'll be happy for ourselves if they don't. But yeah, England's still in control. They've got this game is theirs to lose, I think, at this point, and South Africa need to wrestle back control. And we'll see if they can do that as Nadine de Klerk gets another wide one outside off stump onto the back foot, tries the cut but gets nothing on it, goes through to the keeper. 219 for 5, 153 needed from 84 balls.
Yeah.
Marizan Cup was caught by Alice Davidson Richards for a 62 off the bowling of Emma Lamb, and she faced 54 balls. She hits 8 fours and a 6 with a strike rate of 114.8.
Oh, Marizan Cup.
No, it's
act the right act there. Oh, words exchanged. She's now. Oh, she's psyched up. Huge.
No, this is desperation time now for South Africa. Chloe Tryon dances down the wicket to Charlie Dean. Hits it straight back to the bowler. No run. No wicket there either.
We need to just. Tryon needs to just stick around.
Oh, she tries a cross the line shot. Dances down the wicket. It gets an inside edge onto her pads. And there's no run. Trying to attack now, Chloe Tryon. Trisha Chetty is there, waiting in the wings. Tryon is on 45 or 43. De Klerk faced the one delivery without scoring. Tryon smacks this one down the ground. Bounces just short of long off, and they only get a single. 220 for 5. 152 needed from 81. Nadine de Klerk will now have to face. She will have to face 3 deliveries off the bowling of Charlie Dean. Nervous faces there in the South African dugout. Nadine de Klerk dabs this one past the fielder inside the ring at backward point down to the third man boundary. They come back for 2. Can they get a third? to get Tryon back on strike? No, it's just the two. Double Nelson for 5. 2-2-2 for 5. South Africa need 150 from 80 balls. Nadine de Klerk. 2 off 2, facing Charlie Dean. Wide outside off stump, smacked by Nadine de Klerk. Missed by extra cover. They come through for a single. Mid-off sends the ball back to Charlie Dean. And that's good running. 2-2-3 for 5. South Africa need 149 from 79 balls. De Klerk on 3 of 3. Tryon on 46 of 44. Charlie Dean will bowl the final delivery of her 8th over now to Tryon, who sends this down to long on. They should stick with the single now to keep Tryon on strike. And they do. And Dean has bowled 8 overs for 30 runs with 2 wickets. So good show by the spinners for England. That's been the difference between the two sides, as we see the spinners in the series, average speeds being compared there. Quite interesting, but in this match, the difference has been the spinners for England versus the SA spinners.
And we looked at the South African bowlers, the spinners have also bowled a lot shorter than the British spinners. But I think that Nadine de Klerk's job is going to be to feed strike to Chloe Tryon. And she gets on the sweep, the first ball of the over, and sweeps well and goes for 4. And that brings up a 50. Well played by Chloe Tryon, giving us some fighting back well, along with Marizanne Kapp. Huge stride in and just gets on top of that one and sweeps. Sweeps again and misses everything this time, and it is called a wide. That's a 10th 50.
2-2-9 for 5. The run rate now almost above 12. 143 needed from 77. Emma Lamb bowling her 6th over.
Yeah.
And going at 5 runs and over before she started this one.
And this one is short of a length outside off stump and just pushed down, pushed to the offside, where it's cleaned up by a deep backward point for a single. The score moves on to 2-2-9 for 5. 143 needed of 76 deliveries now, as Nadine de Klerk faces up to Emma Lamb. And this one is looped up, juicy, looping delivery, but is pushed by de Klerk into the offside, where she does the right thing and gets Chloe Tryon on strike.
231 for 5, 141 now needed from 75.
Oh, as this one is wide outside off. Chloe Tryon steps across, goes for a sweep, and misses everything. And the is a no run. 231. Apologies for 5 is the score. You are now facing up. This one gets to the pitch of it, drives it down the ground, but there's cover at long off, and they come through for just a single with one ball.
One ball to go. Yeah, in Emma Lamb's 6th over. 2 for 33 so far. 232 for 5. Lamb to de Klerk.
Oh, and she finds the edge and gone! Caught behind. Oh, Nadine de Klerk. Oh, she's getting a lecture when she gets to the back. Oh, Marizanne Kapp, who's probably seeing the physio now, is going to be so upset. I wouldn't go to the dressing room.
Yeah, just walk straight to the bus stop, out to the train station, get back to the hotel. Nadine de Klerk, she's gone for 4 or 5. Just waiting for the score to update here so that I can give you her figures. As she walks back, 4 runs, 5 balls faced, and she was caught by Amy Jones, the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Emma Lamb, giving Lamb her 3rd wicket in the match, and this is her career best figures. Her first 3 wickets in ODIs, and she's got 3 wickets for 33 of 6 overs. The final delivery of her 6th over gets rid of Nadine de Klerk, and South Africa now 6 down. And from here, I think it's going to be a procession because there's nobody else really in the scheme.
My money is safe. I get 800,000. Don't know. 800,000 what? 800,000? No, from 80. 100-1 odds on England.
Well, good for you, Megan. Good for you. That's a good return if that's true. But this is not good for South Africa. And let's see, it should be Trisha Chetty in next.
134 matches, average of 28.09. 16 50s and a best of 95.
Boy, do we need 95 runs now.
As this one is cracked over the bowler's head, over the top of long on, for 6. And very upset Davidson Richards, but she can afford to smile because she knows that it's probably going to be a procession now. This one a full toss as Trion dances down the wicket and just lofts this over the top of mid on for a 6, coming down the wicket wide outside off stump, and Chloe Trion has a wild swipe, gets some bat onto it, plays it one-handed in the end, down to long off. And it goes through. They come through for a single. Trisha Chetty will be on strike.
So 133 to get from 70 balls.
Indeed.
Chetty faces her first ball.
Dean is a bit straighter on a middle and off, and driven straight down the ground, back to the bowler Dean, as she comes through again. And this one is on a middle end leg, worked to the leg side, but straight to the fielder again. And there is no run, 239 for 6, 133 needed of 68. Looking further and further away. Dean coming in now.
Indeed.
2 balls left in this over. Full toss about chest high, and she gets away with it. And they come back for... They only take the single. That's poor running. And they're not going to check it. They say it's fine. A full chest high full toss from a spinner, I guess, is okay these days. So they only get the single 20 for 6. Last ball of the over. And this one is straight down onto the pads. And Chloe Trion works this to the deep square leg boundary. And they come back for 2 to end that over, and the score moves to 242 for 6.
So 11 overs to go, 130 needed, and 4 wickets in hand for South Africa. 242 for 6. Tryon on 62, Chetty on 1, Lamb on 3 for 33 after 7 overs. Jeez, this was looking promising at one point. But again, not so much anymore.
As Murray's on cup, it was the one holding it all together. When she was there, we felt a lot more comfortable. As Lamb's figures are 3 for 33. Triple Nelson for her.
There we go. Chetty facing Lamb. She's bowling her.
Yeah.
She is bowling her 7th over.
7th over, yeah. Okay, you can take this one.
Lamb into Chetty, works this one down to forward of square on the leg side, mid wicket, and deep mid wicket run in to clean that up. 243 for 6, 129 needed from 64 balls.
Just watch Lamb's. It's interesting. Watch it in a delivery. Just watch her arm. Because certain other bowlers would have been called for that.
And the same shot that Tryon has tried a few times, she gets across her off stump. She plays that slog sweep to square leg, beats the fielder in the ring. 66 now for Tryon, and 4 runs to the total for South Africa. The ball went through the air, hit square leg on the leg, and went down to the boundary. 247 for 6 as Lamb comes in, Tryon dances down the wicket. This one bounces just short of a catching wide-ish mid-on or a mid-wicket there. No run. 247 for 6. 125 needed from 62. Lamb into Tryon, steps back off her leg stump, smacks this one down to deep mid-wicket. 4 runs. 250 up for South Africa. 121 to win from 61 balls. And
2 runs a ball.
Megan Basson, sorry guys, South Africa can never win England. We are too strong, she says. We did beat you in the World Cup. We'll remind you of that. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the comment. And Tryon smacks this one off a full toss out to extra cover. No run. 251 for 6. South Africa need 121 from 60 balls. The run rate now over 12. And that is something that even the men struggle to do in an ODI.
Yeah.
Coach David.
Hooray.
You're back. Welcome.
Hurrah, hurrah.
Fighting like the ladies, it seems.
Yes. We didn't doubt you for a second. It seems that it's still game on.
Thank you.
Charlie Dean into Chloe Tryon, into Trisha Chetty, excuse me, who just drives this down too long on for a single to get Tryon back on strike. This is all that Chetty needs to do. Stick with Chloe. Operation Stay with Chloe. They, show a replay here as the mid-wicket fielder ran past the ball to give Tryon 2 to.
Oh!
As Tryon sends this one down too long on, and England are celebrating as if they've won because that is Tryon caught at the long on boundary. 252 for 7. Surely the ship has sailed now for South Africa. And Chloe Tryon trying to fetch that one outside off stump, sending it sailing through the air down to long on. And this time, Alice Davidson-Richards is waiting, and she takes an easy catch. Chloe Tryon, 70 runs, 57 balls, and caught by Davidson-Richards off the bowling of Charlie Dean.
Well, she had to go.
Man, oh man. And so Dean has also got 3 wickets now. She's got 3 for 41. Emma Lamb 3 for 42. So the 17th over of spin here for England, yielding 6 wickets and only 83 runs. That's the difference between the two sides, David, surely.
Yeah, it's execution. Something we've been hammering on about. Are you able to execute when it comes down to it? 100 avoidance. 3 Proteas with a half century. Not 100. You have to score 100. Somebody's got to score 100. In a chase this large, somebody's got to score 100.
Yeah.
Partnership now over at 191. Game changer for South Africa. Somebody gets 100, you win the game. Ismail comes to the wicket, the game is done.
The soft.
And there's still enough runs on the table for one of these ladies to go ahead and get 100. It'll be a phenomenal one as Charlie Dean goes to that would be Ismail, and there was an appeal for LBW turned down by the umpire. 252 for 7.
Going down.
Ismail left-handed facing Charlie Dean right arm round the wicket. She defends this one. And now I think the target should just be bat out the overs, David.
I'm not going to say anything because the last time I said something, there was a collapse. And the game was done.
Dean to Ismail, driven to extra cover, no run. 252 for 7. 120 needed from 55. So that's 26s or 34s. As Ismail drives this one through extra cover down to the sweeper, and they take a single. 253 for 7.
Megan Basson says, yes, England, God saved England. Yep.
And your savings account, Megan, it seems.
Yeah.
So this lady, David, had 8,000 Rand riding on this match for England to win. So she was feeling a bit nervous. So now she's very happy with England.
That explains the
and
caps
we're happy
lock.
for you, Megan. Yes, caps lock. Caps lock on. Get ready to unleash the fury. Charlie Dean, 10 overs, 3 for 42. Job done for her. Alice Davidson-Richards into the attack, replacing Emma Lamb. And she will be bowling to Shabnim Ismail, who retained the strike with a single off that last delivery. 119 needed from 9 overs, 54 balls. Blood in the water. England need 3 wickets. Ismail drives this one square on the offside. Sweeper picks it up, and they'll have a single. Trisha Chetty on strike now. She's on 3 of 6. Ismail on 2 of 5. Can they survive the 50 overs?
That would be first prize right now. 550. Not asking you much, you just block.
Not quite drawing the game in one-day cricket though. By getting
I know, but it's still an achievement since they haven't batted 50 this entire series.
This one is defended by Chetty. Backward point. Fielder picks it up, and they don't get a single. 254 for 7.
Psychological win.
Am I right when I say that,
the
David?
At the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, we are. We're down to the outside veneer, the varnish on the outside of the barrel now.
You can't be scraping the
floor. Davidson Richards is outside. Yeah, we're going to get to the floor soon. Outside off stump, Trisha Chetty hangs out the bat there, but couldn't connect, and it's through to the keeper. No run. 254 for 7. They need 118 from 51.
Well, some positives. Trisha Chetty is now tied for the most number of stumpings in one-day international cricket. 51 with the stumping earlier today. So, yeah.
Interesting.
A plus.
Trisha Chetty scoops this one just short of mid-on, running around, and there's no run. Almost another wicket there for Alice Davidson-Richards. She's got 1 for 34. She's bowling the 5th ball of her 5th over.
No, I want them to bat.
50 balls left. Chetty works this off the off stump down to deep mid wicket. Sweeper comes around and they take single. 255 for 7.
I don't know if you guys read it, that Jersey Oak said it's hot off to the pub. That was about 10 minutes ago.
There we go.
For a cold
Thank
pint.
you, Woi Pom Pom.
Yeah, but now in England they just have warm pipes. So now it's hot.
No, you can ask. You can ask for a cold one these days. They've changed their ways. Apparently, it depends on where you are in the country, and in summer they do chill the beer. That last one was a dot ball, 255 for 7. Or so I've been told. I've never been to Blighty, so I wouldn't know.
So please, at least answer this question, because neither Otto nor I could fathom how this happens. 37 degrees. Skipper says, "Okay, we win the toss. We'll have a bowl."
I would have looked at it. Are you all right? I think we need to reassess your leadership capabilities.
37 degrees. I mean, I don't think any team has ever won the toss in Kimberley and thought, "Yeah, we'll have a bowl."
No, but here's the thing.
And that's 32, as an average type thing.
But you are South Africa. You're used to this heat. Huh? And you're facing England. 37. Let them go.
Yeah,
put them into bowl,
Yeah. Have them sweating in the bloody sun. As Izzy Wong comes into Trisha Chetty, works this off her leg stump out to mid-wicket. They take a cheeky single. 256 for 7.
Right about now, yes, the sun's gone down, but half these players are going to be down with heat stroke.
Yeah, it was just bizarre. We know now that Marizon Cup has some kind of injury.
Yeah.
So that explains that she didn't bowl in the last 10. But you had 10 overs left as Ismail strokes this one through extra cover. The sweeper will pick it up. They'll take the single. 257 for 7. You have 10 overs left. Ishmael's got 5 to bowl. Cup has got 5 to bowl. Okay, you don't have Cup, but then Ishmael ends the game having bowled 7.
Yeah,
and it also doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
in her defense, those two bowlers did take wickets in those last 10 overs. Izzy Wong abandons her run-up, 257 for 7, 115 needed from 46.
If you're enjoying our banter, I think what you should do is you should go to our YouTube channel, give it a thumbs up, ring the bell so that you know when we're going live. There's Rugby Championship happening on the 6th of August. We're going to be bringing you that game. And it's a reasonable time as well. 5:05 as opposed to, she does it again. Handbrake.
Yeah, another aborted run-up. Yeah, and then on Thursday at 6 o'clock GMT, 8 o'clock South African time, it will be the T20 match between these two sides. And then after that, Commonwealth Games. Tomorrow, as Izzy Wong comes in over the wicket to Trisha Chetty. Could have left that alone for a wide. Instead, she sends it down to fine leg. They should come back for 2. They don't. Ishmael is on strike, the left-hander. 114 needed from 45 balls. My electricity is back on. I have survived 2 hours on my camping equipment. Yay.
And there's also podcasts that are around, both the full quoted sheets, and there is a Fantasy Premier League one as well. So we have got you well covered as Izzy Wong's in again. This is a half volley and smashed out to the covers, collected in the deep by Wyatt, and so they'll just get 2 for it. Good running there by the South Africans. 112 now needed from 44, 260 for 7. And yes, so follow all of that because we've got you well covered with sport. And if you'd like to support us, you like our shameless banter, and you want to buy a Woiwo Palmer coffee or a beer, who knows? One World SR on Patreon. It doesn't
it's
actually
also not pretty for Easy One.
We love what we do, but yes, there are costs involved. Like Otto's camping gear and Anissa's unicorn. These are vital costs to the company.
Yes. Wong into Ishmael. This time she just defends this one. She sort of dances down the wicket, gets it high on the bat, out to point, no run. 260 for 7. 112 needed from 43. Ishmael is on 5 off 9. Chetty on 6 off 12. Yes, and just by listening, you are supporting us and subscribing to our YouTube channel, of course. Follow us on Facebook and that. And then just share with your friends who love cricket and tell them about us. And we do love to hear from you. Wild swing and a miss outside off stump by Ishmael as Wong comes around the wicket to the left-hander. Goes through to the keeper, no run.
Nice breeze there. Good.
112 needed from 42 balls. Nothing but fresh air.
And they had a shot of the South African dugout, and sitting right in front is Nadine de Klerk. Watching this game, like, don't look at me, I'm not here.
And Mignon de Pree as well, which is even worse. Yeah.
Oh.
So Anis, I want to ask an important question. Yes. Your Twitter profile photo, is it still SpongeBob and Patrick? And if not, why not?
It is not SpongeBob and Patrick. I think it's me playing a forward defensive. I could change it back to SpongeBob and Patrick.
No, I feel like that's what we know Anis for. Okay. Chirps and SpongeBob. Like,
okay.
But I think SpongeBob's like 30-something today. Is it today?
Alice Davidson Richards over the wicket to Trisha Chetty. Strikes the South African wicket keeper in line with off stump. Given by the umpire. That is going to be maybe hitting outside the line, I thought when I saw that first. But let's see. Scrambled seam. Oh, yes, there we go. It's just in front of middle. I was wrong. That's dead. Stone dead.
1999. SpongeBob. Good old SpongeBob. 23 years of age. So 36.
Trisha Chetty, Trisha Chetty, 6 of 13, 260 for 8 now. 112 needed from 41 balls. So 41 balls for South Africa to survive 50 overs for the first time in this 3-match series in England. And
that wicket, not sponsored by Glad Wrap.
No, it obviously upset these English ladies that we beat them in the World Cup. They came back, beat us in the semi, and now they absolutely wiping the floor with us.
Salt in wounds.
Hand sanitizer into paper cuts.
Absolutely. If you do want to sponsor us, in all seriousness, Simon@1WSR.com. We would love to promote your brand, because with these golden voices, your brand could be tomorrow's success.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do live reads.
Yes,
we will do live reads like this one.
Yes.
Ayabonga Kaka, 87 matches in the world. 111 runs in her career, average of 5, and a strike rate of 43.9. Best of 15 against New Zealand in Paarl in 2016. She faces Alice Davidson Richards, and she manages to keep this away from her stumps, out to the onside, no run. 112 needed from 40, so 3 runs a ball needed now.
The long surname of Alice Davidson Richards reminds me of my favorite Sri Lankan, the man of 1,000 voices, 1,000 names rather. It's, you know who it is. It's Chaminda Vas. He's got, I think we've done this many times on air. He's got like 5-6 names. What a legend. Hat-trick first 3 balls of the game. Nevertheless, this one is just carved out behind square on the offside. No run available there for Kaka.
260 for 8.
Was a heck of a bowler, Chaminda Vas.
I think, you know what sounds like a great idea, gents? Megan Basson sponsoring us, because she's going to make a serious amount of money. Yes.
Megan, come on. You're loaded now. We know that, so you can send some our way. Patreon.com/OneWorldSR.
Duplicate there. No run available.
Yeah.
This broadcast proudly brought to you by Megan Basson. Excellence personified.
Yes.
I'm telling you, it can
Davidson
happen.
Richards into Kaka, who strokes this one back to the bowler, gets a hand on it, and it bobbles out to mid-on for no run. 260 for 8. So this game is over as a contest, but we'll enjoy bringing whatever is left of it to you.
Yes. So Megan, Simon@1WSR.com. I'm just take a note. If you want, tweet me at Coach Dave93, Anis Moha, or Ozmaster. You could be the prime sponsor of One World Sports Radio.
Kaka just defends this off the back foot to extra cover, no run. 260 for 8. 6 overs left. 112 to get from 36 balls. Almost 4 needed off every ball now.
Yeah. The first Megan Basson one-day international. Well, at T20.
Proudly sponsored.
Proudly sponsored.
No,
by
but
Megan
seriously,
Basson. Yeah.
Megan, you can send us a couple of bob. You can send us a couple of bob and tell us which charity you want us to promote. That's also an option.
She says, "Okay, cool, thanks." She's in. Manchester United is playing tomorrow.
She's leaving.
Another win for us. Look, I like Ravi.
Thank you, Megan.
I don't know if anybody's, pointed that out. I think he's a cool guy. He says he loves her excitement. We like Ravi. He's cool. And he's not dying of the plague, seemingly.
This one goes past the inside edge of Shabnim Ismail through to the keeper off the bowling of Izzy Wong for no run. 260 for 8.
To quote the late great Richie Benner, it sounds like Izzy Wong just a kitten's whisker away from the stumps there.
Just a kitten's whisker. An Aussie version of Sean Connery.
A kitten's whisker.
Wong around the wicket to the left-handed Ismail. This is another wide full toss that could have been a no ball for height. And they take a single out to the cover sweeper. 261 for 8.
At last, the score moves on.
Yeah. There's 5 balls at this ground.
Yeah, it's a bit strange that those hip-high full tosses haven't been called. And Kaka rocks back, cuts this one down to third man, and they take another single. 3 balls done in the 45th over. England need 2 wickets. South Africa need to survive. What is that? 33 more balls to get to the end of the game for the first time in the series. 262 for 8.
Hypothetical.
And that's wide, slower full toss by Izzy Wong, well bowled inside the wide line. And that's good execution there. 262 for 8. 2 balls to go in the 45th.
South Africa take the drop catches and the run out. England score 320. Is this South African batting lineup capable of scoring that?
No. Not if no one converts.
Ismail gets this one full outside off stump, and she smothers it down to mid-off, no run.
I think
tries to play a drive and just the bottom half of the bat. Izzy Wong with the back of the hand slower ball. That was the previous delivery that went just inside the wide line. Wow, that's very difficult to do. And she comes around the wicket and she cleans up Shabnim Ismail, who steps outside her leg stump to give herself room, and Izzy Wong with the 3 stumps exposed takes them down. 262 for 9. 5 overs to go. 1 wicket left for England to clinch the series whitewash.
Wonderful build up there in that over from Izzy Wong. She's bowled wide, and then eventually the one that's full and straight. And Ismail trying to give herself a bit of room there. Not able to clear the extra cover field, but rather missing things all ends up. I've never understood the give yourself room to hit it through the offside. You saw Glenn Maxwell try something and be clean bowled without offering a shot. I don't understand it, but if it works for her, great. In this instance, it was her downfall. The 9th wicket falls for South Africa at the end of the 45th. And as Otto said, for 6, Shabnim Ismail's got to go.
Yeah, 6 off 16. 6 off 15, excuse me. 15 balls she faced. Shabnim Ismail, strike rate of 40. Fast and straight.
And sorry, we keep cutting you off. Go.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just now. 5 overs left, 1 wicket in hand. Will they do it? I don't think so. I'm just going through the stats quickly so that it's going to be easier for us to check. The guys on the Titanic are like, okay, they're small, little, tiny violins are busy playing.
Nonkululeko Mlaba, presumably the one walking to the wicket. It is indeed.
It is
the left arm spinner.
Kaka gets a full one on the outside off stump line, drives it straight back to the bowler, Alice Davidson-Richards, for no run. 262 for 9.
Anis, this question: who is a serial underperformer with the bat for South Africa, and why? Why?
Combat number 4 and not contribute at all.
Kaka drives this one straight to extra cover, no run. 262 for 9.
And she's captain. Come on, man.
Jordan James Adams saying, I guess England won then. Don't spoil it if you've seen the rest of this over. But yeah, I mean, if I was a betting man.
Yes, he's admitted that he also had some money on England to win, and he doesn't know a lot about cricket. Jordan James Adams. So yes, Jordan, your money is safe as well. There's no way South Africa will chase down the 372 they need. That is another dot ball by Alice Davidson-Richards, 262 for 9.
Surely
so who's going to get the final wicket? Is somebody up for a fifer? No.
Oh.
No. Izzy Wong can get a second. Davidson-Richards can get a third, and she does.
Oh!
Full ball straight on middle and leg. She cleans up Ayabonga Kaka, and England win by 109 runs. Well done to the English ladies. Ayabonga Kaka gone for 1 of 10, and nowhere near her highest score of 15 then in the end.
But again, it was a procession after the fall of Marizan Cup.
Yes. That is England for you. Sorry, South Africa fans from Megan Basson. So to me, and if I had to try and, why do I automatically think of a safari when I heard your accent?
It says Jordan James Adams.
Yeah, maybe not enough David Attenborough. Wrong David.
If you look to your left, you will see a
mauled Protea. Yes,
a mauled Protea.
So if I had to summarize it, missed opportunities in terms of your field, and batting performances not converting. I think it's good to see that ladies are getting 50s.
Yeah.
But at this level, against a team like England, you have to convert big scores. I mean, getting out for 62, 70, it begs a better performance. It's difficult, when somebody's at the other end that's not able to support you. I mean, South Africa's tail really, if I'm unkind, starts at Nadine de Klerk, and it shows in the score sheet. I think South Africa in this series have struggled with the bat, but they also haven't done any favors for themselves with the way that they've gone about planning their fielding and their plans. Hopefully they can execute better in the shorter format, but I just feel like and he says, somebody's got to step up and claim the 3 figures in this format of the game.
Yeah, I desperately want them to just at least play with a plan. If plan A doesn't work, it needs to be a better plan C and D. And it seems like the problem with the Momentum Proteas is that they've got plan A, and then it just falls apart.
Yeah. And just better. England were just better in every department.
Plan A, bat in the heat. That's plan A. Win the toss and bat in 37-degree heat. I don't know. Maybe I'm just I don't know. I'm just a coach. What do I know?
And make the heat suffer. It's hot.
Boil the flippin' poms.
Yeah.
Anyway, tweet us your
How
thoughts.
often do you get a chance to get England to bowl in 37-degree heat in England? That's the question. How often do you get a chance?
3 of us are more likely to fall pregnant.
Okay, so who's got the scorecard? Has anybody got the scorecard?
Yeah. Okay.
Anis.
South Africa bowled out for 262 in 45.4 overs. The first wicket to go was Audrey Steyn, bowled by Dean by her first ball in the match. She went for 12 of 18. Then Laura Wolfart then fell. No, sorry. I think it was
It was Laura Wolfart. Yeah.
LBW to Dean, playing a sweep shot and getting missing everything. Sunay Lus then went being bowled by Lamb. Laura Goodall stuck around for a while, out for 24 or 42. Marizan Cup came in and gave us hope, and she got 62 or 54, and she was followed by Nadine de Klerk, who went out for 4 of 5, and after her talking to by Marizan Cup, which was just feed Chloe trying the strike. Chloe Chuan then followed her out for 70 of 57. We still had hope, and then it was left to Shabnim Ismail and Trisha Chetty, both of them falling for 6 of 13 and 15 and 13 respectively. And Ayabonga Kaka, the last wicket, scoring 1 of 10, leaving Nkululeko Mlaba not out on 0. And extras, the next top scorer on 12. When extras is your tied fourth top scorer, your team is in trouble. And
there's something, it's something that Anissa and I, not Anissa, Otto and I spoke about. I mean, there was 20-something in the South African bowling effort. I mean, that's a game changer. And yes, it may not be the margin of victory today, but what it does is it gives people confidence to play a stroke that they maybe wouldn't. In the context of the game management is crucial. If you give somebody two things that came up. One is the extras that South Africa didn't capitalize on once they were able to pick up a wicket after being hammered around. They didn't capitalize on that, and a lot of it comes down to, okay, cool, we don't improve our lines and lengths when we do get a wicket. One has to become two. One has to at least put pressure on the new batter when you come to the wicket. But the thing that England did very well in their batting innings was, capitalizing on South Africa's mistakes. You bowl a no ball and I get a free hit. And if I send that to the boundary for 4, great. The other thing the English did well, first ball of the over, a number of occasions, and Ruth and I were on air together, a boundary. And so immediately it is, okay, I don't want this pressure, you have it. And so now the South African bowlers are having to find some solution as to how they can, claw back the game. But immediately when you get hit with the boundary, or you bowl 5 balls and then the loose ball and they get put away for the boundary, that's the difference, is that game management, controlling the controllables that I spoke about. These girls, these ladies are far more talented than they give themselves credit for. It's just about execution. Coaches can plan until they're blue in the face, but if you don't execute on that plan, it's basic stuff that we pull our hair out, what little we have here between the three of us, that, you've just got to execute. You can't be bowling so many extras. It was something like 11, 12 wides. Not at this level. No.
Yeah, 27 extras.
Yeah, the 27 extras, 4 buys, 4 leg buys, 4 no balls, and 15 wides bowled by South Africa.
15 wides. No, I'm sorry.
Another thing,
so that's 2.5 extra overs. Excuse me, no. That's 19 extra deliveries. 3 extra overs.
3 overs,
3 extra overs and 4 free hits. Yeah.
You look at this as well. The bits and pieces bowlers, the part-timers, all-rounders, to make up overs or steal a couple of overs in the English bowling line, took 6 wickets.
Yeah.
So you're like, and they went for less than combined. They went for less than 6. So you're like, how? And you compare that to the South African bowlers, and they were going at around 8. So now you have 9 wickets taken by not your first string bowlers, but your spinner and your 2 spinners and your bits and pieces part-time bowler, and they've got that depth. But the South Africans got taken apart in comparative. So hard lessons to learn. But as you were saying, maybe in the shortest format of the game, South Africa, the Proteas can come back, because as we know in T20 cricket, one person can swing a game either way.
Watch this side Garten win the Commonwealth Games. Watch.
Yeah, it's possible.
They'll do something like that, but then get hammered bowling 27 wides in a 37-degree heat, because we thought, okay, let's bowl in the hottest day of the year ever in England's history. It's basically like, that Jeffrey Boycott would have had a cow over that. But that's the kind of ladies' performances that we now we're putting pressure on them. They must go win the Commonwealth Games. They must imitate Banyana and just find success.
No, but you think, they can be the second South African team to win a Commonwealth Game cricket medal after Sean Pollock's 1998 team, which also came off the back of like one of the darkest hours of South African cricket, which was just after Ansi's trial and everything like that. So,
okay. So, final thoughts. Thursday's T20 match, 8 o'clock. We'll be live. It will
Ding
be
the bell.
8 o'clock South African time. Yes. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching and listening, and for all your comments and tweets coming in. We do appreciate that so much. Let your friends know. We cover the English ladies versus the South African ladies, the tour. The Gorilla Cricket UK guys, the mothership, the OGs, they'll be doing the men's tour of England starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock GMT, 3 o'clock South African time. And we look forward to listening to that. We'll be back on Thursday. And as Coach Dave mentioned, at the beginning of August, the rugby will be back with the Rugby Championship, the 6th of August, I think.
Yes,
yeah, 6th August.
At Mbombela Stadium, South Africa taking on the All Blacks, a weekend All Blacks.
Say, and we are going to be, yes, we're going to be looking forward to that. Final thoughts, Anis?
Yeah, learning curve for the ladies. I think some changes are going to be made once this tour is done. Need to be made, sorry, once this tour is done. But look, I'm looking forward to the T20s, and we'll see that the Proteas should be a lot more competitive in those games. Well, that's what we're hoping for. So good luck to them.
Coach David?
I want to thank this awesome team that have brought you this broadcast, because it's challenging for everybody with load shedding, with balancing work schedules, with all the challenges that it comes with. So thank you to everybody who joined on broadcast today. If I'm not mistaken, Liam, Ruud, Anis, and our producer Otto Simon, I appreciate it. To you listening at home, to you listening at work, to you wherever you may be, thank you, because you are just as much a part of this Gorilla Cricket South Africa family as the rest of us. Some of you today, you're tweeting at us, you're commenting at us. Tomorrow, you're commentating, and that's how Anis got to start. So tweet at Anis Mohammed for some solutions. At Anis Moha, he'll tell you the inside track. But thank you to all our listeners. We really appreciate your input, and thanks to Ravi Nair for being a legend.
Thank you. And with that, bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Ciao.